North America supports community water fluoridation. It has been accepted by all of the public health authorities, as I've said. Over the last 11 years, there have been 18 reviews which have shown the safety and efficacy of community water fluoridation. There are a lot of issues which are going to be addressed tonight, and my responsibility, along with my colleagues, is to provide the best, most accurate scientific information we can, and that's what we believe that we can do. We have a very wide group of our experts tonight, both locally and from the province and from nationally. We have the Chief Dental Officer for Health Canada here tonight, and so we look to provide accurate information to the members of council and through the members of council to the residents of Windsor, Essex.
Well, listen, all the very best in your presentation tonight and continued good work in our community.
I appreciate that very much.
So Dr. Hyman, who's the Chief Medical Officer for the Windsor Essex County Health Unit, services Windsor Essex. And this topic, unlike getting your flu shot, which is a personal choice, which they recommend, this affects everybody because it's the same water that comes into all our homes. And joining us on the opposing side, Kimberly DeYoung, is it?
DeYoung, yes, my name's DeYoung.
Yes, and you are representing a group of Fluoride-Free Windsor. Now, you guys are pretty passionate about disbanding the fluoridation of our water system.
We are definitely passionate about our municipal drinking water being safe for everyone, including formula-fed infants, yes.
Yeah. Are you surprised at the level of interest this has generated? It's been in the media, Facebook's talking about it, and we have a full council chambers here tonight on this matter.
I'm not surprised. I think people are concerned about chemicals in their environment, and this is a chemical added to our water to medicate us personally. It doesn't need to be there. It's unnecessary. Fluoridation began before fluoridated toothpaste was even readily available. We're overexposed to fluoride at this point because it's in our air, it's in so much of our food, it's in our water, and when it's in your water, you're bathing in it, you're drinking it, you're cooking with it, and you have no control over your exposure to it, so it doesn't need to be there.
Wow. So are you surprised at the number of experts on both sides of the issue who have gathered here in Windsor tonight to debate this? Because we have people from the federal level, the provincial level. We have experts on both sides that are really well learned in the subject.
I'm not surprised by the number of experts. It is a scientific issue, and I think what it shows is there's no scientific consensus, that there's people qualified on both sides saying, you know, both views. So if we're so uncertain, maybe we should leave it out.
I kind of think people like fluoride only because it sounds a lot like Florida, and that's where we would like to be at this time of year.
Sure. I like it here. I don't want to be in Florida, no.
Listen, all the very best tonight, okay? Very good. So that's Kimberly DeYoung, and she represents the opposing side of the fluoride issue. She's with Fluoride-Free Windsor. Now, when we come back in just a moment, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to have Judy Robinette with us, and she's from a Life Worth Living, and it's a great organization. We had her here last year. She's going to be talking about their upcoming fundraiser. Don't go anywhere. Anywhere. It was about a year ago I was asked to help this organization, a Life Worth Living, to be your MC at a fundraising event at the Bolero on Tecumseh Road. It's the Bolero, right?
Yes, it is.
And Judy, you are the executive director of this group. And I tell you, I had more fun that day being with your people and the volunteers and the people who had came out that day to assist your crowd. So listen, first of all, tell me a little bit, Judy Robinette, Executive Director, what a Life Worth Living is all about here in Windsor.
Well, we're about answering questions, to either simple or difficult questions. It started when a young man in our city tried to commit suicide after he learned he was losing his sight. He said he could lose his sight, he could lose his girlfriend, he could lose his way of reading. What he couldn't lose was his job. He wanted to know how other people did this. His family wanted to know how they could help him. and how
Members of
they-
council, can I see?
So that's what started it. And so now we have a vision loss portal that we can ask, learn, and share is what we're developing. IBM said it's like anything unlike they've ever seen, and it's a cutting edge. And so you would be able to key in a question and you would get your answer answered by professionals and families and people who know where you're facing, where you're going. So it's exciting.
So there are a lot of different organizations, the Lions Club, to name one, who are out there to assist vision impaired and blind people, vision loss people. But yours is more of an educational organization, reaching out to people. And you've got a brand new component that you're raising funds for that's really exciting. Tell the viewers about it.
Yes. Well, we've got the Vision Loss Portal, which is an Ask, Learn, Share, and we also got an accessibility toolkit. Which one do you want me to talk about?
Well, I want you to talk about the portal.
The portal is just amazing. You would be able to go online, ask your question. It would help you know, depending on what your role is. So if you are a professional or you're a family member or you're a friend, you could go by that. You could then key in as to what the impairment is, which is visual impairment. Then you can say, well, are we talking blind, or are we talking low vision, or are we talking central? Then you could go down to what age, because the answers are different. If you're a senior or you're a baby, it's different. And this way we would get it right to what you want.
So there's three major components to that portal. You can ask a question, you can learn about an issue, or you can go on and share an experience. And I was looking at the portal, and I was quite interested because I was looking at one of my great heroes, Jeff Healy, who this March will have been deceased 5 years, who as a young child was diagnosed with eye cancer and had to have his eyes removed. And of course, Jeff Healy, for those who don't know, is one of Canada's greatest jazz and blues musicians and guitarists, and played at the Blues Fest many a time. But I went on that portal under Share, and I heard his dad speaking about what it was like. His dad was a firefighter. What it was like going through that experience of having to make that decision, and how were they going to deal with Jeff as a young infant.
Oh, it was amazing to speak with Percy. He's just a very compassionate person. But he shared with us that how he learned that his son had a dual cancer in both eyes, and they had both removed. But he saw in the back this little red thing, and that way it saved his life. Didn't save his sight. And I asked his father what he felt knowing that his son would not be able to see his face. Oh, he said, I never thought of that. But I also thought of how my son would not be able to see his face.
There's another very famous performer by the name of Stevie Wonder, who's a huge supporter of the organization A Life Worth Living.
Yes, we were very fortunate. He said it's a dream come true for him, and he has helped us form our guidelines and keep us encouraged all along the way. We're the only camera people who have ever filmed him in his studio. He calls me to see where we're at.
Stevie Wonder calls you, Judy?
Yes. Actually, in one phone call, it was amazing. We were talking, and then he said, oh, may I interrupt this phone call? Ray Charles is on the other line.
Oh, my Lord.
And I said, of course you can interrupt. And then, of course, we got back in touch later about the issues. But he's really sold on that. People need accessibility. Accessibility to information, accessibility to jobs, to a natural, normal life. And he has seen some of the obstacles that are just overwhelming. And we believe that if we can show people how to get through these obstacles, they would be able to fly. And it's been shown. We have shown through our project, people have flown and done things they never thought.
And Judy, I can imagine with vision loss, that's traumatic enough, but the biggest fear is what you don't know. And that's the purpose that your organization serves, not just for the victim, but for the support family of the victim, to help educate them that, yes, there are some rocky times ahead, but there are still some great times ahead, and you truly have a life worth living.
You sure do, and that's true. Families just need this help. My family needed answers to questions which they didn't have, and so it would have been much easier and much more profitable for us if we could just move forward and go ahead.
Well, listen, I got the opportunity to help out emceeing at the event last year, and I just had a blast. And thank you for inviting me back again this year. So you're holding up a banner here. Just hold it real steady there. I don't know if we can zero in on that to get some of the details. Or actually, I think they have graphics for that, so don't worry about that. Okay, so it's on February the 10th.
February the 10th. Registrations at 11 o'clock, games start 1:30 sharp. You have a chance to do a mystery game, bingo bowling. Bingo bowling challenges even the most advanced bowler or a bowler who has never bowled before. It's just a wonderful game.
So I experienced this last year for the first time. Tell the viewers what the people bowl like. I mean, the various glasses, the various visual impediments they wear.
Yes, we want people to understand and to learn a little bit about what it's like to be visually impaired. So for your very first frame, you bowl with your blindfold, and you have to use a cane. You have to get your ball, and of course we let your friend get you there, and you understand how difficult it is to even guide somebody without dragging them, tripping them, doing different things. So it's really exciting. And then we have different eye conditions, central loss, peripheral loss, spotty. And one of the bowlers said, you know, it is more confusing to have some vision than no vision to get to this eye.
Okay, so one more time, the time and how people can get involved.
Well, you can get involved by going online to alifeworthliving.ca. You can register or you can donate. If you can't make it there, we have a thing that if you donate $250 or you raise $250, you get a ballot to win $1,000 there that day. And so we hope that you would do that. And if you'd rather not go online, you can always call me, 519-966-0564. I'd love to help you out and get you all registered, and you'll have a great time, lots of prizes, and I really appreciate CAW 444, the St. Clair Student Representative Council, and of course, Penalty Box, because they gave us the biggest prizes for us. So you'll have lots of prizes. You'll come home with a gift, you'll come home with money, you'll come home with prizes.
Listen, all the very best, Judy, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you because we had such a great time with you last year, too.
Okay, all the very best.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Judy Robinette, Executive Director of A Life Worth Living and their big fundraising event. Folks, this is really a wonderful event, and if you have a chance, the Super Bowl will have been over because that's February 3rd. This is the following Sunday. We're in the doldrums. Come on out and support a really worthy organization for the work that they do for our visually impaired and sight lost people here in the Windsor-Essex community. So now, I don't know if you heard the announcement by the mayor as we were doing the interview. He's pulled all the councillors into the Walkerville room, although I see them coming back now for an in-camera meeting, and it has to do with a possible offer that they've received on the Grace Hospital site. But I see Councillor Magny's now back in, and in fact, I see Councillor Sleeman and Halberstadt. So it looks like we may be starting pretty close to on time. So listen, this is going to be one heck of a meeting tonight. The community really seems to be divided on the issue. For 53 years, we've had fluoride in our water. Should we continue? There's a huge contingent of people saying no. The dangers outweigh the benefits. You have our health unit saying yes. The mayor was on record saying he's opposed to it. County Council 2 weeks ago, if you saw the coverage, they weren't in favor of it. So batten down the hatches, sit back. You are going to learn a lot tonight because we have experts from the federal level, provincial level, experts on both sides of the issue, and it's going to be one heck of a debate. We'll see you after for Council Wrap.
Hi, I'm Eddie Francis. Be sure to tune in to Windsor City Council Monday nights, 6 p.m. on TV Kojiko HD.
come to the Lumberjack, special occasions, just when we have a chance to relax a little bit. It's one of the first places we think of. While the service is good, we really come for the food.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of City Council. Call the meeting to order. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof. Notice of proclamations, members of City Council, to bring to your attention Black History Month, February 1st through the 28th, 2013. I have a motion. It's been moved and supported. Moving to the committee of the whole. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Communications information packages 1 through 6 inclusive. On the communications package, Councilors Mara Halberstadt.
Thank you. I have a question on communication number 6. It's directly related to the hospital, not so much the demolition. And I wanted to ensure if there have been efforts to preserve the cornerstones that are on the building. I know that the Salvation Army community has an interest in them, and there might be an opportunity to do something with them, Mayor Francis, and I'm wondering if that's a possibility. If it is, then at a future meeting, I'll bring forward a resolution around an option that could be available to the city as it relates to Salvation Army and the hospital.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mara. Yes, staff has had some discussions, and we've asked that to be looked at if we can save those. So efforts will be made to see if we can do that without any additional cost of the project. So it looks pretty good for now.
Thank you.
Yes, on the number 5, the delegation of authority, I just had a question. I did talk to Ms. Riddell prior this afternoon, but I wanted to know the cost per hour of the consulting company that is evaluating the non-union male comparator positions. I understand there's about 3 of them at $9,600, so plus tax. So I can leave that. I don't know. She might have to get back to me on that, but that was the question.
I do, Councillor. I'll let you know when I respond to some of the other issues you had. I'll advise you of the hourly rate.
Thank you, Worship. Again, on item number 6, which is the demolition of the Gray site, and that's strictly the questions with respect to the timelines. I know we had set some timelines, 100 days or whatever it might be. When can we expect that, or what are those timelines exactly going to be then, should this move forward?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, tentatively we got scheduled for Wednesday a pre-construction meeting, but after we give them notice of award, they have 2 weeks to begin. So I'd suggest after tonight they'll be on site within less than 2 weeks.
And we will expect that it'll be done within the 4 months?
Yes, they have a certain amount of working days. So if they don't meet those working days without proper reasons, then there's a penalty clause. So yes, we'll make sure that they do that unless there's some unexpected things that come up.
So in a best case scenario, then what are we looking at in terms of that site being cleaned?
I'd say approximately 4 months. And hopefully things will go better if, the building comes down easier, but until you start getting into it and seeing if there's any surprises, we won't know till it gets, but they've got a certain amount of working days, and we'll see how it goes when they get into it after they start. They've got a bit of work to do on remediation as far as asbestos and other substances. So that's got to be done first before you see any massive wrecking out there.
On communications. Motion. Moved and supported. All in favor? Carries. On the consent agenda, members of City Council, the only thing is the attached with regards to the Memorial Cup. I did meet with the Spitfires last week. I anticipate that there will be a future report coming, because I think they've asked us to play a role over and above what you find in front of you. What you find in front of you is just a letter of support that needs to be written, covering off some of the obligations and the agreements that we have with them that are technical in nature. But any questions on that? Motion on the consent agenda, moved and supported. All in favor? Carries. Any requests for deferrals, referrals, or withdrawals? There are no requests for referrals, deferrals, or withdrawals from anyone on council, anyone in the audience? Okay, Members of City Council brings us to the presentation stage of the evening. As you note, I will require a motion to hear all 27 delegates. It's been moved and supported, all in favor, and that carries. To members of council and to the delegates presenting this evening. It is a very long agenda with a number of delegates that want to speak. On behalf of council, I want to recognize both sides of this issue for supplying us with a significant level of information over the past several months, and there's been significant level of discussion in the community. So please, I would ask you not to regurgitate what you've already supplied us in writing. This is your opportunity to try to get through to the questions and to get to the debate, is to add to whatever you may have supplied. And if you could be very conscious of the fact that if a speaker prior to you has added or touched upon a point, perhaps you can add something of greater value as opposed to just repeating simply what 26 or 27 delegates prior to you have repeated, because it doesn't add to the quality of the discussion or debate. I think that's what we'd like to get into, and with your support, we'd get there. Members of council, the same to you, please. I would ask for your support to get through tonight's agenda. I know you've been supplied and you have enough information on both sides of this issue, and that most of you will use tonight to make your decisions. But I would ask you as well to be very cognizant of the time and the debate and the quality of the debate, and not to repeat questions that have already been asked, or not to repeat questions for the sake of getting an answer that's already factually out there through the debate or through the public domain. By doing that, we should get out hopefully by the end of this week and have a decision made. It's good that you guys still have a sense of humor. Committee report number 45, the Environment and Transportation Standing Committee, Windsor Utilities Commission, entitled Fluoridation of the City of Windsor Water Supply. Mr. Lodarski, Mr. Stewart are here available for questions, and we'll come to them to question should they have it. The next delegate is Aisha Drouillard. Now, here's the other thing. If you belong to an organization or if you belong to an agency and there are many representations from the agency, I'm going to ask you to come together and try to share your time as best as possible. So for Fluoride-Free Windsor, and I'm going to apply this fairly and try to be fair across the board. So, Fluoride-Free Windsor, we have 3 delegates, Aisha Drouillard, Donna Main, and Kimberly DeYoung. Will the 3 of you please come forward and address members of City Council? Good evening and welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay, just let me know when to start.
It's all yours. Go right ahead. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to defend our right to safe, non-medicated water. As a mother of 2 young children, I'm very careful about my consumer choices, but I don't have a choice when it comes to the fluoride content of our drinking water. The substance used for artificial water fluoridation is called hydrofluorosilicic acid. It's added to our water allegedly to prevent tooth decay. It's not a naturally occurring form of fluoride, like calcium fluoride, nor is it the pharmaceutical grade used in your dentist's office. You can hold fluoride that's found in nature in your hand, like this calcium fluoride, but if a hydrofluorosilicic acid transportation spill occurred, the recommended cleanup protective equipment would likely include a hazmat suit. It's the only chemical added to our water for the purpose of mass medication. It cannot be removed from the water by boiling it, as this only concentrates the levels further. It's not a nutrient, and it does not clean or purify the water, like chlorine. It's also absorbed through the skin and inhaled when we bathe or shower. It's unavoidable. We drink less than 2% of the fluoridated water, and the other 98% literally goes down the drain when we do things like laundry or wash the dishes. The truth, confirmed by the Windsor Utilities Commission, is that hydrofluorosilicic acid is a byproduct of the fertilizer industry. At one time, the phosphate fertilizer industry allowed toxic fluoride gases to escape out of their smokestacks, but the resulting damage to surrounding crops and livestock led to the passing of environmental laws requiring wet scrubbers to capture these toxic gases. The result is a slurry called hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is classified as a hazardous waste and is illegal to dump anywhere in the environment. Hydrofluorosilicic acid comes with co-contaminants of arsenic, lead, mercury, and more. You can see in these NSF certificates of analysis from Winnipeg, Toronto, and London, they all contain arsenic along with other impurities. The amounts of these contaminants vary within each batch. Clearly, dilution is the solution to this industry's pollution, and our children's kidneys are the filter. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act classifies hydrofluorosilicic acid as a bioaccumulative, persistent toxin because it builds up in our bodies and environment. Proponents claim that medicating our water with hydrofluorosilicic acid is cost-effective. This is because industry saves money by not having to neutralize their hazardous waste. Instead, they sell it to municipalities. It would cost them a lot of money to dispose of it properly. Excessive ingestion of fluoride during early childhood can damage tooth-forming cells, leading to a defect in the enamel known as dental fluorosis. This disease is not just a cosmetic problem, but a window to the bones. Dental fluorosis is a visible sign of fluoride poisoning. Like bones, a child's teeth are alive and growing. Fluorosis is a result of fluoride rearranging the crystalline structure of a tooth's enamel as it's still growing. It's evidence of fluoride's potency and ability to cause physiologic changes within the body and raises concerns about similar damage that might be occurring in the bones. Understandably, it can also have psychological effects such as self-consciousness and self-esteem issues. Fluoride is also associated with skeletal fluorosis, arthritis, bone fractures in children, hip fractures in the elderly. It's been widely known for decades that fluoride reduces thyroid function. Fluoride impacts the brain. It's been linked to Alzheimer's, bone cancer, as well as bladder cancer. It damages genes, chromosomes, the list goes on and on. We're not against the topical use of pharmaceutical-grade fluoride treatments at the dentist's office. We just don't want to drink hydrofluorosilicic acid. Even at the dentist, you have to spit it out, and you have a choice. Dentists are experts of teeth and matters of the oral cavity. They're not educated about the effects of hydrofluorosilicic acid on the rest of the body or the environment. The Center for Disease Control conceded that the method by which fluoride works is topical, when applied to the surface of the teeth, not by ingesting it. The World Health Organization statistics prove that many countries, including nearly all of Europe, have successfully dealt with dental decay without forcing an unregulated, unapproved drug on everyone who drinks water. Health officials who promote fluoridation of municipal drinking water and claim that it's safe and effective are not toxicology experts. They're only experts of the policies that endorse fluoridation. These policies are based on the science of long ago, instituted when arsenic and asbestos and lead were considered harmless. Currently, less than 6% of the Earth's population fluoridates their water, and this small fraction is diminishing as more and more communities realize the fact that the products used for fluoridation have never been tested for safety on humans or the environment. This issue affects so much more than our teeth. It affects our basic human rights and the overall well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. To Donna and Kimberly.
I don't. I just have my mic. Good evening. Our city council was well-intentioned when they began to artificially fluoridate our water, but they were not well-informed. Even before the practice of fluoridation, scientists knew overexposure to fluorides not only caused fluorosis, but also disrupted thyroid function. From the 30s to the 50s, fluoride was used to treat overactive thyroid disease. A medicine called fluorotyrosine was developed, but later stopped because it resulted in many patients suffering from total thyroid failure. It was then renamed Pardenon, and then, incredibly, it was marketed as a pesticide. Today, we are exposed to numerous fluoride-based pesticide and fumigant residues, along with other natural and man-made fluorides originating from a variety of sources. I've listed several for you, which include coal burning, nuclear power plants, incinerators, wood preserves, Scotch Guard, refrigerants, fluorinated pharmaceuticals, teas, especially instant tea powder, and other commercially processed foods. Simply bathing in fluoridated water contributes to exposure levels. And let's not forget dental products, which have clear warning labels not to swallow. Studies conducted in the 50s show that fluoride, the dose capable of reducing thyroid function, falls within the range of what fluoridated communities are now estimated to receive on a regular basis. There is no such thing as being fluoride deficient. According to the World Health Organization, fluoride is not considered an essential mineral. The recommended dose for infants, according to the Canadian Pediatric Society, is 0. That's for infants under 6 months of age. Even the Ontario Ministry of Health has a study that states in Canada, actual intakes are larger than recommended intakes for formula-fed infants and those living in fluoridated communities. Nature designed a mother's body to filter fluoride from her breast milk. I have provided a graph that compares fluoride levels from breast milk with local water sources. Please note that the fluoride level in the Detroit River is now exceeding the Species at Risk Act. The Canadian Pediatric Society also states fluoride prevents caries mainly by its topical effect. They also state ingested fluoride, on the other hand, has little effect on caries, but contributes significantly to the development of fluorosis. That comes from someone who's an organization supporting fluoride. According to both the CDC and the Canadian Health Measures Survey, more than 40% of the U.S. and Canadian adolescents have dental fluorosis. This represents a 400% increase from rates found 60 years ago. Meanwhile, the drug Synthroid used to treat underactive thyroid disease is now one of the top 5 prescribed drugs in the U.S. Increasing rates of fluorosis and thyroid illness can both be attributed to fluoride overexposure. Wouldn't stopping fluoridation be the easiest and most sensible way to prevent overexposure? The World Health Organization also states where a population has a high level of dental awareness and uses toothpaste, there is no need to supply fluoridated water. They also state in the assessment of the safety of a water supply with respect to fluoride concentration, total daily fluoride intake by the individual must be considered. But our public health officials have never assessed this community. They have never taken blood or urine samples to determine what our fluoride exposures are. Fluoridation promoters do not dispute that fluorides are bioaccumulative toxins, and they don't dispute that they come from a multitude of sources. So then how can they claim fluoridation is safe at recommended levels? How do you even begin to recommend any level of a bioaccumulative toxin? Several members of my family have compromised endocrine systems. How do we avoid fluoride when we're forced to drink, bathe, and cook in it? I've also included graphics in this presentation. I know I don't have time to present, but I hope you look at them. They are maps of Northern Ireland that show cancer rates compared to the Republic of Ireland, which is fluoridated, and you'll be astonished at the difference. And I've also included maps of the CDC showing that more fluoride does not mean better oral health. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly?
Yep, Dion, yep. I just hit this. Enter. Thank you. My interest in water fluoridation began because my daughter, despite drinking fluoridated water, had 7 cavities by the time she was 5, with surgery recommended to remove 4 of them. I learned that her cavities were most likely a result of her diet, so I'm very pleased to see that the WUC recommendation includes directing money saved to nutritional education. Our community needs this, and I wish I'd known then the importance of diet when we're talking about dental health. Health Canada says we should monitor our total fluoride exposure and that water fluoridation at optimal levels is unlikely to cause health harm. As a parent, I'm not reassured by this endorsement. When fluoride is in our drinking, cooking, and bathing water, how do we determine our children's total fluoride exposure to know it's within this unlikely to cause harm limit? The Wickerman report mentions a study that found possible adverse effects on children's intelligence at levels greater than 1. This is concerning because although WUC fluoridates to a level of 0.6 today, customers were medicated with a level of 1.2 for several decades. Can we really trust this latest supposed optimal level, considering the history of levels we've been told were optimal before? We know that health harm occurs from ingesting fluoride. Only up for debate is how much you can ingest before the harm becomes evident. A safe dose will depend on the amount of water, the other fluoride exposures, your diet, your weight, and your kidney health. Without knowing this about us as individuals, how can we be assured that any additional fluoride is safe? Healthy kidneys can only excrete 50% of the fluoride ingested, and the rest accumulates in our bodies over time. Children's kidneys don't even fully develop till they're 4. Those with low income are at greater risk for harm because they are more often nutritionally deficient. Water fluoridation is unfair to the disadvantaged that can't afford bottled water or expensive filter systems. Dental benefits and provincially funded programs provide fluoride treatments and fillings, but neither covers the costly repair for dental fluorosis. WUC administration has advised that toxicological safety studies have not been done. This means that the endorsement that fluoridation is safe at any level is unproven. Fluoridation promoters claim that these safety studies are not necessary because the chemical dissociates. According to the WUC admin report, this dissociation depends on the pH, the fluoride concentration, and the temperature. What this tells us is that dissociation likely occurs at the water treatment plant, but the only relevant condition to me is in the stomachs of my children. Can the fluoridation promoters provide evidence that this chemical doesn't reform at the tap or when I'm making orange juice or when it's ingested? This is why the toxicological safety studies are required. And in recognizing this oversight, several cities have recently asked Health Canada to do the proper safety studies. After 60 years, Health Canada has failed to clinically demonstrate safety of a product they endorse. Some will say, I've been drinking fluoridated water for years and I'm fine. But these individuals often don't know the signs of fluoride toxicity, and this kind of mentality is about as useful for determining safety as someone saying, I smoked when I was pregnant and my kids are fine. Last October, Harvard researchers published a meta-analysis of studies linking fluoride to impaired IQ. They did not say that water fluoridation lowers children's IQ. What they did say is it may, but we don't know, that more research is needed, and that fluoride fits in with lead and mercury that cause chemical brain drain. Can we see the value in these missing toxicological safety studies yet? Is the unknown risk to our children's brains worth it? What are we getting for taking the gamble of swallowing silicofluorides every day? At the WUC meeting, promoters claimed that statistics from Grey Bruce and Muskoka Simcoe proves fluoridation is effective. See for yourself. Grey Bruce statistics show that by the age of 13, children in this non-fluoridated community had less dental decay than the Ontario average. Fluoridation promoters told Aurelia counselors they had significantly more decay than nearby fluoridated communities. The nearly 50% more decay turned out to be less than 1 cavity more in real numbers. So it's no surprise Aurelia Council rejected fluoridation. Still, another chart shows that non-fluoridated Niagara region has better dental health than nearly all the fluoridated communities in Ontario. What are they doing smarter? I'm not displaying a picture of my daughter's decayed teeth claiming that fluoridation doesn't work, because policy shouldn't be determined by anecdote. Instead, I offer scientific studies and public health's own non-variable controlled statistics to prove that fluoridation is unnecessary. Why would we continue exposing our children to the risks of fluoridation? Why would we waste taxpayer money buying hazardous waste chemicals? Why would we put our water systems workers at a greater risk from handling this chemical when there is no significant benefit to do so? I'm tired of individuals with the means to protect their family from silicofluoride telling me mine benefit from it with no clinical evidence to its safety or effectiveness. Windsor Utilities Commission has a mandate to supply safe water. I thank the board members and the WUC administration for staying true to that mandate and for recommending an end to water fluoridation. I hope councillors will respect this recommendation and put Windsor in the company of the rest.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Hyman, Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Gary Kirk, Associate Medical Officer of Health, and Acting CEO of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. Good evening and welcome.
Ready? Okay, good. Your Worship, Member of Council, thank you for the opportunity to present information in support of continuing community water fluoridation in Windsor. Fluoridation in Windsor is not a new subject. For over 50 years, Windsor has provided this dental supplement to the residents of Windsor. No adverse effects locally have been identified, as colleagues following me will attest. Fluoridation has a longer safety record than the majority of prescription medication used today. Dental decay in Windsor, Essex is a significant problem to both individuals and public agencies. The health unit spends over $2 million a year on dental programs for low-income children in Windsor, Essex. Of 20,000 children who were screened in 2012, 12% identified urgent dental needs. Community water fluoridation has been significantly studied in the past. In the past 15 years, at least 18 scientific reviews have found community water fluoridation to be safe and effective. This is the general consensus of the scientific community. For example, 3 of the studies which I note on the slide, one which has been previously referred to, indicate that there is no effect of fluoridation on either intelligence, bone cancer, or bone health. These are recent studies done in the last 2 years. With regards to fluoride for infants, the organizations listed on the slide indicate that fluoride is safe for infants. The Canadian Pediatric Society supports community water fluoridation. Fluoride is a natural ion, regardless of the source. A recent review by the Ministry of Environment indicating fluoride data from 1986 to 2007 has shown no increase in the levels of fluoride in source water for 192 drinking water systems in the province of Ontario. The application of fluoride must meet all of the appropriate safety standards in Windsor utilities, in the City of Windsor's municipal drinking water license. Hydrofluorosilicylic acid is a chemical which is produced under the most stringent circumstances. It is not a secondary source. It is a chemical which is produced specifically for community water fluoridation. The Canadian Institute of Health Research has indicated that fluoridation is effective. According to their information, it is necessary to treat only 6 children for 1 additional child to be caries-free. In comparison, this intervention is at least twice as effective as treating severe hypertension and over 100 times as effective as simple hypertension.
Community water fluoridation is economical. It costs between $125,000 and $150,000 a year to fluoridate the city's water supply for a year. 3 roughly equivalent options, from mailing out toothpaste and toothbrushes to the entire population of Windsor-Essex County, to topical fluoride treatments for the at-risk population, both by the health unit or community dental professionals, would cost between $2.8 and $11.6 million annually. We don't take the ethics of water fluoridation lightly, and neither does the Public Health Ethics Committee of the National Public Health Institute of Quebec. In March 2012, they came to the conclusion that the benefits of fluoridation outweigh its potential negative impacts on health and the environment, and that such benefits justify impinging on the freedom of choice of people who do not wish to have their water fluoridated. Another measure of ethics is equitability. That is the opportunity that the benefit may be realized by many in the community. Community water fluoridation is certainly equitable, benefiting all who choose to drink that water. It does this without regard to a person's socioeconomic status or dental care access. This is important especially for the city's poor and its immigrants, who are much less likely to have dental insurance than others. We heartily recommend that the City of Windsor continue community water fluoridation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Richard St. Dennis, Great Lakes United, CAW Local 444. Doug Hayes, Council of Canadians, Windsor-Essex Chapter. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Richard St. Dennis, and I speak to you tonight on behalf of CAW Local 444's Environment Committee, as well as a member of the Board of Directors for Great Lakes United. as the Lake Erie Region Director. My board has passed a resolution at an annual general meeting in support of the elimination of fluoride from drinking water. This action is being considered by many municipalities across the Great Lakes Basin. Actually, there are over 60 communities in the last 3 years that have adopted fluoride-free water supply. 97% of Europe, most of Quebec, British Columbia, they do not fluorinate their water. Tecumseh councillors voted to recommend the City of Windsor cease putting fluoride in the drinking water. That was on March 13th of last year. Lakeshore and Amherstburg recently stopped adding fluoride, while Kingsville and Leamington never have. The issue of removing fluoridation from our drinking water is very important for several reasons. The Environmental Protection Agency in the U.S. and Environment Canada both state chemicals used in artificial fluoridation are hazardous wastes which may not be put directly into our lakes, rivers, or oceans. These toxic substances are addressed in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act under first priority substances proposed for elimination. Fluoride is not removed from sewage and remains in the discharge by treatment plants into rivers and lakes. This endangers some species that live in the water and also violates the Species at Risk Act. Page 22 of the annual Canadian EPA report says, quote, "Fluoride in our water remains a concern in Canada due to toxicity, persistence, and potential for biomagnification. While the actual source cannot be accurately determined, it likely enters our Great Lakes from wastewater treatment plant effluents." It goes on to say on page 26, wastewater discharges into the aquatic environment affect the quality and functioning of ecosystems by creating toxic stress, which affects the health of the animal population. In January of 2012, the New England Journal of Medicine said fluoride has never been tested for safety on human consumption, according to 8 doctor peer-review papers. I would like someone to produce a study that actually shows it is safe. They can't because it's not without risk. The National Kidney Foundation updated their position for the first time since 1981, saying individuals with chronic kidney disease should be notified of the potential risk of fluoride exposure. And when I'm finished, I would like administration to answer the question, does Windsor do that? The International Chiropractic Association opposes mass water fluoridation, considering it possibly harmful and deprivation of the rights of citizens to be free from unwelcome mass medication. Dr. Hardy Linebeck, Associate Professor and Head of Preventive Dentistry at the University of Toronto, is officially opposed to adding fluoride to drinking water. Now let's be clear, he's not opposed to fluoride, just the delivery in drinking water. He said, quote, "There is no doubt in my mind that water fluoridation has next to no benefit in terms of reducing tooth decay." The Center for Disease Control acknowledges fluoride benefits are mainly topical, not systemic, saying, quote, "It makes more sense to deliver fluoride directly to the tooth in the form of toothpaste." On your tube of toothpaste at home, under the directions, it says, "Do not swallow." I contacted the manufacturer to find out why, and their answer was this: the fluoride in toothpaste is designed to be applied to your teeth only. Fluoride should not be swallowed because of the potential for negative effects to your health. That's from the toothpaste manufacturer. If small children ingest toothpaste, advice is to call poison control. The fluoride in toothpaste is actually a safer version of the product. Toothpaste has only about half the fluoride that we add to our water. The February 2012 issue of the Community Dentistry and Oral Epidemiology Report said that cavities do not increase when a community stops fluoridation of its water. The Canadian Dental Association said dental fluorosis is caused when higher than optimal amounts of fluoride are ingested in early years. They say only about 4% of children are affected by dental fluorosis. That means if you use their figure, every school in the City of Windsor has one entire classroom full of students at risk. Do you want your child in that classroom? Several groups and organizations have concluded that fluoride in water is not effective in preventing cavities, as some might think. These groups record their official opposition in the U.S. National Research Council review. Dr. Paul Connett from Binghamton, New York, is a professor of chemistry and has studied the issue for 16 years, including writing a book on the topic. He said the fact that fluoride works topically probably explains why.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. And members of the audience, I know that you've been hearing the presentations. If you can try to steer away from repeating facts, we'd appreciate it. Doug Hayes, Council of Canadians.
Yes, I'm the chair of the Windsor-Essex chapter of the Council of Canadians. In October of 2006, Maud Barlow, a national chair, was appointed Senior Advisor on Water to the 63rd President of the United Nations General Assembly, Miguel Decato Bachmann. In that capacity, she took on the task of looking into the availability of clean drinking water and sanitation to people around the world. Her work on this issue culminated in a great victory, the adoption of an historic resolution recognizing the human right to safe and clean drinking water and sanitation as essential for the full enjoyment of the right to life. 2 months later, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a second resolution affirming that water and sanitation are human rights, adding that the human right to safe drinking water and sanitation is derived from the right to an adequate standard of living and is inextricably related to the right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, as well as the right to life and human dignity. Together, the two resolutions represent an extraordinary breakthrough in the international struggle for the right to safe, clean drinking water and sanitation, and a crucial milestone in the fight for water justice. Along with the right to clean water and sanitation, we are also concerned with the protection of our Great Lakes and rivers, the source of this water. To that end, we launched a campaign, Great Lakes Need Great Friends, to work toward the rehabilitation of our lakes and rivers and have them declared a commons, that is, owned by everyone. As you all know by now, the chemical hydrofluorosilicic acid is a toxic waste product from the fertilizer industry, and that this is what is added to our drinking water. This chemical cannot be disposed of in our lakes and streams, and it would be very costly to dispose of it properly. Yet about 90% is passed through the water system and ends up in the environment anyway. The other 10% enters our bodies, where some of it is absorbed and some filtered out by our kidneys. And so the Council of Canadians is concerned about chemicals added to drinking water that do not contribute to the process of making it clean, and most of which ends up in the environment. We've passed a resolution to help communities end artificial water fluoridation. As the adding of hydrofluorosilicic acid to our drinking water is for the purpose of mass medication without informed consent and without proof that doing so is safe for us and aquatic species and will not cause any adverse side effects to some of the intended recipients, we ask the City of Windsor to consider passing a resolution similar to ours to end the practice. Whereas the effectiveness of water fluoridation on dental health has not been proven, and new reports from the York Review, British Dental Journal, and the Medical Research Council in England demonstrate the ineffectiveness of adding fluoride to drinking water, and whereas fluoride may be harmful for some people, including diabetics, people with kidney disease, babies, and children. And whereas a medication without a doctor's prescription is being given to an entire population, each member of which has not given his or her consent, and each member's need for which has not been identified. And whereas water purification plants do not remove fluoride and the fluoride contained in drinking water is released into our waterways. And whereas fluoride is toxic and bioaccumulative and we do not know the consequences of it on plants and wildlife. And whereas fluoridated water is not a necessary measure for those who brush their teeth regularly, there are much more effective and less costly methods for people who need it, such as education in schools and the distribution of toothbrushes. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Windsor will not fluoridate its drinking water. And in closing, I am aware that the good oral health leads to good medical health, and we would ask the dental and health professionals that if they are concerned that people are not able to afford dental care, they would lobby our politicians to institute universal dental care so that every Canadian need not worry about the cost of care. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Arthur Worth, the President of the Ontario Dental Association. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
My name is Dr. Art Worth, and I am here as president of the Ontario Dental Association. I have come here today not from Toronto, but directly from my office just outside a town you may be familiar with, Chatham, Ontario. I'm also here as a dentist to share with you what I've learned in my more than 30 years of practice in southwestern Ontario, and what I see every day in my dental office. As the experts in oral health care, dentists take their job of educating the public about oral health care very seriously, including the benefits and safety of optimally fluoridated water. Our knowledge on the issue comes from two sources. The first source includes experts and authorities in the field of dentistry, health, medicine, and science, such as Health Canada, the Canadian and American Dental Associations, the World Health Organization, and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, along with more than 90 other esteemed organizations around the globe that have been unequivocal about the benefits and safety of water fluoridation in the optimal amounts. The other source is our own experience as dentists, which comes from our education, our training, and in the treatment of our patients. The common argument against fluoridation is that since fluoride is available from other sources, we don't need it in our drinking water. Fluoride in drinking water provides some protection from tooth decay to all members of a community who consume it. It does not matter what your age is, your education, or socioeconomic status. It doesn't care if you're able-bodied or living in a long-term care facility. Community water fluoridation helps prevent tooth decay primarily by providing teeth with frequent contact at very low levels of fluoride throughout each day and throughout life. In fact, it is equivalent to 1 drop in a bathtub full of water, very diluted. Even today, with other available sources of fluoride, studies have shown that water fluoridation reduces tooth decay by about 25% in a person's lifetime. In my 30 years as a dentist, I can attest to this. I have seen the significant impact of drinking water without fluoride and what it does to oral health. I've treated patients from both fluoridated and non-fluoridated areas, and I've seen the difference. People residing in non-fluoridated areas like Leamington and Kingsville tend to have more fillings and their teeth are softer. In my practice, I also treat people from all walks of life, people with disabilities, children, veterans, and seniors on fixed incomes. These are populations that are most vulnerable to dental decay and the ones that will most benefit from water fluoridation. In 2008, the ODA issued a special report on tooth decay in children. The report was a direct result of an International Association of Dental Research conference held in Toronto in 2008. The conference featured international experts and high-profile oral health care stakeholders who focused on best practices aimed at the prevention of tooth decay, especially in children in the high-risk category. It is recognized that childhood dental disease is the second most common disease in children next to the common cold and is the leading cause of absenteeism in schools. One of the panel's recommendations was that community water fluoridation is an important public health policy that should be adopted in municipalities throughout the province as a cost-effective preventative strategy that will provide protective measures in Ontarians regardless of their economic position. I believe it is timely that Dr. Arlene King, Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, released a report in April of last year entitled Oral Health, More Than Just Cavities. In Dr. King's report, her first recommendation is aimed at trying to ensure that all Ontarians have access to optimally fluoridated drinking water. Dr. King's report echoes the arguments I've just made. She also warns that anti-fluoridation advocacy efforts targeting municipalities are undermining Ontario's admirable record of providing a large proportion of the population with optimally fluoridated drinking water. They're also costly in terms of time and resources for committees, councils, and medical officers of health, associate medical officers of health, and public health units, and their dental staff and dental professionals. I, too, am stymied why water fluoridation has become such an issue of contention, but having such a significant endorsement from our own medical officer of health should be enough to put this ongoing debate over water community fluoridation to rest. Let me speak frankly. I've attended many of these meetings regarding community water fluoridation, and I've always been struck by the fact that no one has ever asked the quintessential question. What vested interest do dentists, oral health physicians?
Doctor, sorry, unless somebody can provide you their time, your 5 minutes is up, and I have to be fair to everybody else. So, thank you. Dr. Charles Frank, and I'm sure
Frank will relinquish his time for me.
Okay. Frank, you're going to relinquish your time? Okay, we'll start the next 5 minutes.
The fact is that no one has ever asked the quintessential question: what vested interests do dentists, oral health care physicians, and the profession of dentistry have in seeing the continued use of water fluoridation? The fact of the matter is none. There are no hidden agendas here, no ulterior motives. Some have said that dentists stand to make more money if fluoride is removed, and that it will be good for business. And that may very well be true. More people will come to us for fluoride treatments, or they will have more decay and cavities for us to restore. That too may be true as well. But that is not what we want. We are doctors, and we care about the health of the people in our community, and I would implore you to do the same. I would rather have a community full of people with good oral health than a waiting room full of people in pain because of tooth decay. Don't get me wrong, water fluoridation is not a magic wand that will make all tooth decay disappear, but it does give everyone, the elderly, the disabled, the economically disadvantaged, the unemployed, and families without dental benefits a fighting chance. In closing, I stand behind the abundance of research and the Ontario Medical Officers of Health's support of the safety and efficacy of optimally fluoridated water. Let us not be swayed here today by fear-mongering, but let us rely upon the evidence, the science, the results, and the safety. And 60 years of history that has clearly demonstrated that when supplied in optimal and appropriate amounts, fluoridation of water is safe and effective as a public health measure. And more importantly, I stand behind my own experiences and conviction as a doctor when I ask you, on behalf of the oral health of the residents of Windsor and the surrounding areas, to do the right thing, please. Keep fluoride in the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. You have 3 minutes left. Good evening and welcome.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Which button? This one? Okay. All right. Fluoride in Ontario started in 1945. Researchers noticed that people living in Stratford had fewer cavities than those living in other communities. After investigation, they found that Stratford had a higher amount of fluoride naturally occurring in the water, so they did a study. Two other communities, Sarnia and Brantford, did not have an appreciable amount of fluoride in the water and similar rates of dental decay. They measured the decay rates in all three communities. They added fluoride to the water supply in Brantford, but not in Sarnia. So you can see Sarnia and Brantford are the two left-hand blue columns, about equal amounts of decay. Stratford on the right, significantly less decay. Over the years, they found that the decay rate dropped by 50% in Brantford, approaching the rate found in Stratford. And in Sarnia, there was no change. In fact, any community that has added fluoride to its drinking water can expect a 20 to 50% drop in their decay rates. Conversely, those communities which have removed fluoride, such as Dorval, Quebec, and Antigua, Wisconsin, had seen a doubling of the rates of decay over the years. In fact, shortly after they realized this fact, they put the fluoride back in. Let's talk about the cost. It costs about 50 cents per person per year on the average to put the fluoride in the water. The average dental restoration could cost up to $300 not to mention the time taken from work or school to visit the dentist to have the work done. As Dr. Arlene King, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, has said, in other words, the entire lifetime cost per person to fluoridate the water is less than the cost of a single dental restoration. Let's talk about Susie from the county. This little girl showed up at my office. We had a camera take a few photos, which I'm not showing today there. She's not the worst case I've seen from the county, just typical. I want to illustrate again that I could have cherry-picked the worst case if I took the typical case that I see. Because of the nature of my practice, I tend to see quite a few patients that are medical, physically, and out of the county, I think other natures, compromised patients. When she came to my office, she was a happy kid, smiling and trusting, but she had extensive decay, more than you expect in a 5-year-old. The reason why she was referred to my office was due to the quantity of severe decay present at her young age. She required hospitalization in the OR under general anesthesia for her treatment, and due to the limited amount of OR time available, she had to wait 3 to 4 months to be seen. Now, I want to briefly mention, coming from the county, recently we received the DMFT scores, which refer to the decayed, missing, and filled teeth out of the county. A number of 20% more children have decay in the county than they do in the city, and 23.7% there's a greater incident of the actual decay itself. So there is, from the numbers from the health unit, a higher rate of decay and children affected in the county than there is here in the city. When she was seen in the OR, her mother advised me that the child had to be taken to the emergency room in the middle of the night because of one of her teeth had abscess. In the discussion of costs, I did not mention the price of additional hospital time both in the ER and the OR. To top things off, I expect to see her a year later with more severe decay. When someone says they don't want fluoride in the water, this is the result we will see with children and other vulnerable members of society, the elderly, mentally and physically challenged. There's no doubt that fluoride is both effective and economical. This is a slide from the city of Hamilton, which still continues to fluoridate its water. The table answers the question, how much fluoride in the water do you need to cause some harm? To get even mild fluoride...
See what happens when you give up your time? Doctor, I'll give you one more minute, but I'll give him one more minute.
Under 8 years of age, we need to consume at 2 parts per million, 3 times the recommended level, 17 glasses of water per day for a prolonged period of time. Drinking that much water alone could cause severe health problems. Okay. Quadruple the well, you can see from the chart there, basically you'd have to do 10 times the amount of recommended level to drink 67 glasses a day to get scalp fluorosis. And to conclude, as a dentist caring for patients in the area for almost 30 years, I am extremely concerned for the well-being of the community. Water fluoridation helps prevent tooth decay. It's just that simple. Community water fluoridation is both, in the right amount, both safe and effective. Fluoridation of municipal drinking water is a cost-effective and economical means of preventing dental caries for everyone, regardless of age or social and economic status. In over 60 years of community water fluoridation, no harm to the health of the residents or the environment has ever been noted. Community water fluoridation has caused no harm, but lack of it does. Thank you.
Thank you. To all the members of the audience, it took a minute to set up the computer, so let's be fair here, right? Dr. Mark Dreklek, President of the Essex County Dental Society, and then I'll go to Tia Tautant. Let me just wrap up with the Essex County. I take it you're not part of the Essex County Dental Society, Tia, or are you? No? So let me just wrap up with that group, then I'll go right to you, okay? Thank you. It's just they're all using the same computer, so.
Then Charles. I'm here to represent the Essex County Dental Society, and I'm a practicing Windsor dentist and taxpayer. While my members realize that we will financially benefit should you choose to eliminate fluoride from our water supply, as health professionals, we must support its use in the interest of public well-being. We have seen firsthand the increase in decay rates that people have turned to bottled water. We have seen the difference in decay rates between our city and county patients. We will not be surprised at all when new studies reveal a dramatic difference in the decay rates between fluoridated and non-fluoridated communities. 60 years ago, there was not a donut shop on every corner. There were no high-sugar energy drinks. Acidic sport drinks like Gatorade were not available, and soda was relatively expensive as compared to today. Our aging population is now keeping their teeth, many with exposed roots that are prone to decay. Medications in failing health cause xerostoma, which is dry mouth. This condition also increases decay. There is never a greater need for the protection that fluoride offers than there is today. Eliminating fluoride will directly affect our most vulnerable, the young, the old, the mentally challenged, and the poor. As practicing dentists, we have all seen children with rampant decay and or abscessed teeth that are too young or afraid to sit in our dental chairs. They wait 2 to 3 months to be seen by a child specialist, and then they wait about 4 months if they need hospital care, sedation. So we are seeing small children walking around with abscessed teeth for half a year. Increasing the amount of children needing treatment can only lengthen that waiting time. This is simply unacceptable. Can you live with that? I can't. Should you cease water fluoridation, expect to see an increase in emergency room and clinic visits. Costs to the emergency dental programs and city employee dental benefits will also rise. Dental infections have been linked to cardiovascular disease, poor sugar control, and even low birth weight babies. Can we afford to increase our healthcare costs? I know a lot of these are provincial costs, but ultimately your residents have to pay the bills. The cost of adding fluoride to our water is extremely low, and they say that for every dollar we spend, saves $38 in oral health care. It does not factor in the savings in other health care. By the end of this evening, you may feel a little overwhelmed by the vastly differing opinions on the science behind water fluoridation. The truth may be harder for you to pinpoint than the West End hum. This is why I implore you to defer to your local and provincial health officials. Our opponents lack credible science, so they will repeatedly misstate that we have no evidence. It doesn't matter how exhaustive a list we present. Our health minister, Dr. Arlene King, cites 73 relevant scientific references in her report alone. They attack us personally, sensationalize, and rely on emotion and fear-mongering rather than fact. Most chemical reactions have a byproduct, which is a product that does not fetch good returns on the open market. If fluoride were more expensive, it would be called the product. We are lucky that it's not. Despite what is being put forward, hydrofluorosilicic acid dissolves immediately in water, dispersing into fluoride ions. These are the exact same ions found in any natural water. There's no Frankenstein molecules here. The patients we see with clinical fluorosis tend to be from areas ingesting well water. We do have kids with fluorosis from swallowing toothpaste because that is a much higher level than what we are drinking. However, these cases cannot usually be seen by the naked eye. To suggest that IQ can be affected by controlled water fluoridation is ludicrous when the study quoted uses a control group, listen carefully, that's the normal group, that receives fluoride levels that are approximate to what we put in our water now. We are told that a contaminated product from some mysterious smokestack is being dumped in our water supply. These are simply ridiculous statements with no basis in reality. They're thrown at the wall in the hope that something will stick. What stinks here is that these types of inflammatory statements curtail any hope of healthy, intelligent debate. Do not be the council that is remembered for making a health decision against the advice of your health advisors. You alone decision.
Thank you, Doctor. Tia, good evening and welcome.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilor members, for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Safe Drinking Water. My name is Tia Marie Toutant, and I'm here tonight to make a case for safe water as a parent of a child damaged by ingested fluoride. 4 years ago, when I took my then 3-year-old son to his very first dental appointment, I learned that he had dental fluorosis. When I asked our dentist what that was, he told me it was a condition due to an overexposure to fluoride. Well, now I'm perplexed. How does my child get overexposed to fluoride at 3 years old? As a parent, I had questions that I needed answers to. Well, I was stunned to learn that Windsor does fluoridate their water supply. I also learned that there is trace amounts of fluoride in infant formula. And upon my own research, I learned as well that formula-fed infants and minorities are at a greater increase of this damage. Now, at the age of 7, my son has had many cavities, many fillings. Water fluoridation not only caused his teeth permanent damage, but it failed to protect him from dental decay. As his adult teeth are growing in, we can see the effects of fluorosis on them. We don't know what this fluoride poisoning has done to his bones, his brain, or his other tissues, and we are not convinced that this is strictly a cosmetic concern, as fluoridation promoters have you believing. To think that ingesting fluoride has damaged his teeth, but no other cells in his body, I don't buy it. How do I protect him from this? Water is my son's favorite drink. How do I limit his exposure to fluoride, which he obviously needs and deserves? I can't afford those filter systems. I can't even afford the costly dental bills. And I know that WIC in the city of Windsor won't help me pay for those bills. I beg you to understand that fluoride is not safe and not effective. It causes damage to some people. It damaged my son. Fluoride is easy to get for those that want it, but next to impossible to avoid when it is in our water supply. Water is our life source. Fluoride is a poison. It needs to be removed now. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next 3 delegates, Roger Zugan, CAW Local 200 Environment Committee, also representing the Windsor-Essex County Environment Committee, Ken Wickens, CAW Windsor Regional Environmental Council, and James Palato, CAW Local 195 Environmental Committee. Are the 3 of you in the audience? Can you come forward? I'll see you're even sitting next to each other. Good, that makes it easy. So if I can have you guys go in that order, I would appreciate it. And then we'll go to the next list of delegates. Good evening, gentlemen, and welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the CAW Local 200 Environment Committee, looking at it from an environmental point of view, we're concerned about this 98, 99% that we're not drinking that's literally going down our drains into the river and Great Lakes. And if you're spending around $125,000 a year, then you must be wasting almost $124,000 of it, letting it go down the drain. And it is a threat to our Great Lakes that we can't afford to have. Environment Canada states, the sustainability of the Great Lakes ecosystem is threatened. The ecosystem continues to experience ongoing biological, physical, and chemical stresses, as well as new and emerging challenges like invasive alien species, new chemical contaminants, and the impacts of climate change. Another threat, too, is our increase in world population. And though it may dilute in water, it doesn't disappear. It does accumulate. I drink very little tap water myself at home, but it's not just a residential thing. It's in all businesses as well. As a former environment rep for the CAW at the Ford Annex plant, I was on a water reduction team where I got to see on a monthly basis the amount of water that the Ford Annex and Windsor engine plants used. And especially in the summer when they had the cooling towers running at full tilt, they use a lot of water. So I can pretty confidently say that the amount of drinking water they used was a lot closer to 0% than it was to 1. I'm against, as an environmentalist, I'm against bottled water. But if we're only drinking 1 or 2% from our tap water and people buy bottled water for the specific use of drinking, or at least the majority of it, then my personal recommendation would be to remove it from our water system. If people insist that this is fluoride is good for you, there are bottled waters that do have fluoride in it. This way they'd have a choice whether they like it or not, they can buy it or not. 100% of it would go towards its intention, and I wouldn't be worrying about the other 98, 99% of it going into our lakes. We need to be sure that we're not damaging the environment. We need to be sure we're not hurting people, their health. In closing, I'd like to read to you the resolution passed by the CAW Local 200 Environment Committee stating, due to the negative health and environmental aspects of adding fluoride to our City of Windsor water, that we as the CAW Local 200 Environment Committee support the banning of the use of the present hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is industrial waste from the phosphate fertilizer industry, as an additive to our municipal drinking water immediately. I'm also with the Windsor-Essex County Environment Committee as an alternate to Mr. Mark Bartlett. And if you don't want me to read the recommendation that you already have,
we're familiar with it, though. Yep.
I'd just like to say that I was there for that vote, and I voted in favor of that recommendation to remove that fluoride. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the CAW Windsor Regional Environmental Council tonight, representing 40,000 members in the local area, to support the removal of fluoridization in municipal drinking water. As an environmental advocate of the CAW, I am constantly informed by the membership of health and safety concerns within our environment. A public health issue has been raised with respect to the hydrofluorosilicic acid in our drinking water. The mass medication of our community causes a great amount of concern and fear within the membership, and the educated and informed members of the CAW already realize that while fluoride does prevent tooth decay, ingesting it can be linked to such things as enamel fluorosis, skeletal fluorosis, and various cancers. Clearly, the health detriments outweigh the benefits. Furthermore, under the Clean Water Act of 2006, we would request that the City Council take action to prevent any significant health problems until further studies can be brought to light and studied properly on fluoride. In closing, I would request on behalf of the CAW Windsor Regional Environmental Council for the removal of fluoride in the municipal drinking water, and would like to read the following resolution passed by Council. Due to the negative health and environmental aspects of adding fluoride to our City of Windsor water, that we, as the CAW Windsor Regional Environmental Council, support the banning of the use of the present hydrofluorosilicic acid industrial waste from the phosphate fertilizer industry as an additive to our municipal drinking water immediately. Whereas most of the fluoridated water is used for non-drinking purposes, this is an ineffective use of taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
I'm speaking to City Council today on behalf of CAW 195 Environmental Committee and as an advocate for the environment. I'm requesting that Windsor remove the fluoride in our municipal drinking water. Windsor is known for its high rate of birth defects and high levels of cancer. Recent studies have shown that there is a link with cancer concerning the ingestion of fluoride. It should be in the best interest of City Council to do everything possible in reducing the toxins and chemicals from our environment. Reducing the amount of fluoride in our drinking water would be a great step in the right direction to reduce the risk of cancer. I have my own personal concerns for my family, as do many of the families in our community. A letter previously sent to City Council from Kelly Harrison, our implant health and safety representative, clearly shows her concerns for her family, which mirrors the general concerns of many families of our membership in Windsor. We should be doing everything we can do to protect the health of our children as we look to the future and demonstrate that we as a community can support a healthy environment in which to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine and Jen. Catherine Opio and Jen, are you here for the entire evening? Catherine and Jen, are you here for the entire evening? Or, yeah, Catherine? Yes, are you here for the entire evening? Okay. And Jen O'Brien, are you here for the entire evening as well? Or do you plan on leaving? Okay. I'm trying to group everybody together, so just give me a second. So I appreciate your indulgence. That's why I'm asking. I have Berna Warshorski, for the Acting Medical Officer of Health, Middlesex London Health Unit. Good evening and welcome. Warshawski, right? Good evening. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm Brenna Warshawski. I'm the Acting Medical Officer of Health for the Middlesex London Health Unit. Between 2011 and 2012, the City of London went through very much the same process that you are going through today, and I was asked to be the lead in that process. And as part of that, I spent about 6 months reviewing the literature with regard to water fluoridation. And I'm a person who tends to worry about things. I take the risks in the community of London where I'm responsible very seriously. And at the end of the 6 months of reviewing all the literature, I was not worried about water fluoridation. I was not worried about its effect on IQ or its effect on bone or its effect on thyroid or its effect on cancer. I was not worried for my community, and I wasn't worried for my children, although in terms of IQ, I wish they would study for their exams a little bit more. At the end of all that, the City of London reviewed the same information that you are reviewing and decided to keep water fluoridation. They voted 10-5 in favor of keeping water fluoridation. So I'm just going to go over with you some of the things that I reviewed over the time that I was looking at this issue. So how do we know that water fluoridation is safe? It's not based on a single study. It's based on a compilation of studies. We look at the entire body of literature. It's reviewed by experts and synthesized, and then they come to a conclusion. And there have been many experts that have looked at this. These are just a sampling of some of the studies that have looked at all the studies together to conclude whether fluoridation of water is safe. And it's interesting that New Zealand actually has an Office of Water Fluoridation that looks at every study as it comes out, brand new studies, and produces regular reports that again concludes that there's no safety risks to water fluoridation. The main concern is, as we've talked about, dental fluorosis. At very, very high levels, you can get what's called skeletal fluorosis, but we would never have enough water, fluoride in our water to accomplish that. And at the levels that we have in our water in London and in your water in Windsor, there's no evidence of an impact on cancer, IQ, thyroid, fractures, or skeletal fluorosis. Dental fluorosis, though, is one thing we do have to think about, and it is these white to brown spots on our teeth. Happens before the teeth occur in the mouth, and it's mainly a risk if you drink a lot of or eat a lot of fluoride, mainly through eating fluoridated toothpaste, and it happens mainly around 22 to 26 months of age. A study that you may hear about from Health Canada looked at 1,000 kids in Canada to see if they could see fluorosis in their teeth. They examined a bunch of kids' teeth and found that there was no severe fluorosis at all, and very little moderate fluorosis. They saw 4% of kids with mild fluorosis and 12% with very mild fluorosis. And you and I would never notice mild fluorosis or very mild fluorosis. It takes a dentist to notice that. So if you looked at your kid's teeth with that, you'd never notice that. They didn't see any severe fluorosis, and the moderate fluorosis was mainly in children who had come from other places, and the numbers were so low they couldn't even report those. So really, even fluorosis, which is the one, dental fluorosis, which is the one known health impact from fluoride, is at too low levels to actually be noticeable. And that's why Health Canada says that it's not a problem to fluoridate, to use fluoridated water to make infant formula. The U.S., their levels of fluoride in water is somewhat higher than ours, and they even there say, yes, it's not a problem to use fluoridated water, although they do advise that there may be an increased risk of mild fluorosis, again, the fluorosis that you or I would not notice. Health Canada's recent report said that even at 1.5, which is more than double what you put in your water, there's no risk of any health impacts from fluoridated water. This is a report that was put out in December of 2010. And I looked extensively at this report called the National Research Council report, which talks about water levels of fluoride that are much higher than the levels that we would currently put in our water. And even that report said that at 4 milligrams per liter, there may be a concern, but not even, they could make no recommendations at 2. And we put 0.65, so this is many times higher. And even there's not any evidence for concern. So in terms of IQ, you've heard a lot about IQ. The studies that are done on IQ are mostly done out of China. They're mostly in communities that use much higher levels of fluoride naturally in their water, and these are often in very deprived communities. So they have poor nutritional status, poor educational status, poor income, nothing comparable to what we have here in London or in Windsor, and again, much higher levels of fluoride. So any conclusions from these studies are completely not applicable, and the conclusions themselves are very weak as to if there's any impact on IQ and would not apply in a developed country like here.
Thank you. Catherine Opio, Jen O'Brien. Good evening and welcome. Opio, sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me take this opportunity to give you my opinion. I'm not a fast talker. I'm going to go over time for sure. I was born and raised in Windsor. I am a co-owner of a manufacturing company in Oldcastle, and now I reside in LaSalle. All three places share the same water. I do not need, I do not want, and I have never given my consent to have artificial fluorides dumped in my water. I'm here wearing two hats, as a financial manager of a business and one as a wife and mother. As a business person, I do not understand how Windsor can take on the business of a personal responsibility at any cost. I heard $150,000 a year. To me, that's too much. When you're talking about the $150,000, does that include the transportation? Does that include the handling, the specialized training, the parts replacement, and the risk management? Factor in health care costs and, God forbid, any lawsuits should an accident occur and you are soon over your head. From a business standpoint, annual costs of artificial water fluoridation is literally money gone down the drain. And now my second hat, I'm here as a mom and a wife. My understanding of this situation is a very logical one. There are two positions. One is that the cost and risk of adding artificial fluoride to our water outweighs the benefits. And the other side is that the benefits outweighs the cost and risk. After listening all night about this and a couple of times before, I'm still in doubt. So we have experts on both sides trying to prove the weight of their argument, and they are failing to provide irrefutable and conclusive results of the artificial fluoride's effectiveness in Windsor. I haven't heard any, really. How can you decide based on the absence of conclusive results of the effectiveness of this product? In good consciousness, you cannot force an entire population to ingest the artificial fluoride regardless of their personal conditions with this doubt in your minds. As a mother, wife, and business owner, I appeal to all of you, when in doubt, leave it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen O'Brien.
My name is Jen O'Brien. I'm 28 years old. I'm originally from Brantford, Ontario, and I'm a master's student at the University of Windsor, and I'm also coach with the university track team. So I'm here as a representative of the 1% that actually has a sensitivity to fluoride. And I asked you to think about what it's like to be someone like myself, at 28 years of age, or a young child, or someone that's elderly, and what it's like day to day experiencing a fluoride sensitivity. So for me, it's very difficult. I didn't really realize what was wrong initially, so I went to 2 different dentists, my family doctor, I went to an oral specialist in London, a naturopath, and we came to the conclusion that one of the major issues that I was having was because of fluoride. So anytime I use fluoride toothpaste, anytime I go to the dentist, anytime I want to use mouthwash, I can't use fluoride, because it causes extreme sensitivity in my gums. It feels like it's a huge burning sensation. The back of my gums will bleed, and it'll be like that for several days after. So as you can imagine, that's a difficult situation to put yourself in. So wanting to know whether or not there's something I could do, I talked to my dentists, and both of them, along with the oral specialist, agreed that I did not need to use fluoride. In fact, it made no difference on my dental health. In fact, they told me that I would be just fine. And after 3 years of not using fluoride, I haven't had any cavities. The only one that I have had was actually when I was using fluoride toothpaste, so you can be the judge on that. Beyond having issues with my gums and my teeth, I have issues with drinking water in that it causes sensitivities in my stomach. It becomes really upset. I'm unable to go to the bathroom. And also when you're showering, I have extremely sensitive skin, so I have issues with dry skin and eczema. Being from Brantford, Ontario, as it was already mentioned, they fluoridate their water as well. So I grew up with fluoridated water. I didn't think much about the fact that our water tasted strange, and every time I drank it, I had an extremely upset stomach until the last couple years when I was older and I had the ability to research it more thoroughly. Once I started dating my boyfriend, who's also from Windsor, so he came home with me, and he couldn't figure out for the longest time why every time he came to visit my parents and myself that he couldn't go to the bathroom for several days, and that was because he was drinking the water from Brantford. You can also be the judge on that. As a coach and as an athlete myself, I'm obviously very active. I regularly need to drink water, and as a student, I cannot afford to put filter systems into my rental apartment. I can't afford to drink, honestly, hundreds of bottles of water within a year. I would probably drink 3 to 4 liters of water a day, as would my athletes, and it's very unrealistic to expect that I should be having to pay for that when you can simply take it out of the water. And like it was mentioned before, for those that aren't interested in having fluoride-free water, they can buy water in a bottle that has fluoride in it.
Thank you. Dr. Peter Cooney, Canadian Oral Health Advisor at the Public Health Agency of Canada. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Your Worship, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for allowing me time on your very busy agenda. Before we get into anything, I just, in terms of the federal government, wanted to be very clear that obviously I'm bringing information here. Whatever decisions you make, we respect completely. These decisions are entirely yours, and we do respect that. I am, of course, the Canadian Oral Health Advisor with Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada, so I am here on behalf of both portfolios tonight. What I would like to do very briefly, and I won't rehash things that have already been said, in fairness to you guys, I'd like us to just feel that we're talking about health here and not teeth. We're talking about dental disease, #1 chronic disease in Canada, 5 times more common than asthma. 96% of Canadian adults have a history of dental disease. This is a large issue in terms of Canada and in terms of our overall health. I want to talk to you about the review that was started in 2006. This went on for almost 5 full years. 3 external experts reviewed a whole pile of literature, doing 3 specific literature reviews for us. Then they were critiqued by 3 other experts. It went into an expert panel meeting in 2007. The findings and recommendations were posted on the website 2008. Comments were received in 2009 from the public. 2010, it came out as a report, guidelines, technical documents, approved by the provinces and the federal government. What did the recommendations tell us? The review basically told us, in terms of total daily intake, there is a decrease in recent years in terms of fluoride because supplement usage has dropped. In dental fluorosis, watch the first 3 years. With other health effects, no conclusive evidence related to bone fracture, cancers, intelligent quota, skeletal fluorosis, immunotoxicity, reproductive and developmental toxicity, genotoxicity and neurotoxicity based on current levels. And of course, there was a toxicologist as part of these reviewers. The process was looked at by the environmentalists, by the Environmental Commissioner. The Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development reported on these types of processes, says they are very transparent, very fair, and very, very good in terms of literature. You have good information here that basically tells you fluoride is safe, it works, and it is effective. In terms of fluorosis, this was touched on by one of my colleagues from London, so I won't go into it, but the bottom line is, when in the Canadian Health Measures Survey, the dentists looked at fluorosis across the country, they did not find a problem with fluoride and fluorosis. They found basically 12% of kids had very, very mild fluorosis, 4% had mild, and less than 3 kids out of 1,000 had either moderate or severe. So if nothing else, I would like to put your minds at ease that fluorosis is not a problem in terms of water fluoridation in Canada. Look at what's happened in the last 60 years, basically, in Canada in terms of fluoride and the amount of fluoride that's in the water, percentage-wise, from 1961 to 2009. And now look at the decay rates. Increase in fluoride, major decrease, a major drop in terms of decay rates, but still a lot of work to do, particularly among poor, less well-off, vulnerable Canadians. Our public health officer, the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, Dr. David Butler-Jones, as does Dr. Arlene King, stands very much behind the use of public water fluoridation, assures us it is safe, it's effective, and it works. A couple of things that I would like to spend a second on, because I realize I'm under pain of death with this 5 minutes issue, so that's fine, but I do have a second, and I would like to talk to you about this whole issue of hydrofluorosilicic acid. This is not some wild, crazy thing that's dug out of the air. This is a regulated substance that's legislated under the legislation of the Ontario Ministry of the Environment. It's safe. It is not dangerous. When it goes into water, it hydrolyzes. So you get it breaking up into its different parts. So you get fluoride, and you get silica, and you get hydroxyl ions. It is not a dangerous substance when it is in water because it is hydrolyzed. So people do not consume hydrofluorosilicic acid. That's important for you folks to realize because it's fluoride they're consuming at very, very safe levels. To give you an idea of the danger issues associated with fluoride, if you folks decided now you wanted to go home and take a lethal dose of fluoride and you were going to sit by the tap and drink water until you had a lethal dose, you would need to consume 15,000 litres of water at 0.7 parts per million. They're the type of numbers that we're talking about. This is very effective, it's very safe, it reduces dental decay, and it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Denise, Theos. Good evening and welcome.
Sorry, just get set up here. Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Denise Theos. I'm a resident of Windsor, a mother, and a registered nurse working in the community. I want to speak against fluoridation in our water supply. This practice is outdated and originated in the 1940s to prevent tooth decay. Today is 2013. The dental profession has changed, evolved, and been researched to result in a superior understanding of oral health. Let us look at this a different way. As a nurse, my question to the fluoridation and the ethics regarding this, providing this to a mass population. The internet searches allow us to simplify the definition of a medication. It means a drug, also referred to as a medicine, medication, or medicament, and it can be loosely defined as any chemical substance intended for the use in medical diagnosis, cure, treatment, or prevention of a disease. I've said this before, to cure, prevent, and treat a disease. Fluoride is a chemical. It is used to primarily prevent and treat tooth decay. It is therefore a medicine. Further, in 1957, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that fluoridation is indeed a compulsory preventative medication, placing this policy in the realm of medical ethics and a violation of the right to informed consent. As a nurse, I can't administer the drugs that are prescribed for me. There are strict guidelines to follow regarding dosage and orders from a physician. I cannot medicate anyone without an order from a physician and the patient's consent. This is what I want council to think about. The patient has a right to refuse. Fluoride cannot be forced on the population. Do you have consent? Do you have a prescription signed by a physician allowing you to take on the liabilities of a whole population? This is an unethical mass dosing of a population without consent and knowledge. I do not believe you or I would be forced to take a medication without treatment, without knowing the risks, dangers, or benefits. This is our own basic protection to make our choices what we put in our bodies. Do you have enough evidence to absolutely say yes to continue to treat our population with fluoride? Can you prove to me that it does not cause cancer, dementia, and illness? As a nurse, I see on the rise. We're in a dementia crisis right now. Can we really prove that it's not based on fluoride? Would council be following the precautionary principle if they continued fluoridation, knowing there's suspected risk in doing so? Okay, yes, many scientists have taken mice and rats and they've done their research and they found that fluoride does distort protein and the immune system. In the end, it was found that a 10-pound infant could be killed by 1/100th of an ounce of fluoride. Taken further, this means a 7-ounce toothpaste will kill our very own 25-pound toddler. In 1997, the National Cancer Institute of Toxicology stated that fluoride was like a carcinogen. Does this touch a nerve? Dr. Drakulik, remember, 60 years ago, we were not exposed to the amount of chemicals that we have today. Back to the thought that indeed fluoride is a drug, and it's used to treat, cure, and prevent disease. The Nuremberg Code in 1947 was born out of a trial involving doctors who gave treatment to those without consent and experimentation. The code is still in effect today, empowering people with the right to know the duration, side effects, and hazards before receiving a medication or treatment and having the right to refuse. When I started this research, I was like you. I was not entirely convinced that fluoride perhaps was the best for me, but the mounting negatives were hard to ignore as a nurse. I became involved in this plight because I felt your position as council was a difficult one. I felt I had the same common interest, and I also felt the same equal education and a drive to see what's best for myself, my family, and residents of Windsor. I believe this decision lies with council. It would be inappropriate to ask the public to vote on what is best for the neighbors and how to medicate them. The debate on this topic has been going on for a long time now. Council has heard many opinions. I would ask council to remember, if you vote to keep this practice, you ignore what we have fought for all of this time, our basic right to informed consent to treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of City Council. Councillor John, are you in the audience? Are you driving back this evening? Oh, okay. I was going to get you out of here early because I was worried about the road conditions, but you're here for the entire debate? Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor. Thank you. Dr. Saad Jassim. Good evening, Dr. Jassim, and welcome.
Now look at that, Dr. Dick Ito. That's clever. You snuck in on me. Good evening. Welcome. You'll follow Dr. Jossel. Sorry, Doctor, I could have had you earlier with the entire health unit. I didn't realize that they had you on a different part of the agenda. You'll be next. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Worship, Member City Council, for giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you about this issue. My title of this presentation is Decisions Based on Science. When we want to take a scientific decision, we have to make the decision based on science. And I think, a few of the speakers looked at the literature studies by the agencies and all that. And I want to talk about some of the facts related to the issue of the impact on the environment as part of my job as a director of the Great Lakes Regional Office for the International Joint Commission. Our job is to look at any contaminants in the Great Lakes and the tributaries. And I've been involved with the IJC even before taking this position. I used to be a member of the Council of Great Lakes Research Managers for 2 terms. And on our boards, we have 4 boards: the Water Quality Board, Science Advisory Board, and the Council of Great Lakes Research Managers, and the Health Professionals Advisory Board. And the board members are from agencies and universities from both countries, top scientists in the field. And that's why all decisions and our selection of the issues based on the recommendations. The impact on the ecosystem, the International Joint Commission has been doing studies on the chemicals of emerging concern for the last few years. And we have 2 reports published, the first one in 2009 and the second one in the 2011. And you can see it at the website. And we looked at issues like pharmaceuticals, endocrine disruptors, and any other issues that could cause problems. And the fluoride did not come as an issue. And as I indicated, Environment Canada is on board, US EPA, the CDC, and others are on these boards, including, as I said, the scientists from universities, from the top universities in Canada and the United States. And if you look at the Great Lakes resources, the size of the Great Lakes, if you look at the huge space that the Great Lakes occupy, and the volume is 22,000 cubic kilometers. That's the size that you're putting this small chemical into it. The flow rate is about close to 3 million liters per second in Detroit River. So imagine the concentration. Not many calculators can get the zeros behind it if you're going to do that. And in addition to that, just to be on the safe side and just in case we miss something, I contacted the center for, one of the centers for internal waters at the Environment Canada, which is based in Burlington, which has the top scientists for Environment Canada related to the Great Lakes, and talking with their directors, and they indicated they have no issue of fluoride related to the ecosystem. They said a couple of papers came out, and they looked at it, there was no issue. And I've seen some of the papers. One was injecting 900 milligrams per gram of weight into a rat. Of course, that caused a tumor. For a human being of 70 kilograms, that's 63,000 milligrams per day. Well, of course, if you do a study like that, of course you're going to have a tumor in the animal you deal with. And some of the studies that's been done now is being challenged. Also, some of the issues related to water, for example, they used to look at the ingestion of these chemicals. We found out some of the studies that they were injecting it in the blood, not ingested. And that's why now EPA is looking again into some of the levels of concentration of some of the chemicals looked at. As I indicated, the small amount of 0.6 milligram per liter is a very small issue. And looking at the size of the volume, and so insignificant to look at the impact on the Great Lakes. Sometimes people say, okay, we saw a paper or something like that. You see many papers published. But the thing is, these papers are looked at by many of the scientists, and they look at it. If they're not scientifically sensitive, and the QA and QC hasn't been done properly, it will be challenged. And you need to look at how this study done. What's the QA/QC done? Quality assurance, quality control. Has it been done in a proper standard methods? All these things, we haven't seen any study like this on the fluoride following these standard methods. And thanks to the Windsor Utilities Commission, in their report, they put this table. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saad. Dr. Ito, Public Health Dental Specialist and the past President of the Ontario Association of Public Health Dentistry. Good evening, Doctor, and welcome. But followed by Peter Van Collart and Robert Fleming. Oh, we've got the extra delegates here as well. Okay. Dr. Ito, good evening.
Good evening. I thank your worship and the council for allowing me to speak on fluoridation. The Ontario Association of Public Health Dentistry is an association of dental professionals whose prime interest is in the oral health of the general public. Most of our members work in local government settings and provide oral and dental health information and services for the community in which they work. The OAPHD advocates for oral health and improved access to care on behalf of the community as a whole or on behalf of special populations such as seniors and the very young. The OAPHD supports the fluoridation of municipal drinking water. It recommends water fluoridation as a safe, effective, and economical public health measure to prevent dental caries in all age groups. If we look at the annual dental screening results of Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit elementary school children during the 2010-11 school year, we can see that for about 4,600 children in junior kindergarten, those from fluoridated areas had an average fewer decayed, missing, filled teeth at 0.74 than children from non-fluoridated areas at 1.24. Additionally, 81% of children from fluoridated areas were caries-free compared to 72% from non-fluoridated areas. These differences were statistically significant as shown by the p-values in red. Similar results were found for the 4,700 children in senior kindergarten and the over 5,000 grade 2 children. And again, differences were statistically significant. We next compared two different communities, St. Thomas with 100% of the population with fluoridated drinking water and Nawilia with zero fluoridated drinking water. These two communities are very comparable, with 11% of the children younger than 18 years of age being below the low-income cutoff or poverty line, and 19% of 35 to 64-year-olds being without higher education. As you can see from the mean decayed, missing, and filled teeth score of Aurelia children, which was 2.5, compares to 1.4 for children in the same grades from St. Thomas. Also, only 15% of St. Thomas children had a history of cavities compared to 44% of earlier children. We also compared two different health units, Halton Region and Simcoe Muskoka District. These two health units have similar total population, a similar 0 to 19-year-old population, and similar percentage of low income or below poverty level, 0 to 17-year-olds. However, 90% of Halton population has access to optimally fluoridated community water supplies, compared to only 7% of the Simcoe Muskoka population. From the 2009-10 school screening data for the two health units, it can be seen that similar numbers of JKs, SKs, and grade 2s were screened. However, for children in JK, the mean decayed, missing, and filled scores were 0.66 for Halton compared to 1.45 for Simcoe Muskoka. Additionally, 82% of JK children from Halton were caries-free compared to 69% from Simcoe Muskoka. Somewhat greater differences in decayed, missing, filled teeth and percentage caries-free was seen for SK and grade 2. We then compared this spending for the Children in Need of Treatment program and the Ontario Works mandatory dental programs for children 0 to 17 years of age. From the 2010 calendar year expenditures, we can see that higher number of children were treated and higher average cost per patient was seen for both the SINOT and OW programs in Simcoe Muskoka compared to Halton. As with the children's program, if we looked at the Ontario Works adult discretionary dental program for the 2009 calendar year expenditures in Halton and Simcoe, we see the expenditures for basic dental services and denture services in OW adults was greater in Simcoe Muskoka than in Halton. The Ontario Association of Public Health Dentistry urges Windsor Council to maintain community water fluoridation for their residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Van Collart, Director of the Environmental Training Institute. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Your Worship, members of council, and the folks of the City of Windsor. My name is Peter Van Colart. I'm the director of the Environmental Training Institute. I've been active for the last 34 years training water operators throughout the country. I've trained personally over 25,000 of those operators, some here in the City of Windsor. I come to you because I'm a professional who changed my mind on water fluoridation. In the water training business, the standard mantra was to go ahead and fluoridate the water. However, we have discovered that that's not the case. And the reason we've discovered this is because new information comes forward. So, for the last 10 years, I've worked with colleagues in order to reduce the amount of communities that are water fluoridated across the country. I'm pleased to report today that since 2005, myself and others that I have worked with have effected a 26% reduction in the communities across Canada that are drinking fluoridated water. I've been active in most of the campaigns for the major cities across this country who have abandoned water fluoridation, and I'm here before you to appeal to you to do the same. This is the myth. 68 years ago today, 5 years ago today, I was in Niagara, and I was instrumental, along with my colleagues, to change Niagara Region's policy on water fluoridation and to convince the Niagara Regional Council of the Whole to abandon water fluoridation for its 6 water treatment plants across the region of Niagara. They did so, and it was the first time the Council of the Whole had voted against a recommendation of their medical officer of health. The medical officer of health at the time was instructed to carry on with the protocols of the policies issued from a higher authority. But the regional councillors, upon questioning and observing the information, changed their minds. This is the man responsible for it. And in 1960, after he did his original early 40s research into fluoridation, he admitted that he had a problem with his program and that his conclusions could no longer be upheld because there were some flaws in the methods. This drinking water document is the pivotal document that guides our industry, and it has changed how we understand the use of silicofluoride compounds in drinking water. A lot of people have tried to make other claims related to this document, but if you talk to the originators, the people who were on this council to produce this document, you will find very strong opinions one way or the other. This man is responsible for one of those opinions, the only Canadian on that committee, and the man who personally put his career on the line to speak out against the fluoridation of public drinking water supplies. This man has suffered tremendously, and I've said publicly that this man should be nominated for an Order of Canada for what he's done. The Dental Association realized in 1997 there was a problem with ingested fluoride. That's the fluoride you get in drinking water. And the problem was that there's no significant dental benefit. That's their consensus, not mine. The man who was up here before you, Dr. Dequito, produced a study as part of his thesis work for a degree, and this is the conclusion when he compared 2 communities that were, one was fluoridated and one was not. And that man stands before you and has stood before multiple municipalities and councils advocating for fluoridation when in fact what he said to get his academic credential was completely different. I have a problem with people who stand before you and claim that they've done the research. I've spent 10 years, $250,000 of my own money and 7,500 hours of my personal time. I challenge anybody else to produce their document from the CDC in this room that tells me that they've gone through the fluoridation engineering course. I'm the only one I know who has done it in this country. I'd like to see this as the headline that you're going to see in the newspaper tomorrow or perhaps at some time in the future, because I think this is the right way to go. And with 26% reduction across the country of fluoridated community.
Thank you, sir. Members of City Council, Heather Gingrich, Children's Environmental Health Co-Chair with the International Medical Geology Association. Heather, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Gingrich, and although I am a PhD student in maternal child health and water chemistry and the International Medical Geology Association's co-chair in children's environmental health, the views I'm about to express are my own, and my qualifications are that I'm a mom in the trenches who spent the better part of a decade developing decision-making support tools for people like me who are responsible for the care of small children. Although the infant formula smartphone app is not quite ready for market, the back-end calculations have been fully developed, and so I'm able to give you a sneak peek using Windsor City Water to facilitate the decision you're making tonight. And although you're gathered tonight as a Windsor City Council to make a municipal level decision, what's really important to child health are the multitude of consumer and healthcare choices made by the caregivers of individual children. Research has shown that over 80% of those decisions are made by women. So as much as I love sharing my knowledge with high-level decision makers, I feel that the best use of my time is somehow helping the most motivated and influential actors in this equation to make the best possible choices, particularly when it comes to avoiding certain environmental overexposures in early childhood that lead to chronic disease patterns later in life. So here are some of the consequences of fluoride toxicity in kids. Obviously, prevention is key. Now, you may be wondering how one little tiny element can do so much damage. What I found in my review of the recent academic literature is that fluoride interacts with the guanine nucleotide binding proteins, also called G proteins. Since guanine represents about 1/4 of the genetic code, interference from fluoride has consequences in every system of the body, particularly the brain, the thyroid, the kidneys, and the musculoskeletal system. Given how high the stakes are, it's surprising that there isn't more research being done, unless you understand that studies in the public best interest with no immediate commercial value are no longer being properly funded. Now, while kids themselves, or rather their teeth, are the best indicators of overexposure during early childhood, by the time the permanent teeth start erupting at the age of 8, it's too late to do anything about it. Fortunately, the National Academy of Science has set an upper limit for daily fluoride exposure according to age and stage of development, and the Canadian Dental Association has set a maximum acceptable dose that takes daily intake and body weight into account. The Health Canada Review Panel actually tried to apply these two benchmarks back in 2011, but it was an impossible task because of all the variables involved. However, what the review panel was able to clearly establish was that soy-based formulas are inherently high in fluoride no matter what's in the water, and that milk-based formulas can be made safe for average weight children less than 12 months by using fluoride-free water. But Dr. Warshawski really confused me because I called Health Canada in March of 2012 to ask a Drinking Water Standards branch manager why the Ontario Drinking Water Standards were not set to be protective of formula-fed infants. And the response was, and I quote, "because they represent too small a proportion of the general population." But Health Canada assumed a water fluoride concentration of 1 part per million, and Windsor only uses 0.65 parts per million. So I recalculated and replotted the fluoride concentration of formula relative to some key benchmarks like breast milk, the Protection of Aquatic Species Guidelines, and Ontario Drinking Water Standards. What this shows is that although you're well within provincial guidelines for drinking water, you are exceeding what's in breast milk by 50 times and the Protection of Aquatic Species Guideline by 5 times. Looking at the weight-based limits, it becomes clear that fluoridated Windsor water alone overdoses all children less than 11 kilograms or 24 pounds, even without adding any formula or considering fluoride intake from solid foods. Perhaps Drs. Kirk and Hyman can tell us how many children you have in Windsor, Tecumseh, and LaSalle that fit that description. Looking at the question from the perspective of age and developmental stage, you see why all of the major pediatric associations do not recommend fluoridated water for children less than 6 months when they have no teeth, but the kidneys, brain, and immune systems are still developing, as well as the senses of hearing, vision, taste, and smell. While it's amazing what modern technology allows me to do with some infant feeding info from the Windsor Public Health Unit, a PubMed subscription, and an Excel spreadsheet, that doesn't help confused caregivers faced with making some high-stakes decisions in a grocery aisle. So I did what any self-respecting hacker mom would do. I developed a smartphone app. Soon, caregivers anywhere in Ontario will be able to simply point and click at the QR or barcode of a container of infant formula and know if their particular child will be overdosed if they use municipal water for tap water for reconstitution. If the answer is yes, then the app will recommend other options suitable for your baby, either in terms of the brand of formula or the chemistry of the water. I know that it must be very difficult to ask against the recommendations of your health authority figures, but they can't be held responsible for this decision, and you most certainly will. Hopefully, my number crunching has helped you to see what I understand.
Thank you, Heather. Councillor John, good evening and welcome. Councillor John Sporvieri is a councillor from the region of Peel who drove down today to make the presentation, and we welcome him. Followed by Dr. Haidar Hasnian, Robert Fleming, and Carlin Miller. And I appreciate all of your support, members of the audience, for allowing us to get through the agenda and your adherence to the bylaws.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. I'd like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to address you at the last moment. It's really appreciated, and it's good to see that Windsor has an open forum and allows people from outside to come and speak to you. I'm a councillor at the Region of Peel, and the reason I'm here today, and I have to tell you, this morning I drove through freezing rain in our part of the country there in the north.
It's 50 here tomorrow, by the way.
Very good. And for three reasons, actually. First of all, I came here to learn, to listen to the debate. I came here to share with you what's happened at Region of Peel. And also, I'm here because I feel I've been cheated by Health Canada and the medical officer of Ontario. When I put all these thoughts together, I just want to read a statement I prepared, and then I have a few more comments. During my 24 years in office, I have learned that when decision makers have little knowledge, we are easily influenced by and led by our professional staff. My research on artificial fluoridation has placed much doubt in our health-related advisors, municipal, provincial, and federal. Since I have learned that a long list of municipalities in Canada and the U.S. have stopped fluoridation, and most, if not all, have not gone back to the practice in the last 20, 30 years, I can only conclude that our advisors are using the fear factor to keep the harmful substance in our drinking water. Since Regional Council decided to continue fluoridation, I have asked regional staff to consult with the municipalities that have discontinued the practice, and to my surprise, the staff were not willing to do that. So we're still living in a fight in Peel Region with some residents that have been very involved in a volunteer manner, and they put in a lot of time into the effort. I have a couple of things here I want to share with you. I'd like you to know that in 2011, Peel Region unanimously supported fluoridation with some conditions. As you know, Peel Region, we have the famous Hazel McCallion that will be 92 this month, and she's still sharp as a tack. And even though we all supported fluoridation, there was 2 resolutions that was sent to the federal government to ask for more information on the fluoridation. We also sent the first resolution was on April 28th, 2011. The second resolution was August 10th, 2012, which I'm willing to share with you here if any members of council would like to see it. I'd like to bring it to your attention that just recently Peel Region staff brought a report to Peel Region Council that a study was done in the student health in 2011, Peel Region, and it showed that 52% of the student population have either cavities, missing teeth, or fillings. That's also here for you to see. We also asked the Minister of Health and the medical officer of the province to come and, at the request of the residents, to come before us on a round-table discussion to address our questions. I want to say that when in 2011, when Dr. King came to Peel Region, she made a very short presentation and then she left the room, not give us any opportunity to ask any questions. And that's here for also for your. What really concerns me that and there's a copy here from Dr. King, and she says, as Chief Medical Officer of Health of Ontario, I'm very concerned about the loss of fluoridated drinking water in certain communities, in spite of consistent evidence that water fluoridation is safe and effective. As we all know, municipalities, we are the children of the province. The province has the ability to mandate, to legislate the use of fluoridation. I have a list of all the municipalities that have dropped fluoridation here for your, that have not returned to it. And the minister has said that she's concerned about all these municipalities dropping fluoridation, but yet she has the power, but she has never exercised that power to mandate fluoride to all the people of Ontario. And so that's really concerns me. I also have here an interview.
Councillor Sprovieri, thanks very much for taking the time to come to Windsor. Great, thank you very much. Dr. Haydar Hasnain, President of the Essex Medical Society, Shuluk Population Health Course Coordinator. Good evening, Dr. Hasnain.
Good evening, Your Council. If I may be permitted to give my last 2 minutes back to Dr. Warshawski to finish up her presentation, so I'll keep my presentation very short. I'm actually a teacher at the Shuluk's Medical School and actually teach on water and food safety, as well as many other courses on occupational medicine. I'm also the president of the Essex County Medical Society. So when I was asked by the health unit physician to give a short presentation on human safety of fluoridated water, I looked at all the different perspectives of fluoridation, whether it be harmful or obviously helpful to the population. So I think I'll just start off with a little summary in terms of, I guess, my executive summary. Excess fluoride causes dental and skeletal fluorosis. Now, this primarily occurs in East Africa, parts of India, former Soviet Union, Mexico. This is directly out of a lecture that we give on population health to the Schulich medical students in London as well as in Windsor, Ontario. Fluoride deficiency obviously can cause dental caries. One of the most important parts about dental health is really overall medical health. It's been shown that people with good dental health have actually a lifespan which is literally 4 years longer than somebody without good dental health. So this does impact upon a person's overall full medical stability and health. So according to the World Health Organization, fluoride obviously at a level which is 0.5 to 1.0 milligrams per liter is safe in drinking water. A lot of the controversy ends up being when there's a lot higher level that we talk about as being dangerous to the population. At these sort of low levels, it's obviously very important for the impoverished population. A lot of us may have access to dentists and may have benefits to be able to go to dentists, but a lot of the population does not have that benefit. In Windsor, where obviously there's about 12% unemployment rate, and a lot of people are not able to afford to go to a dentist, having fluoridated water and obviously preservation of the dental health of the population is extremely important. I've also reviewed the information with the local pediatrician with regards to safety of infant formula. There is some controversy, definitely, that infant formula, if you're using tap water, there might be some deleterious sort of effects. But certainly when you look at the overall safety with regards to fluoridation of water and dental caries, it certainly makes sense to fluoridate the water. Dental caries is obviously a major concern in industrialized countries and obviously in most parts of U.S. as well. So there's no clear evidence with regards to the adverse effects of dental fluorosis other than altering the appearance of teeth and considered aesthetic. I just asked my sister, who's a dentist, on my drive up here with regards to any sort of worries about fluorosis. She says, well, really around out of 1,000 people, she might see around 2 to 3 children that have some dental fluorosis, which is very, very slightly visible and only to a dental professional. So obviously what Dr. Borszkowski talked about, the review of the U.S. National Research Council report, that there isn't really a lot of concerns with regards to dental, other than dental caries, that there isn't a lot of concerns with regards to the overall health. So the years to get dental fluorosis is obviously 6 to 12 years of age. If they're carefully monitored by a dental professional, it can be fairly limited. And a lot of this concern is with regards to the excess fluoride that's exposed to and in terms of toothpaste. So at the levels found in our drinking water, which is well below 1 milligrams per liter, there's virtually no risk of any fractures and no concerns except for over 4 milligrams per liter. Again, no definitive conclusion and studies to show that any problems with Down syndrome or decrease in IQ, and I'll give that over to Dr. Borszkowski. And the effect on the thyroid gland is minimal and obviously occurs mostly in developing countries. And again, as long as there's less than 2 milligrams per liter, there should be no adverse effects to human safety. So again, in conclusion, it's not really applicable to our drinking water in terms of the studies that have been done, and obviously the differences in living conditions where some of the studies were done are very different from our own. Dr. Borszkowski.
Thank you. I have Robert Fleming, President. Oh, sorry. Go. Seconds. Well, he wasn't that generous. He just gave you 20 seconds.
Oh. I just want to use it to Warshawski.
You know what? I assure you, Doctor, Council will ask you a question to finish up in your 20 seconds. So we'll come back to you. Don't go too far, okay? But I'm sure there'll be a council to ask you to wrap up or to touch upon the point. I think that doesn't have to be you, per se. I'm just trying to get through the agenda because I know the questions are going to come up. Now I lost my track. Robert Fleming, President of the Canadians Opposed to Fluoridation. And then finally, Carlin Miller. Have I missed anybody that's already on the list? Covered everybody? Great. Thank you for your cooperation. Robert.
There you go. Thank you.
Mayor Francis, members of Windsor Council, thank you for this 5 minutes to speak. Windsor is pondering hydrofluorosilicic acid fluoridation, which contains fluorosilicates plus trace co-contaminants. Health Canada and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control concede swallowing fluoride has very little effect on dental caries. Health Canada's own Chief Dental Officer of Health has admitted in front of me during debate a lifetime of swallowing fluoridated water results in less than 1 cavity reduction per person, also corroborated by Statistics Canada research. For decades, Health Canada and others said fluoridation is natural, like calcium fluoride in groundwater, while remaining utterly silent on the industrial waste product actually being used to fluoridate. Health Canada has finally been forced to admit it does not conduct toxicology studies on fluorosilicates. Health Canada has also been forced to admit human health harm toxicology research has never been conducted on hydrofluorosilicic acid. Health Canada further admits hydrofluorosilicic acid is not regulated under Canada's Food and Drug Act, nor is it regulated under Canada's Natural Health Products regulations. United States Centers for Disease Control says, while it promotes fluoridation policy, it does not determine safe levels in fluoride within drinking water. Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act subscribes to NSF Standard 60 for fluoridation chemicals and certification. Remarkable, when NSF Standard 60 does nothing to determine whether hydrofluorosilicic acid is safe or effective for human consumption. Moreover, National Sanitation Foundation has stated it shall not incur liability or damages pertaining to the use, interpretation, or reliance upon its own standard. Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act exists to ensure drinking water remains safe and without hazard to health. Section 19, which came into effect January 1st of this year, raises that standard of care, extending it to municipal councils. Council members are now going to be held liable and accountable for what they permit in the drinking water. Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act, Section 20, subsection 1, indicates nothing is allowed into the drinking water system if it could result in water hazard or health hazard in water. Section 20, subsection 2b is often used to defend water fluoridation as a statutory authority, then pointing to the Fluoridation Act. Section 20, subsection 3 points to dilution being no defense, and when adding something into the drinking water system which could result in a water hazard. Emphasis on could, not will, not shall, not does, but could. Section 166 resolves how conflict between acts must be handled, whereby the Ontario Safe Drinking Water Act prevails over other acts unless the other act expressly states it prevails. The Ontario Fluoridation Act does not expressly state it prevails over the Ontario Safe Drinking Water Act. Therefore, the Ontario Safe Drinking Water Act prevails and overrides the Fluoridation Act. Ontario's Fluoridation Act only pertains to fluoridation system, equipment, materials, and compound for releasing ions into the drinking water, while it remains silent on what chemical compound a municipality could or should consider. Ontario's Fluoridation Act also remains silent on why we release fluoride ions into the drinking water system. In 1957, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled fluoridation of municipal drinking water to be a compulsory preventative medication of the inhabitants, and further ruled that current statutory provisions would need to be changed to confer this intention before Ontario councils could pass bylaws to fluoridate. Ontario's Fluoridation Act has forever remained silent on why we release fluoride ions into drinking water supply. Decidedly, it is compulsory preventative medication of the inhabitants. Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act is about treating drinking water, not treating inhabitants. And subsequent to this 1957 Supreme Court of Canada ruling, we have never subjected fluoridation chemicals, again, as I said, to drug testing, drug trials, or drug approvals. Presently, municipal councils still hold ultimate authority on whether or not to fluoridate. In that regard, council is all that protects Windsor citizens and all that protects itself. Moreover, for an Ontario council to vote in favor of a local referendum, given these present circumstances, it could be viewed as enabling others to break the law. While much about municipal water fluoridation and fluoridation chemicals remains unlegislated and unregulated, councils and municipalities remain clearly regulated and tightly legislated. I sympathize with the position that this places Windsor Council in and acknowledge the tremendous responsibility it places upon you now. Therefore, I'm prepared to work with this council and to field any questions you may have. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Final delegation is Carlin Miller. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Carlin Miller. I'm a developmental neuropsychologist. I am employed by the University of Windsor in the Department of Psychology. I'm a tenured associate professor, but this evening I'm here to speak to you as a concerned citizen and a parent of 2 young children that drink local tap water. As a scientist, I try to make my decisions based on sound scientific research. This morning, as I considered my remarks, I decided that rather than I should assume my own opinions to be valid, I instead decided I would do a search of the literature. As I searched the literature on PubMed and on Medline, I discovered what I already believed to be true. Water with fluoride, whether naturally occurring fluoride or fluoride that is added by municipal water supplies, reduces the risk of cavities in children and adults. Results from multiple studies in multiple countries in multiple time periods all suggest that having fluoride in water reduces the risk of cavities, and it reduces the oral health gap across social classes. There have been concerns about the risk associated with the inclusion of fluoride in our drinking water. Although the blogosphere is rife with opinions that fluoride is dangerous or it is part of some political industrial conspiracy, there is no scientific evidence to support these concerns. across multiple longitudinal and large sample studies from Canada, the United States, from Scandinavian countries, from Australia and New Zealand, it is clear that there is no increase in risk of cancer, dementia, bone disease, or reductions in IQ. Even at levels associated with significant aesthetically concerning tooth staining, no adverse health effects have been documented. Attempts to sway opinions of our community and our city council based on emotional appeals and hype should not be part of our community's decision-making process. If fluoride is no longer added to our water, the incidence of dental cavities will go up, and overall oral health will go down. Children living in poverty, unlike your children, children living in poverty will experience the greatest decline in oral health. It is unfortunate that those with the very least representation here this evening will be the most disadvantaged if you decide to end fluoridation. I hope that you, the City Council, will base your decisions on scientific and medical evidence this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, the delegates were great. They made their presentations. They avoided duplication and redundancy. They led by example. Members of council, I have Councilors Jones. Okay, hold on. Hey, guys, if you can put your hands up, please, and I'll try. Okay, I'm just going to go around the table. Are you okay if I just go back and forth, and I'll try to be as fair? Councilor Jones, is that good?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very, very short. If Peter Van Collard, still here? Collard, I'm very sorry, sir.
That's fine.
Would you please come forward, sir?
Absolutely.
While you're coming up, I was happy to hear you mention a couple of names there, and I took the liberty of doing some research myself in regard to this. And I read some writings by Cote. Drew's been in my papers. Limbach and Connaught. Do you know those scientists, sir?
I don't know Cote.
Okay. Connaught, you know?
I know Connaught. If it's okay. Paul Connaught?
It is.
Yes.
Doctor. And he is a doctor of chemistry and does a lot of things with water and fluoride.
He also does a lot of things with incinerators.
With incinerators?
Yes.
And so that ties together, does it not, when we start talking about...
In his area of expertise, I believe it does.
Thank you, sir. They talk about the reduction of tooth decay and such in non-fluoride areas, all three of them do, after fluoride has stopped being used. Could you speak to that?
I could speak to part of that, but I don't think I could speak authoritatively to that aspect alone. The best study that we have in Canada was a study by Levy and Clark. And that study showed what happened when fluoridation was shut off in communities in British Columbia. And then later, 5 years later, showed what happened in the same communities with regard to fluorosis. And exactly opposite to what you've been told from the proponents of fluoridation were the results of those two studies. But more importantly, and I'm glad this came to me, this study I have in front of me, I just got, is the one from Dr. Amir Arza-Pazu, and I hope I haven't done him a disservice in pronouncing his name. But he was commissioned. No, it wasn't commissioned. He was required to do the study as part of his graduate thesis, I believe, and he did it under the supervision of the medical officer of health for the city of Toronto. And the conclusion was that oral health consequences of the cessation of water fluoridation in the city of Toronto his dental public health practicum report through the Faculty of Dentistry at the University of Toronto with the oversight of the Toronto City of Public Health and his supervisors, who were the medical officer of health in Toronto, was that there was no difference when fluoridation is reduced.
That reminds me, did he also do a study comparing Toronto to Montreal?
I believe you're referring to the study Dr. Lineback did comparing differences in bone structure between Montreal and Toronto.
His conclusion, sir?
I don't know his conclusion. I didn't do the study.
We've heard a lot from the medical field and mostly dentists just about the teeth.
That's true.
We haven't heard much about the body.
Well, I don't believe the dental authorities, the dental associations, or the dental trade unions, or the individual dentists themselves are instructed in the effects of the fluoride in the body beyond the oral cavity. I don't think that's in their purview.
Also, in one of his writings, he suggests that calcium fluoride, the natural, was a natural sort of thing. And then he talks about a bait and switch.
Calcium fluoride it's an interesting substance. When nature produces something that's very poisonous, like fluorine, and nature wants to find some stability, the ion that provides the greatest stability is calcium. So indirectly, nature provides the antidote to the poison. And in the form as calcium fluoride, we have a relatively stable molecule that is not easily absorbed into the human body.
Much different than sodium.
Sodium fluoride's a different compound again, and more importantly, much different than the silicofluoride compounds.
And one last question, Your Worship. When we talk about the effects of fluoride, I find it interesting when they talk about the hips and the joints of people in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 years old. You ever do any work on that?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you for now, Your Worship. Are we going to be asking questions of our administration, in as much as there's been some issues made of low-income people, and I think that we might want to...
We'll come back to the administration. Okay, on this side, I had Councillor Haberstadt that had his hand up first. Councillor Haberstadt, then I'll go to Councillor Hatfield and Councillor Gignac. And back to this side, Councillor Valentine.
I guess I'd like to bring up Ms. DeYoung. I think it was you, Ms. DeYoung, or one of your compatriots there that talked about when you're talking about the number of cavities that are, I guess, lost when you get rid of fluoride. I noticed in our documents, and it wasn't mentioned yet, but Hamilton, like London, I guess, did recently have a major debate on fluoridation, and decided the Hamilton Council decided not to take fluoridation out of their water. But the figure that kind of jumped out at me was the analysis indicates that if water fluoridation was discontinued in Hamilton, this would translate to 180,000 additional cavities in Hamilton over 10 years. Now that sounds like a lot of cavities, but if you break it down to 1 year, that would be, by my math, 18,000 cavities more per year. And Hamilton has 360,000 population, which again, by my math, which isn't always the greatest, would be about 1/3 of a cavity per person a year. Is that sort of flow into what you were saying?
Well, what I wanted to look at was at the WOOC meeting, the proponents of fluoridation had presented statistics from 2 non-fluoridated communities saying they had substantial more decay. And when I went to those public health websites and looked at the statistics, I could see that unless significant means less than 1, it's not significant at all. And when we're exposing our entire bodies, every cell in our body, to a tooth medicine to prevent less than 1 cavity, to me that risk is not worth any benefit, less than 1 cavity. My own child had 7 cavities by the time she was 5. So I would have easily taken, 2 more cavities if it meant no damage to anything else in her body. I don't think cavities are all that concerning compared to all of the things that we don't know because we haven't done any studies on silicofluorides.
So just for clarity then, your research indicates that the studies, the comparator studies...
These were public health statistics. The studies themselves that Peter Van Collert just mentioned, actually, the BC studies, now those would be more what you're talking about, scientific, where they control for confounding factors. The statistics usually don't control for anything. They're just counting decayed teeth. But the science that controls for confounding factors finds quite the opposite. When fluoridation was stopped, decay rates declined in the community where fluoridation was stopped. They stayed the same in the community where fluoridation continued. In the case of dental fluorosis, they declined in the community where fluoridation stopped, and they stayed the same or increased in the community where fluoride was continued, so fluoridation was continued. This was the scientific study that controlled for income, diet, and so on and so forth. And the other study that was mentioned was by the authors here, by Dr. Dick Ito, and he showed no difference in tooth decay between the 2 communities he was comparing. And this, again, was something that would have controlled for variables. So public health statistics are different than scientific studies, but from what I can tell, they both show almost no difference in decay. And again, who's to decide what risks my children should take for
Counselor.
My choice?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cooney, Peter Cooney, still around? Mr. Cooney, somebody sent me an email, so I just wanted to ask you the question. It basically suggests that in addition to your fluoride advocacy, you lobbied to maintain mercury-based fillings to the health, the World Dental Federation, and you were unsuccessful in actually that lobby to maintain mercury-based fillings. Could you explain if that is true and what happened there?
Certainly I can, Councillor. First of all, in terms of fluoride, I don't lobby for anything. I believe fluoride works. I believe there's a lot of science out there that shows fluoride works, and it's the position of the Government of Canada that fluoride works. Similarly, in terms of mercury, amalgam is a filling material which uses mercury. The position of the Government of Canada is that it's a safe filling material, and it is. There are other filling materials that can be used as well. The position of the Government of Canada was that, Health Canada specifically, was that mercury amalgams be allowed to remain on the market. There were recent negotiations in Geneva with the UN, and the result of those negotiations were that amalgam will remain on the market. So I don't lobby for anybody. I represent a scientific opinion. In this instance, I can show you studies that show fluoride works. I can show you an analysis done on the Canadian Health Measures Survey very recently in the fall. And I don't know, maybe you folks don't have it, but I can give you a copy of it, Councillor. And it shows very, very a definite benefit to water fluoridation in areas in Canada that are fluoridated by 2 Calgary PhDs. I can show you a town in Northern Ontario, Dryden, which went up by 26% in decay when they took fluoride out. I can talk to you about Dorval in Quebec, which got a considerable rise in decay rates to the extent that council brought fluoride back in. But I
Okay.
don't lobby for anyone, Councillor.
Yeah, I think my question is on mercury. So you're saying that you went to the World Dental Federation. They said it was okay?
I was not at the last meeting. I was at one meeting, and our position was that in terms of silver amalgam, it would be ideal to phase it down, but it should be left on the market. It's a valuable filling material for people to use, particularly low-income folks, and that was the decision that was taken by the UN as well.
Okay.
But we do encourage a phase down in the use of amalgam, and we encourage that phase down through prevention, which is exactly why I'm here talking to you now.
Okay, so mercury is being phased down now.
That's absolutely correct.
But not eliminated.
Absolutely correct in terms of amalgam, and that's been our position.
Thank you. I do have questions of Dr. Hyman.
Yes.
Yes, Doctor, there's been some debate and some difference of opinion with regard to I guess, infant food formula. And some people are telling us that you can use Windsor's fluoridated water in baby food, and there'll be no ill effects. Now, some others have said that's not true. There was one individual, I think, that said that we should be notifying our pregnant mothers or those who just have had infants to beware of fluoride water in the formula. There was also, I think, a reference to kidney failure, and that we should be informing people with kidney issues to beware of our fluoridated water in Windsor. So I guess the question is, do we warn people, do we caution people, or do we feel it's okay both for kidney sufferers and for mothers and fathers of infants?
Okay. With regards to your first question, and I have to go back one. I have to be guided by the information provided by Health Canada, Centers for Disease Control, American Dental Association, in that they indicate that using fluoridated water to reconstitute formula is considered at this time safe. So I do not, and the health unit does not put out any specific warnings with regards to this information. In contact with my medical colleagues with regards to renal failure, again, no indication that the fluoridated water in Windsor is unsafe for these individuals.
Okay, so you're taking your, I guess, your orders or your direction from a higher body?
No, I'm not taking direction or orders whatsoever. I am using the best scientific information which is provided to me.
Okay, so that would be from Ontario, Canada?
From Health Canada, Centers for Disease Control, and American Dental Association, as I've indicated on my slides.
With regard to the amount of money that the health unit spends on dental programs for low-income children in Windsor-Essex County, it's at $2 million per year. And
over 2 million.
Pardon me?
Over 2 million, yes.
Okay, sorry, You're right. So Essex County would include, I guess, Leamington and Kingsville and Amherstburg and Windsor, of course, Tecumseh, LaSalle, everybody. How do you spend this money? I'm assuming you're trying to reach low-income families with children. How does it work? Because I guess the second question would be the recommendation from WUC is to devote the $150,000 or $125,000 that's saved in fluoride, in inserting fluoride into our water, could be used for these to reach out again to this population. So, what do you use it for now? What kind of programs do you have? And what do you spend this over $2 million on?
Okay.
And would the $150,000 bolster what you do?
With regards to the dental program at the health unit right now, what we provide a screening program in schools which can identify individuals in need, but we also administer two programs. One is Sign Out Children in Need of Therapy, and the other is the Healthy Smells program. The Children in Need of Therapy is a program which is open to all residents of Windsor, Essex. It provides urgent dental treatment. The Healthy Smells program is also a children's program which also provides more ongoing care. The Children in Need of Therapy program is a cost-shared program, and the Healthy Smells program is directly funded. Both those programs are, especially the Healthy Smells Ontario, was oversubscribed in 2012. With regards to the information regarding our programs, with the discontinuation of fluoridation, certainly we are talking a significantly greater amount than what you had discussed. Certainly, that amount of money will go some way, but not anywhere what we estimate to be. For more information, I'd like to defer to my Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Kirk.
Would you like me to come forward? I've run through these numbers once, but there could be three programs that we could pay for, from a very basic one to a very good one, with the 2.8 million to 11.6 million that's displayed up there. 2.8 million is basically a mail-out program. So if you were to take all the fluoride out of the water, the cost to mail out toothpaste and toothbrushes to every resident of Windsor, Essex County would be roughly 2.8 million. You go up a little higher because those things have to be sent out every 3 months. But you go up a little higher to roughly 5.7 million if the health unit runs fluoride varnish programs for the at-risk population. This isn't everyone in Windsor, Essex County. This is the at-risk population. So kids, those who may be impoverished, individuals who absolutely need the care and otherwise might not have access to the care. And then the most costly program is $11.6 million one, and that's where that same population would be treated in the offices of the local dental health officials, authorities. So it's a significant price to pay. And lest we seem unreasonable as a health unit, if there was any way to garner this sort of support, 2.8 million to 11.6 million for the same protection that fluoride in the water affords one, I think we would be willing to make that trade-off. But we don't see that in the cards, Councillor. So I think that answered the question.
Okay, you say it could cost. So this would be your recommendation that every citizen would be mailed out a toothbrush and toothpaste?
If we were to take the fluoride out of the water,
if fluoridation is taken out?
if we were to take it out, that would be a bare minimum to ensure that the population that was no longer receiving fluoride might receive those things. Some families might have it, some families might not. There are plenty of folks who have absolutely no dental health access. There may be a way to come up with a more reasonable number, but that is the bare minimum cost based on the population that we serve.
Okay, the 2 million, and this is my last question, the 2 million, over 2 million you spend now, you don't do it by providing toothpaste and toothbrushes to people.
We provide instruction, we provide toothpaste and toothbrushes to the patients that we see. We provide dental floss and education as well. That's a part of our services.
Okay, so these are to low-income population?
Yes.
That you have identified already?
Kids in school who are screened for decay, fillings, that sort of thing. Missing teeth. You're welcome.
Councillor Hatfield?
Just before you go, just to make sure I'm not confused, did you say if fluoride comes out of the water, the health unit is going to send toothpaste and a toothbrush to everyone?
I didn't say that we would send it. I said it's the equivalent cost to protect the population.
But you're not going to send it?
Oh, no. We don't have $2.8 million to supplement our budget.
Thank you.
We know these are tough budgetary times.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could, Dr. Waworski, you were about to make a concluding point and ran out of time. You knew the question was coming from someone, so I know you just wanted to wrap up, probably after somebody said something that you disagreed with somehow.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to show my very last slide. As part of the review that we did, we looked at 2 books, and you might have been shown this anti-fluoride book, The Case Against Fluoride. We also read another book called The Fluoride Wars, and I just wanted to quote the final conclusion of that, where it was a very balanced look at the fluoride issue, and if you did want to read it, it gives you a really good overview of both sides of the issue. So their conclusion was, at this point in time, no other delivery vehicle provides the safety, efficacy, cost-effectiveness, and social equity of public water fluoridation. The entire community benefits regardless of age, educational attainment, or socioeconomic status, and the benefits are derived without any direct action on the part of each citizen and without dependence on professional dental services or the ability to afford them. And I think this is the really important thing. You can send a toothbrush to everybody, but they have to put it in their mouth. And we know that only 75% of people brush their teeth twice a day, and there's an income gradient. So lower income people, only 66%. So yes, if everybody brushed their teeth twice a day and had access to a dentist all the time, we might not need fluoridation of the water, but we don't have that. And that would be a really costly system to implement, and we're not there. So without all that, water fluoridation is the cheapest way to make sure that we have equitable access to the people who don't brush their teeth and don't have regular access to a dentist. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jasm, Saad, as you're coming up, one of the delegations earlier suggested that the amount of fluoride in the Detroit River currently exceeds the Species at Risk Act. I want to ask the veracity of that statement, because I believe you said it was not a matter of concern.
In fact, it is not a matter of concern. That is the point that Environment Canada would issue a direction that a study would be into that. And I asked them about that. They said there's not an issue. The level is a 0.1 to 0.12 sometimes you see of fluoride. That's not a high level. You see in some, some water coming from wells, is over 1 milligram per liter. And back to bottled water, one time I reported the bottled water at 3.5 milligram per liter, a Canadian bottled water in Ontario. And I reported that to the chief drinking water inspector of Ontario in 2007. So this is the issue here. You have to look at it. 0.12 is still low. And the issue of contaminants coming there, if you look at how much is coming in and out, and I didn't have a chance to finish the last table I was showing here that come from those utilities. And if you look at raw water, arsenic, incoming water 1.2, and treated water has come out as 0.6 in 2009. 2010, the same, 0.6 go to 0.4, 11.6 go down to 0.5. So if there is any arsenic in that compound, you will have that increased. Same thing with lead. So,
but on the issue of fluoride, the
It's not-
IJC is convinced it's been studied and it's not a matter of concern.
yes.
So, when
Like
you,
as I said, we have the Water Quality Board, the co-chairs, the Canadian co-chair is the Director General of Environment Canada for Ontario, and the U.S. co-chair is the Director of Region 5 which include the Great Lakes. She's responsible for 6 states that is like involved in the Great Lakes, and she's involved all the Great Lakes issues. So
Okay.
if they find any issue, they would flag that into us.
thank you. To Dr. Cooney, please, the Canadian Oral Health Advisor, Public Health Agency of Canada. Sir, as you're coming up, some of the delegation suggested that the fluoride that we're using here is a hazardous waste, an industrial byproduct, and it would be illegal to dump in the environment. Can I get your comment on that, please?
Certainly, Councillor. That's not correct. The hydrofluorosilicic acid that's used in Ontario is regulated by the province of Ontario, by the Ministry of Environment. It is regulated, it is drawn to a very, 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 very high standard, which is called a National Sanitation Foundation Standard 60, which is a standard, and to use the material, you have to be accredited. The manufacturer has to be accredited to the standard, which is a very, very high standard of purity and material, which is not going to be in any way deemed as inappropriate to use. It's a legislated material. Councillor, this was an issue that arose in Europe, and the European SCHER, S-C-H-E-R, the Scientific Committee on Health and Environmental Risks in Europe, the EU, looked at hydrofluorosilicic acid because they were concerned with this very question. They did a very, very detailed report. It's available. I can get it to you, but it's on the web. And they found that there was not a concern with hydrofluorosilicic acid in water. That's May 2011.
I guess that's my point, Peter. If I go to pick it up wherever I pick it up from, and instead of bringing it to the Windsor Utilities Commission and putting it in water, can I take it to a landfill, or can I take it to the side of the road and dump it? Or might I be charged if I did that because of the toxicity?
Councillor, that's a different issue. If you take it and dump it, the intent is that this is allowed through from the water plant in very, very small amounts, and it dissociates. When it dissociates, it goes into its component parts. So when it is in the water, it is not there as hydrofluorosilicic acid. When you're looking at it in a container, yes, it is there. When it's in the water, it dissociates in the water into its component parts, and it is not hydrofluorosilicic acid then.
Thank you. We've heard that it's safe, and if it is so safe, why have so many municipalities changed their opinion on using fluoridated water?
Councillor, if you look at communities that are fluoridating and not fluoridating, for example, if you look at the states, in the US, they have gone from, there were 65% of the United States population drinking fluoridated water in the year 2000. In the year 2010, that had gone up to 75%. That's 10% or 9% increase, which would probably be something in the region of 20-25 million people. So the numbers of people drinking fluoridated water internationally and in the world are going up. In terms of Canada...
Does that have anything to do with population migration or new babies being born in the states that have it
having more population?
Councillor, you can see that. It would have a certain amount, but there were actually communities in the U.S., particularly in California, that started to fluoridate. The San Diego area. There has recently been one in the Midlands.
Again, with all due respect, that being the case, why would the EPA change the standard?
Councillor, in Canada, we have a standard with the MAC, the maximum allowable concentration, which is 1.5. And then our optimum that's recommended is 0.7. These are very, very safe levels. In the US, the MAC, the maximum allowable concentration, was 4. So it was almost 3 times the level we have here. The optimum concentration was 1.2, which is almost double the optimum concentration we recommend here, which is 0.7. The EPA are looking to recommend coming back closer to what we're doing here in Canada. So I guess for once, well, maybe not just for once, but it's nice to see Canada taking the lead on this. We have very, very safe levels, and the US have recommended moving more towards our levels.
One of the delegates suggested that in Canada, in recent years, 26% have stopped. 26% of the municipalities across Canada have stopped using fluoride. Is that an accurate figure, and how do you explain it?
Councillor, in Health Canada, or the Public Health Agency, we don't, because we don't receive that information directly from the provinces and municipalities. I'll give you an example of an article I read from the States recently, and I believe it was Portland, Oregon, that had just decided they would fluoridate. The same article talked about another 2 communities that had decided to defluoridate. Portland, Oregon had a very, very large population. These other 2 communities had very, very tiny populations, and they were having problems with their equipment, or they were having issues associated with wanting to do it. So doing numerical counts is very, very difficult when you're looking at very, very small communities and you don't know the reasons why they're coming out. I can tell you in the US, 75% of the population now drink fluoridated water. I can tell you in Australia, it's about 83% of those who are on public water supplies, which is about 70% of the total population. I can tell you in Canada it was 45%, and that was one of the numbers I showed you earlier, Councillor. I can tell you that number has dropped, probably not any huge amount, but certainly by a certain amount, primarily because of Calgary and because of Waterloo. There were some fairly large communities that took fluoride out. But there are an awful lot of communities. There have been a very, very large number of communities in this area that have all looked at this and have all decided to keep it in because they're worried about the health effects. And those who have taken it out recently, we don't have those numbers in the system yet. Those who took it out in the past, I mentioned to you in 2001, Dryden took it out and decay rates went up by 26% in 7 years. Same happened in Dorval.
Waterloo took it out after a referendum, I believe.
That's
very
correct.
Close referendum, by
Yeah.
1% or something. Are you aware in the United States of any referendum of people deciding whether they wanted it or not?
I believe there are, but I believe most of the decisions in the US, Councillor, come from municipal councils making informed decisions. When municipal councils weigh the pros and cons, they do generally seem to decide to fluoridate.
I know it's been suggested the province should have made a decision here as opposed to leaving it up to municipalities. In the states, have individual states made a decision so that municipal councils didn't have to deal with it? Are you aware of any of that?
Yes, I am a councillor, and now this is off the top of my head, so I'm not sure, but I believe there's about 6 states down in the US, there may be slightly more, that have made a mandatory ruling. I can tell you in Australia, there's at least 1 or 2 of the 5 territories that have made a mandatory ruling. There are pros and cons to that. If you folks get good information and you get a comfort level that what you're doing is right, it is nice to have the decision made at a level where the people are. And generally these decisions, if you look at Peel, Toronto, Halton, Hamilton, these all, Tottenham, all went in favour of fluoride. So certainly in Health Canada, it's not for me to comment on what I can get into enough trouble talking about the feds without talking about the province, what they should do. So I wouldn't touch that. But I could suggest to you that if you're given the right information, I believe that councillors make the right decision, and I've dealt with these meetings very much, and the decisions have generally been very positive in favour of fluoride.
Thank you. If I could ask John Stewart to come up from the Windsor Utilities Commission. John, just in case a decision is made tonight on taking this out, How much of this do you have on hand? How much have you contracted for? And if it was stopped immediately or phased out, like, is there a certain amount of money that you would lose? Or if you phased it out, how long would it take to get rid of the stockpile you have on hand?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor, obviously there's an ebb and flow. The sooner we know, the better off we are. We can make application to the ministry, because we do need to get this passed by the ministry. We need the bylaw in place. With the bylaw in place, then we can make application to the ministry to have our license changed. Once the license is changed, we can cease or cessate adding fluoride at that point in time. So there is a time frame. I am here to tell you that in those municipalities where decisions have been made to cease adding fluoride, the ministry is fairly helpful in expediting that, but again, it is within their purview. So again, I mean, we're trying to keep the levels down, but not run out. Again, we're faced with the issue that, as a requirement of our license, we need to add fluoride. We obviously don't want to get offside on that, so it's a bit of a balancing game.
Now, we supply water to Tecumseh and LaSalle.
Correct.
Tecumseh Council has voted to get rid of it.
I believe that there was a request to ask the city of Windsor to cease. I don't believe they passed a resolution saying take it out.
And LaSalle, as I understand it, has put it over to the province to make a decision?
That is my understanding also.
So if Windsor made a decision to get rid of it, what would that do with the recommendation from LaSalle?
I'm not the legal opinion in the
that's good.
in the audience tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Worth, one of the delegations suggested that if a child swallowed toothpaste or too much toothpaste, that it was recommended, the parents call poison control. Is that an accurate, is that what happens?
I'm not aware of any incidents where a child has had acute poisoning from consuming what can be considered a pea-sized amount. That's what's recommended by the people who deal in pediatric dentistry. Obviously, there's been
I guess what I get out of it was if some small child starts eating a tube of toothpaste and the parent becomes aware of it, somewhere along the line there's an official recommendation you call poison control. Is that a policy?
A policy of who?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is there a policy out there that you're aware of as the president of the Ontario Dental Association? If a small child ingests what might be considered too much toothpaste, that the parent, rather than trying to flush it, should call poison control and get some advice or get some help?
Well, obviously, if a child has consumed an excessive amount of any substance that has potentially deleterious effects, then would be appropriate to call the appropriate authorities and get some advice.
Thank you. Dr. Hyman, Dr. Kirk again, please, if I could. As you're coming up, just in recent days, we became aware of a new county study that shows apparently that people in the county have worse dental care, or worse dental, shouldn't say care, their teeth aren't as good as the people in the city. And it's been suggested that's because so many people in the county don't have fluoridated water. And I guess I was surprised to hear about that, because I thought initially, going back some months, that there was no such study out there, and now at the last minute here is one. Could you explain?
There is no such study.
There is no such study?
No, we're not talking about a study. We're talking about reporting results of the 2012 dental screening information. So this is not a study. This is information which is part of the second bullet point. And what we did was we took a look at the information which is provided to us by the dental screening. As I indicated earlier, we screen children in school, and we get indices of DMF, which is decayed, missing, and filled teeth. And we found that there was a difference between the individuals in the schools in fluoridated areas versus non-fluoridated areas. Now, there's no question that this was not a study, it was not controlled for the residents of the children where their primary source of water would be. Now, actually, also...
So it's not a scientific study?
No, it is not a scientific study whatsoever. Dr. Kirk, you've also got some additional information.
I was just going to add that these data just recently became available. We've wanted to be able to provide these sort of data before. Unfortunately, we haven't had the person power. If we were to do it in past years, we would have had to manually pull the charts, and we're under-resourced. We wouldn't be able to do that with our current staffing. Right. Ontario has recently moved to an electronic database that allows us to pull these data electronically. The data were literally available for the first time on January 21st.
So let me ask you this then. If this council decides tonight to get rid of fluoride, how many years down the road would it be before some scientific study could be made of dental decay in Windsor prior with fluoride and after fluoride? How many years would it take to have enough evidence to say, based on our studies, getting rid of fluoride was a good thing, a bad thing, or a neutral thing?
First of all, the Health Unit is not a research organization. This was data collected as part of our dental screening program. So we would not, in and of ourselves, be able to conduct such a study.
But would you have the scientific knowledge to say, not that you would do the study, but if a study was to be done based on what you know, it would take so many years?
I would have to ask my one of my dental colleagues, such as Dr. Cooney.
Well, Dr. Cooney, sorry to put you on the spot again. If we want to do a study somewhere down the road, how many years would it take to get real knowledge?
Councillor, if you want to see a change in DMFT and decay rates, you're probably looking at about 5 years. You may be looking at slightly more or slightly less. But I would say if you take 5 years as a ballpark, you should start to see some trends then.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Dr. Hyman, one final question. I understand in Leamington, which has never been fluoridated, that the H.J. Heinz company doesn't want it fluoridated because of their baby food. They don't want to put fluoride in their baby food or their formula or everything. And I guess all of their products in that case. But is that a fact, and what would that be based on?
I have no, again, I can't speak for the Heinz company, and can't speak to their corporate decision one way, one way or the other. But
do we know why Leamington does not have fluoride in their water?
We haven't asked the Heinz plant directly.
No. Do we know why Leamington does not have fluoride in their water? The town of Leamington opted not to have fluoridated water.
I can't answer that. I was going to answer the councillor's question.
Okay, but wait a minute. We're the Windsor Essex Health Unit. We have these numbers in front of us. Sorry, councillor. I just to save time, because you should know why has Leamington opted not to have fluoridated water? Do we know? And if you don't know, that's fine, but you don't know. Okay.
Have you ever heard it was because the Heinz plant said we don't want to put it in our products?
Not only have I not heard it, but you have in your packet something from the Heinz Corporation. It's their Australian division, but it basically endorses the mixing of baby formula with fluoridated water. So we
doesn't talk about their baby food, though, which they make.
It doesn't talk about their baby food. Most of the concerns have been around the mixing of baby formula with fluoridated water.
I have two beautiful granddaughters. One of them is 2, one of them just a few months old. And when the 2-year-old was a few months old, and I was using hot water with formula out of the tap, and then I read the box and it says, don't use tap water, boil the water. And I'm saying, why would I have to do that? And now it says, you don't have to boil it, just use it. What has changed in the last 2 years, year and a half?
Boiling would have been a precaution for sterility more than anything else. It has nothing to do with removal or addition of fluoride in the water.
Thank you. I'm done.
I have Councillor Gignac.
Thank you. Dr. Cooney, please. Dr. Cooney, while you're making your way up to the table, I'll ask my question. In terms of the comments we've heard tonight regarding many countries in Europe and around the world that do not fluoridate their water, could you comment on why that may be? Would it be because they have a lack of a centralized water system, or do they fluoridate in other ways through their salt or their milk? Could you comment on that?
Councillor, that's a very good question, and yes, I can tell you in Europe, when you see decay rates dropping in Europe, they have dropped because of fluoride. Primarily, but also because of excess decay. But how they get the fluoride to the people tends to be different, and you've actually hit a number of them yourself. If you look at some countries in Europe, like Cyprus, Turkey, the Baltic countries, Latvia, Estonia, they have a lot of naturally fluoridated water. It occurs naturally, fluoride in the water without any adjustment. If you look at other countries, they actually adjust the water. England has about 5 million people on fluoridated water. Ireland is about 3.5. France has a lot of naturally occurring fluoride. Spain adjusts water, so they can get it from that. Some countries use salt, Councillor. The ones that jump to mind would be Switzerland, Germany. France also uses salt in Europe, so they fluoridate the salt and then people use the salt. We don't encourage that in Canada because the average Canadian eats twice as much salt that we should to begin with. So there are very real mixed public health messages in terms of hypertension, so we don't advocate salt for it, but some countries in Europe do. So you have natural fluoride, you have salt fluoridation. You also have some of the Nordic countries have very, very good social programs. And this gets back to the countries that have the costs and can afford the cost. Say Finland, Denmark, Czechoslovakia, and some of the other European countries have school programs where they do on-the-spot fluoride treatment for kids in the schools with dentists and dental auxiliaries. It's costly, they're social programs, they work. But they're not the model that we have gone for here. The model here tends to be, and as you see, Councillor, countries that go more to more refined water systems, you find them moving to fluoridated water. You see that in the States, so you see it in Canada, you see it in Australia, New Zealand. Brazil has started to increase their fluoridate because water is by far the best vehicle to get fluoride to people. And if you turn the fluoride off, you can talk about doing a study here, but really you don't have to worry about doing a study because Dr. Hyman's colleague in Northwestern has done one and went back after 7 years, Councillor, in that instance, not 5, but found an increase in decay of 26%. So you could wait 7 years, go in and find an increase in decay of 26% if you wanted to, or you could do your own study, but that was what they found there. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hasnain? Is Dr. Hasnain still in the audience? He's left. Dr. Worth.
No, I don't have anything yet. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Worth, do you carry on a dental practice besides being the president of the association?
Yes, I do. 32 years.
I'm going to ask you a question, and if it's inappropriate, you can tell me. But
Certainly.
In terms of the numbers of people that you see in your practice, could you share the percentage that you feel might reflect those that you see with dental fluorosis?
Dental fluorosis is very rare. As indicated earlier, most of the time that I have seen it has been very mild cases. It's been very exceptional that I've seen, and I would say that statistic that was pointed out, maybe 1 out of 1,000. I can't recall, ma'am, actually the last time I saw a severe case of enamel dental fluorosis or the pitting caused by that.
In terms of the association and the discussions that you might have with individual dentists across the province, would they report to you as the president or to the association if they saw an increase in dental fluorosis?
Well, it's not mandatory for each individual dentist to report that. Obviously, we have component society meetings where we gather as colleagues to discuss issues, but that would be something that would probably be more seen in the public health venue where the children are screened at the school levels or cases like that. They would probably be more capable of providing a statistic with regards to that. But as I said, I believe the comments that were made earlier, I would probably say those are fairly reflective of what I've seen in my practice over 32 years. It's a very rare condition, and when it does occur, it generally tends to be very mild. Obviously, when it does happen, it's of concern to the parent, but thank God it's very, very rare.
Now, you did mention, I believe, in your presentation that it was more of a cosmetic concern than it was.
Well, I don't believe I mentioned that specifically, but I think someone else did, and that's true. If it tends to occur in the mild or very mild forms, it actually is primarily cosmetic, and in fact, many of those children have the very, very mild forms I find have significantly harder enamel. The main purpose of fluoride is that it actually protects the enamel from acid dissolution, and people have hit on a very important point. Diet is a very important factor. Because as we know, there's a lot of candy and sugar in our diet, much more than there has been previously. We see that by the increase in diabetes. But public health has been pretty accurate, I think, in its estimate of these issues. And when I have seen fluorosis, it tends to be very superficial. And actually, in many cases, I've been able to treat and remove the superficial areas on the teeth and make them look very natural.
Thank you. Dr. Kirk. Dr. Kirk, Dr. Hasnain is not in the audience anymore, and I'd like to follow up on some of the issues that he identified in terms of non-dental issues. Mm-hmm. So the incidence of any kind of impact of fluoride on thyroid, bones, the brain.
None of the scientific studies that have been of good design and good analysis have borne out the concerns related to the thyroid, related to bone health. In fact, Dr. Lineback himself published a nice study that concluded that there is no bone health problem. Cancers, we just don't find them in the literature in a well-designed, well-analyzed study.
So when you say well-analyzed study, they're peer-reviewed?
Peer-reviewed studies.
Quality assured?
Yes.
Content assured?
Yes, absolutely. The medical literature and the dental literature is not for the faint of heart. And I don't mean to sound pedantic or condescending, but everything from relative risk to odds ratios to confidence intervals to p-values to a randomized controlled study to a longitudinal study to ecological study. This is important, tough stuff to master in the design, just the initial design of the study, much less the analysis. In fact, it's so difficult to master that McMaster University years ago came up with an evidence-based rating system. Doctors look at the evidence behind any study. It's graded on a 5-point scale, generally A through E, with A being the best and E being the worst evidence. And we look at these types of studies and study designs to tell us what's worthy of our consideration. An example I'd have of maybe a poor study was the one that was displayed earlier about IQ. It's a meta-analysis, which means a combination of studies, which isn't necessarily bad on its own, but again, as the reference group, they use people who were exposed to traditional levels of fluoride that you'd see in community watered fluoridation who had normal IQs, and then compared them to populations that might have been exposed to 5, 6, 7, as much as 1,000 times what we'd ever suggest. If the reverse were true, if the study had shown that there was an improvement in IQ, I don't think any of us would have subscribed to bringing it, because it still would have talked about exposing people to fluoride levels much higher. It wouldn't have passed muster for a good, well-designed, well-analyzed study from the medical or dental journals.
So in terms of Health Canada issuing public policy, that's all based on peer-reviewed, quality-controlled, quality assurance studies that have been undertaken and compared.
Peer review studies are a part of it. A meta-analysis may be a part of it. Other types of studies may be part of it, but they are doing their best to ensure the best design and the best analysis of those studies.
To your knowledge, Dr. Kirk, is water fluoridation still considered to be one of the top 10 effective public health measures of the 20th century?
The CDC has said that, yes.
And they still stand by that.
They still stand by that, Counselor.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Kirk, if I could just... In terms of medical schools, where would you, maybe this is not a fair question, but leave out the medical school at the University of Windsor, but where would the Western Ontario School of Medicine and McMaster rank in terms of reputations?
I couldn't answer that, Counselor. I don't know that there's any study to determine what reputation means.
Okay. Would you agree that they certainly are in certain areas looked upon as centers of excellence in medical care and training?
I don't know enough
Not across the board, but in certain faculties, and we're not going to identify which ones.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I can't even answer that if they have medical centers of excellence. I wouldn't doubt it, but I can't answer that with veracity.
Okay. The next point is, what role do medical schools play in these types of decisions and discussions? Are they looked upon, let me frame my question.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your formal, no offense to anyone, bureaucratic bodies, whether it's the Medical Society, whether it's, Health Canada, etc. And then you have the practitioners out in the trenches, and then you have medical schools.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, the suggestion has been made that perhaps some of these bodies have their own self-interest, etc. Are the medical schools considered more independent, if that is a proper word, or substantially independent of these other two groups?
That would be hard for me to even venture a guess. They get their funding generally from, if you're in the United States, the National Institutes of Health or other scientific bodies. The funding is generally independent of, well, it's always independent of any conclusion they might draw. I'm honestly not sure where you're trying to aim this.
Put aside medicine for a minute. In most areas, universities and higher schools of learning are looked upon as being very, very independent in terms of not influenced. As a matter of fact, they're usually contrary the status quo, or certainly prepared to question what they consider the status quo in terms of, bettering their field. And I'm just wondering whether that same type of logic applied where medical schools, by virtue of their research and analysis, would be looked upon as being perhaps as I said, certainly independent and not as influenced by other factors.
If the question is, are medical schools a hub of research, if the collection of academicians lends itself to strong research, I would generally say yes. Medical schools generally can afford to hire the talent, the faculty, to carry out the research. Not just medical schools, but dental schools and other similar organizations.
Okay, one of the earlier speakers made a reference to the University of Toronto I think, the medical school there, or excuse me, I'm sorry, not the medical school, the medical officer of health in Toronto, supervising a graduate student doing a study, etc. Just to be clear, the city of Toronto voted to keep the fluoridation. Is that not correct?
They continue to have fluoridation.
Okay. From your experience, if there was an issue, whether it be in Toronto, whether it be in London, so Toronto's got the University of Toronto Medical Schools, London's got the University of Western Ontario Medical School, and you made reference to McMaster, and Hamilton has McMaster. All three of those particular cities voted to keep fluoridation. So my question is, if there was any inkling or if there was any issue or question, would not normally those medical schools raise that or get involved, or would they simply sit silently by?
I don't really know how to respond to your question. I'm not sure that they are looking at what's happening at the council level and deciding this is a research issue that they have to take up or not. I don't believe that's generally how they do their work.
Okay.
Did that
But
answer?
if they had knowledge that the decision was contrary to their experience and their research, would they not normally speak up?
They might. A lot of research is based on funding.
Okay. If I could have Dr. Warshawski, thank you. The line of my questioning is, Dr. Warshawski, is I'm looking for, independent groups, bodies that don't have a vested interest, if you want to call it that, et cetera. In your experience in London, was there any feedback at all from the medical school when London City Council had this debate?
Yes, there was. So we had a planning committee that helped us look at fluoride, and on them were several academics from the dental faculty who were involved with us, helping to plan the strategy that we would present to City Council. So they were involved and very supportive of the ongoing fluoridation of drinking water. Several prominent dentists were associated with the faculty. We also had, at our similar meeting to this, a researcher who does bone research who came forward to speak to his understanding of the research and spoke that he was not at all concerned with fluoride with regard to bone research. As well, one of the major studies that was done to look at fluoride, all the literature on fluoride, the systematic reviews that we talk about that look at all the literature, was done, I believe it was by York University in the UK. And it was one of the, so they took all the evidence together, and it's the pivotal research that was done in 2000 that looked at all the studies on cancer and didn't find an increased risk, all the studies on bone fracture that didn't find an increased risk. So that was done at an academic facility. And I believe also Calgary, when they did their debate, their academic center offered the city of Calgary to do an independent review for them, but the city declined and went ahead with their decision.
Okay, do you still have in London a significant pediatric children's unit as part of your hospital system there?
The Children's Hospital, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of either, well, in fact, in London, did the Children's Hospital in London indicate any concerns? Or do you know if the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto indicated any concerns?
I'm not aware of any concerns from either of those bodies, but they didn't actively participate in our discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kirk or Dr. Hyman, either. And most of my questions have been asked. There's one that I just need to zero in on a little bit more. And while you're making your way up, as Councillor Hatfield likes to say, what is the safe fluoride levels in with respect to a woman going through pregnancy? And what are the safe levels for a woman with basically carrying a developing fetus? Has there been any research on that? And I didn't really catch that tonight.
Do you want to start?
Again, from the reviews that we've looked at, is that the levels of fluoridation, similar to that provided, or equivalent to that provided by the City of Windsor, is not of concern to either to women who are pregnant.
But is there specific research that speaks to that, specific to pregnancy, where a pregnant woman was tested, and there are several pregnant women were tested at different stages of the fetus and after pregnancy? Has there been any specific studies on that?
I've not scanned the obstetric and gynecologic data, but have not heard of any concerns or seen any concerns. So I don't know that the study's been done or the study's been asked for.
Okay. Thank you. And Heather, Dr. Gingrich? Thank you very much. I think your friend was trying to restrain you from jumping out of your chair, so is there something you want to...
It was hard.
Would you like to answer that question as well?
There have been no studies on pregnant women, primarily because it would be ethically difficult to do so. Just consider, like, if you have any concerns about a toxin, how we do toxicological research, the gold standard is double-blind randomized studies, and you really, ethically, you can't do that because you're exposing pregnant women to something that you have questions about. You don't know if it's toxic or not, so ethically, it would be impossible to do that study. So I say I'm a PhD student, and they're pretty serious about literature reviews, especially the recent literature. There is absolutely nothing on the books. There's nothing out there. It makes the literature review very short, which also, because the infant formula app is just the first step. We also are planning on developing to the Southern Ontario Water Consortium, which was just formed in May of last year. It's at 8 universities, 16 colleges, 6 nations, First Nation community, and as a research unit, bringing all the universities together, and we identified that as a priority for further research. So the Pregnant Women's app is next in develop. It's probably call it something like Mama Bear Care or something like that. And one thing I'd like to bring up, I can't remember who mentioned it, but the Codex Alimentarius is the gold standard for nutritional recommendations worldwide, and it unequivocally states that fluoride should not be added to infant. Full stop.
Counselor. Thank you. And on the pregnancy issue, this kind of maybe a bit of a bizarre question, but it was actually emailed to me. Breast milk has ever been tested?
Yes, it has. They've done a lot of work on breast milk. And as a matter of fact, one of those things where we look to nature to give us clues, the average concentration of fluoride in breast milk is 0.01 milligrams per liter. And it doesn't change very much, even if the water that the mother is drinking is very high in fluoride, because nature has decided that it's important to keep formula-fed or children in early stages of development away from fluoride. So, like I said, I've done the calculations for breast milk as well, and it's really hard to get a high number. The body is meant to filter it out. And the other thing that is also important to mention is that breastfeeding or children feeding practices have changed significantly in the last, I'd say, at least 200 years, like since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We used to breastfeed our children until about the age of 3, and now we're down to 6 months. That's critical because the human brain and the human kidneys and the immune system they're continuing to develop in early childhood. So it would be really important to protect infants from overdosing.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. It's very helpful. Have been asked.
Okay. Heather, your PhD's in what?
Sorry?
What's your PhD?
The PhD officially, because I guess I'm a medical geologist and we don't have schools for that, so I'm in the environmental science department. But with crossovers with my co-chair in the International Medical Geology Association is Dr. Jerome Paulson, and he is the head of the National Children's Health Coalition.
But what are you focused on?
I'm focused on infant feeding.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Magny, you have no other questions?
She answered them very eloquently.
Councillor Mara.
Dr. Cooney and Dr. Worth, if you can make your way up to the delegation table, please. You're certainly going to get your exercise tonight, aren't you? I've got 2 or 3 questions here. The first one was really alluded to by Councillor Sprovieri from the region of Peel. He made a comment that was consistent with a question I had. And I should tell you that a year ago, 11 months ago tomorrow is when we had the first public meeting on this through the Windsor Utilities Commission. And I went into that meeting very open-minded, genuinely open-minded, and I left in support of the resolution that's here tonight, based on the submissions that evening. I can also tell you, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, that over the last 11 months, we have been inundated with not hundreds, perhaps even thousands of emails and information. And I take this responsibility serious. I don't have a medical or scientific background, so I've got to stay focused on what is sound public policy, what makes sense for our region. So I just wanted to share that with you as far as a backdrop of where I'm coming from. So the simple question is this. Dr. Cooney, I know you're not representing the government of Canada, but you do represent Public Health Canada. And yourself, Dr. Worth, you have a very important position representing the Provincial Association. From your respective opinions and experiences, why has this never been legislated? Because we're hearing so much information tonight, and we're hearing from a lot of folks in the medical community making some very strong statements and assertions around the critical medical benefit. It's been around for some 6 decades, and we're being asked to make a decision. I'm glad we're having this debate. It's a 52-year-old policy. You should revisit policies from time to time. But everything that I'm hearing, I'm wondering, why has it not been legislated if the medical community, key medical individuals have taken the positions that they have on the importance of fluoride and not being concerned with some of the medical concerns being expressed by others?
I can see this one is coming to me, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, that's a very good question, and what we see is different levels of government take on different responsibilities. So if, for example, you're looking at federal responsibilities, they will legislate on things like national security, customs and excise, these types of things, national finance. Yeah. Then you get into provincial areas. The federal government won't touch health and won't touch education. They become provincial. There are some areas that are municipal. Why it's that way, I don't know, but that's the way it is at the moment.
But the legislation is provincial.
The legislation is
3 acts
provincial.
in particular, right?
That's correct, Councillor. The legislation is provincial, but it's clear in the legislation that it's left to the municipalities to make the decision. And I appreciate that that can be a bit difficult, as we've seen, when you get a lot of conflicting information, but that's the way the legislation is.
No, and I understand that, and I'm personally comfortable with making whatever decisions we have to. And I guess where I'm coming from is that we're hearing from folks that occupy positions in the federal government, positions in the provincial government, when you consider even the provincial medical officer of health, and obviously she's taken a position. I'm certain others have as well. And it's 3 pieces of legislation in particular that are provincially driven. And I'll rephrase my question. Has there ever been, from your experience or knowledge, has there ever been any discussion around the possibility of legislating this, or are you not aware of that discussion happening? And I don't want to belabor this point, so.
Well, I know I've talked on several occasions to some provincial authorities about this. I think the reason some of this may have come about, and I think I have this right, is that, as you recall, Walkerton many years ago caused an issue with some deaths occurring as a result of tainted water supplies. And I think At that time, the province felt that it would be best that the water or control of municipal water supply be given back to municipalities where the responsibility would be more locally controlled. We've heard about the desire for local input. We feel it's important. We live in a democratic society. The citizens of Windsor obviously have come to this council to ask for a thoughtful decision on this. All I can tell you is that we believe that the evidence is very obvious that fluoride given in the proper and optimal amounts is a fantastic public health measure that will do nothing but benefit the citizens of your community. You saw a councillor alluded earlier, I recall, to how long it would take for someone to see the effects, and Dr. Cooney mentioned 5 years.
Right.
I might put forward that you might see the effects a lot sooner that on your social benefits programs and the demand for funding for that, because you will see that rise in some areas. I don't know, Dr. Cooney, I heard a number of 400% increase in Dorval. Was that correct?
There was a very, very high increase in Dorval, and that was why they moved fairly rapidly to bring the fluoride back in, Councillor.
A good segue to my next question, and I don't want to set this up as a debate or argument against what we've heard from others, but I heard some very interesting statements from Peter Van Coolert and Robert Fleming. In fact, I think Peter referenced some information from the Canadian Dental Association, some 1997 information around there not being any reliable scientific evidence of significant dental benefit from ingested fluoride. As you were listening to these folks tonight, and I've used two examples here, they've made statements, and essentially they're in contrast to what you're presenting in some respects. Are you suggesting to us that their information or their positions is 100% wrong, their data is 100% wrong, and we should reject it wholly? Because in my mind, again, not having the background you two have, you're the experts, it starts raising some concerns and doubts in my mind, because we're exposing 100% of the population, and we're not, and when you're exposed 100% of the population to fluoride, it's not even just concentrated on their dental hygiene, it's their body that's being exposed. So I'm sitting here, I have a doubt raised. A couple of folks, amongst others, have raised these concerns. As you're sitting there, are you suggesting we should just reject it outright and it's 100% wrong? And in the Canadian Dental Association, was that wrong, sir? Or is it accurate, somewhat accurate? What would you suggest?
Councillor, the Canadian Dental Association strongly supports water fluoridation and the value. There are two issues here. Water fluoridation works by two mechanisms, and I'm not in any way going to give any opinion to other presenters, because that's in fairness to them.
Right.
But there are two mechanisms that water fluoridation works. One is the topical effect, and that is that as it passes over the teeth, it gets taken up by the hydroxyapatite and hardens the enamel. The second thing is when you swallow it, and the systemic effect is less than the topical effect. So depending on the quote you take, if you say that the Canadian Dental Association believes the systemic effect of fluoride isn't as great, that would be correct as the effect the topical effect has. But the systemic effect hardens teeth while they're pre-eruptively, in other words, they're growing before they erupt. It comes back into the mouth through saliva. And it also, the fluoride actually inhibits the carbohydrate making ability of the bacteria that my colleague here talked about, which are the acidogenic bacteria in the mouth. So there are other mechanisms of systemic benefit to water fluoridation as well as the topical effect. And I think we may just be sliding into a little bit of a grey area as to whether it's better systemically or topically. I think the CDA is saying that the topical effect is better than the systemic effect, and I can't remember the exact quote. If that's what they're saying, then they're correct, but they strongly support water fluoridation for the topical and systemic effect.
My final question to the two of you. Fluoride has been part of public policy for about 6 decades, I believe, in Ontario, 52 or so years here in the Windsor region. Obviously, 100% of the population that gets our drinking water from Windsor will be affected. So in our case, it's Windsor, the town of Tecumseh, and the town of LaSalle. Yes. And obviously, you can't isolate the impact of fluoride. Have we not learned enough over the last 52 years where we can apply different strategies to provide the benefits that are seen from dental hygiene? That, or is it the position of physicians and public health officials that this is the only strategy that works and nothing else is available?
Well, if I may comment first, our position is such that there's a number of modalities in which fluoride can be administered, and Dr. Cooney alluded to the topical application, which of course can take place in a proper facility. But what we've learned is that the most cost-effective method of delivering fluoride is through water. And the greatest benefit, has been pointed out, is to those who are disadvantaged, those who do not have the benefit of dental care, those who are infirm, those who are in long-term care facilities. The people who really benefit from this addition of community water fluoridation are those very individuals that we should be looking out for the most.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, just to build on that point, we've talked a lot about kids, but he's quite correct when he's talking about the other extreme in life as well. If you look at caries rates, decay rates in Canada now, about 50% of 6-year-old kids have a history of dental decay, and about 50% of 65-year-old adults have a history of what we call root caries, which is decay on the roots. So when you look at vulnerable populations such as elderly, such as frail, such as handicapped people, and mentally challenged people, poor people, I mean, it's like when you tell your kid to keep their room clean. I've been doing it for 20 years, and I still kick my way in and out of their bedrooms. So when you ask them to brush their teeth, they tend to treat us the same way. They might or they mightn't. So you're always relying on compliance with people, whatever you're doing. With water, there isn't compliance. It's there, it's safe, and it's effective, and it does work on these vulnerable groups particularly well.
Thank you both. Thank you for coming this evening. I have a quick question for Kim, and perhaps Dr. Kirk can make his way up as well, just to make this quick. Kim, you alluded to, and I think that might be it right there, you alluded to some report that Dr. Ito is associated with, and again, I don't need a long answer. Can you tell us what that is? Is it new data, and what were you referencing when you made
a lot of what we're hearing tonight is the mention of these cities that stopped and their decay rates went up.
Right.
Those are not scientific observations, and we're the ones who get criticized for not bringing science. This is science. This did control.
What is that?
This is a study that showed there's no difference in tooth decay between fluoridated and non-fluoridated communities. This is a study that proves exposing us to hazardous waste is unnecessary.
Is that current data? Is that
yes,
new?
and the author of it's here.
Is that like 2012, 10? What is that?
2007.
And it was a comparison of cities in Ontario, or?
You know what? The author's here. He could talk about it better than me. All I want is for you to consider the science instead of, oh, this city did this and this city did that. That's opinion. This is the science. We don't need to do a study. The study's right here in my...
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Dr. Ito, can you take a couple of minutes just to indicate to us what Kim is referring to? I think it's important and relevant.
You know your own study.
Okay, if you want me to read the conclusion of my study, I'd be happy to do that.
You don't have to read the conclusion. You can probably give us in a few sentences what the conclusion is. Again, I'm trying to balance the interest of time here, but at the same time, get as much information as we should have to make an appropriate decision.
Okay, the comparison was for Caledon and Brampton. Caledon is one of the highest income areas in Ontario, where we compared high income to high income in Brampton, which was fluoridated, and Caledon, which was not. Because Caledon is surrounded by fluoridated areas, we could not find enough, not enough.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. We could not find enough non-fluoridated kids to show a difference. Now, if you read my conclusions, that's what's there.
Thank you, Dr. Kirk. I just want a clarification on a couple of questions that were asked by Councillor Hatfield, and the Mayor Francis jumped in as well. The 2012 study, the data that you have there, that separated Windsor, LaSalle, Tecumseh from the rest of the county, from Essex, Leamington, Lakeshore, Amherstburg, Kingsville, and Peely? Because it's just the 3 municipalities that have fluoride, right?
Right. We looked at schools that were in non-fluoridated areas and schools that were in fluoridated areas.
Schools.
Schools.
Okay. So, and the money, and I don't want to belabor this point, but I know that with the media folks here and the viewing audience, those dollar amounts you threw out there are pretty staggering. One is approaching $12 million. And given the discussion we recently had about the operating budget at the health unit, we're on the eve of budget deliberations, that'll make a headline tomorrow. So I need to understand this. You're saying that we have to give toothpaste and toothbrushes to everyone in the county of Essex if we pull fluoride?
Not for the $11.7 million.
No, the $2.8 million, I get that. Why would we automatically presume that we have to provide every person in the county of Essex with this supply of material if we pull fluoride?
In all due respect, you might be able to whittle it down, Counselor. Let's say it's a quarter of that population that's at risk and otherwise wouldn't be able to access the oral health care, then you're looking at $700,000. It's still multiple times away from the $125,000 to $150,000 that we currently pay.
Yeah, and I know that we've talked about the cost of fluoridation, and I think we have to identify the cost, but this is not an economic debate. This is not about saving money for the Windsor Utilities Commission, because $125,000 ain't going to do very much for our operating budget. So,
right.
But this 2 or 3 million.
Can I jump in, Councillor? Because I'm really perplexed by this statement. When Calgary took out their fluoridated water and Waterloo took out fluoride from their water, did they send toothpaste and toothbrushes to everybody's home?
Not to my knowledge.
So I guess, and please, the guys in the audience, this is not intended to be, this is just to ensure that we have all the information. Based on the entire discussion today, and even by the ODA's paper that was referenced, that was published in 2008, it dealt with infants and toddlers and young children who cannot, my understanding is, even be ingest, or you don't give them fluoride toothpaste, right? So it's fluoride-free toothpaste for anybody 0 to 3, 0 to 4. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So why would we mail toothpaste to them if it's fluoride-free?
This was the entire population.
Oh, so we're going to mail to the entire population, okay.
The idea was to substitute the reduction in the funding with what the equivalent protection would be if the fluoride was removed from the water supply.
So it was intended to be illustrative in terms of what the, so it's more illustrative in nature than prescriptive. I'm with you. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Mara.
That answers my question. I have no other questions. I had a question for Dr. Hasnain, if I pronounce that correctly. He made a comment towards the end of his presentation where he said that there was some controversy regarding formula. He acknowledged that. I don't know who he was sitting with, if anybody has any knowledge of that. He's left, right?
Yes.
That ends my questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Kirk, I've got some questions. I'm going to go to councillors, but in the meantime, supplementary to Councillor Hatfield and Councillor Mara's question, but by the time you get to my questions, can you get me the information ready for what schools, sample size, and what decay was measured? But not now, but when you get to my questions, I'm just letting you know if you can get prepared for that. I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
Quickly, we could give you totals. We're not sure that we wouldn't be in a breach of privacy. The school boards generally don't like to have us display individual schools. We could get you totals for those in the...
Can you give me totals for what schools and what jurisdictions?
I could get you totals for the non-fluoridated community. In a hurry, I could get you the totals for the non-fluoridated community versus the schools in fluoridated areas, but I wouldn't be able to break it down.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. On the list, members of council, I have the following. Councillors Payne, Councillor Dilkins, Councillor Sleeman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 4 questions. First of all, from Mr. Van Coulaert, if he's still here.
I am, sir.
Just to explore with you briefly, Mr. Van Coulaert, this matter of the number of municipalities that have either dropped out of it or gone on with it or whatever. Now, I'm already aware that there's no comprehensive registry on this, okay? At least that's what I've been told, across Canada. We're talking about Canada. But what I have found in Ontario is that Peel Region decided to continue, LaSalle, the neighbouring municipalities supported Peel Region. The City of London last April supported it, fluoridation. Hamilton supported it. The town of Lakeshore, which is adjacent to here, 80% of their town supply was previously not fluoridated, and the council directed that it be discontinued for the remaining 20%. The City of Toronto voted unanimously in April of 2011 to continue it. Halton Region voted to continue it. The town of Amherstburg down the way here voted to cease it, and we've just heard tonight, I wasn't aware of this, that in Waterloo it was removed by a 50.3% plebiscite. So it's a mixed bag, but just looking at those figures, as a rather sizable part of the Ontario population has decided to stay with fluoridation. Do you have any overall comments just on Ontario as to what has happened with fluoridation coming or going?
Oh, absolutely. That's the perfect question. Thank you for asking it. In Ontario, we have the bulk of fluoridated communities lying along the 401 corridor. The predominant communities are the GTA, roughly representing 9 million people. And the remainder of the other 33% in Canada who are fluoridated are 2 million people scattered across the rest of the country.
You said Canada. I'm just talking about Ontario.
It's fine. So what would you like to know specifically about Ontario?
I just wonder if you had any comment on that, because it seems that several North municipalities have decided to do it.
You have to understand that in Ontario, we're very close to the United States. And in the United States, this is very popular policy. So when we have individuals in Canada who want to behave like individuals in the United States, specifically in an industry, it's very easy to adopt similar policies. The really interesting thing about this is that the communities who have rejected fluoridation have been communities that have seriously looked at information and said, we need to revise a policy that's over 60 years old in some cases. And if you look at every other aspect, technology in our society is changing so quickly. To leave a policy in place that has a 60-year-old date stamp on it and not seriously look at it in light of the new kinds of technologies that are available, particularly in water treatment. For instance, you folks here invested in a brand new water plant because you simply could not make the regulations and the regulatory standards with the previous water plant that you have.
Okay. Sorry. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My second question is for Kimberly. Could she come up? Kimberly, I'm glad to hear your presentation tonight. You first mentioned this to me at a ward meeting in Ward 9 back in 2011.
A couple years ago.
And I know you're very sincere about this, obviously, and very passionate about it. But you've heard all the other side of the story tonight. In your research, when you were coming to this position, did you take into account all of these other facts that were presented here tonight, whether you agreed with them or not? Have you? In other words, I think the onus is on anybody dealing with this very controversial matter to try to look at the whole picture and then come. But I don't think you seem to reference any of the studies which were subsequently mentioned here tonight. Did you, in fact, look at all? Did you take all that into account?
I don't think I heard any study reference tonight that showed the ingestion of silicofluoride. There's been not a single study presented that showed that people should or will benefit from ingesting silicofluoride. There's been a lot of talk that there are lots of reviews, and the reviews don't show harm. I don't want to be convinced that it's unlikely to cause harm. I want to be convinced that my children should be drinking and bathing in a product because it is safe. I want to see what the NSF 60 standard requires, a toxicological study, a clinical study. I want to be shown that when we ingest this, it is safe. I want to be shown that it is necessary. What we've seen is 26%. Sounds really impressive. It means less than one cavity. It means less than one cavity. So that athlete who drinks all that water and feels horrible because of it, I guess she doesn't matter because less than one cavity is more important than her. And when we hear critiques of the Harvard study, what the Harvard researchers showed, they didn't say water fluoridation lowers IQ. They didn't say that. What they say is that the way fluoride acts on our brains is like mercury and lead, and that we don't know if the levels in water fluoridation will reduce IQ because no one's...
Sorry to interrupt. We're now getting into the entire debate over again. Councillor Payne?
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly. That's fine. Thank you. My third one is to the councillor from Peel Region, if he's still here.
You don't have to put a coat on. We're pretty informal down here.
I'm used to it, council, you know. I've got my tie, actually. Yes, sir.
Yes. By the way, congratulations on coming all the way down here. That's a major effort, and especially in this weather.
Yes,
Anyway, I have in front of me the Peel resolution, okay, which was adopted by Peel Region last year. I noticed it was moved by a councillor and you seconded it, eh? You seconded the motion.
The
Peel.
second one about having the federal government to provide some
Right.
information, yes.
So you had 4 components in there, and I won't go through them in detail, but it was about regulating fluorosilicates, that fluorosilicates be assigned drug numbers by Health Canada, that classification of fluorosilicates as drugs should be based on a toxicology study, and that a double-blinded, randomized, placebo-controlled clinical trial be carried out. Can you talk to how all those 4 conditions came about? Why are those 4 conditions in particular?
Well, these are, as I said before.
Sorry, there's a point of information on the councillor question. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it should be clear before we start looking at Peel as being the model. As I understand it, if I might, Councillor, that Alton, Palgrave, Inglewood, and Culloden all voted to...
I'm going to rule that out of order as a point. I thought you had a point of information on his question. How's it relevant to his question?
It is relative to the question because I think that we're trying to suggest that all of Peel has left fluoride in the water. But there are 4 major components of Peel that said, no, we don't want it. I think it's important.
So I'm sorry, Councillor Jones, but I have to correct you on that. I was not suggesting a model or anything. I was just asking a question about the content of the Peel resolution, which the councillor brought up previously. I was just asking.
Go ahead, Councillor Payne.
My question was there any particular reason for selecting those 4 things to be investigated?
Yes, as I was saying, initially when we did this in 2011, we were caught sort of by surprise, the council. We didn't have a lot of information. Dr. Moe had presented us with a 4-page report to say that basically what we heard, that fluoride is safe, effective, and that we should continue using it. Now, a lot of us, as you know, councillors, some accept our staff's recommendations off the top, and some of us actually we go into detail and want to know more. So Mayor McCallion actually, she was the suggested some of these that we should be looking at these with a suggestion of some of our resident delegations that that once we have results of these tests, then we can be assured that fluoride in our drinking water would be safe and effective, because none of these studies have been done. There has been no clinical trials of any sort that we're aware of that have demonstrated that fluoride is safe. So having these tests done, these studies, would assure us that fluoride would be safe, and that's where that came from.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Dilkins, Councillor Sleeman.
Thank you, Worship. I guess one of the benefits of having sat through a 3-hour debate on this topic at the WUC meeting is that many of the questions have already been answered because so many of the presenters are the same. But there was one thing that came up, and I wish Dr. Hasnain was here, and this is something that he mentioned that was not mentioned in the original question, but I'd like to call up Heather, if possible, and I'm putting you on the spot a bit, Heather, because I guess what you started off by saying and how you introduced yourself tonight was that you were basically in the business with Children's Health and Environment Coordinator, and that you have the app coming out. So I'm sure you heard what Dr. Hasnain said with respect to his concern about tap water and formula on the population of less than 6 months old. And I think he was quite clear that, at least he raised that as a live issue, that there is some concern out in the medical community in that regard. Are you familiar from your research with anything in that regard on what he mentioned?
Other than everything is very consistent out there in the recommendations of the major pediatric associations and even the Canadian Dental Association itself, they were the ones that actually came up with the dose. And dose is important because it's different than concentration, because the concentration in the water is stable, but how much of that you actually take into your body is going to depend widely on how much you weigh, how much you're intaking, other sources, like it's combined sources. So it's not just what's in the water, now it's what's in the food, what's in the air, what you're absorbing through your skin and personal care products. So, and that is very consistent. I think it's significant that the dose recommendation, so something that you can figure out on an individual basis and is going to be different for everyone, came from the Canadian Dental Association itself in 2000. I believe it was Levy, the same Levy who did the Levy and Clark study. And that was sort of the Rosetta Stone when it came to all these questions about what's the safe concentration for water, what's the optimal concentration for water. Well, that's a very relative term because it depends, like, safe for whom, optimal for whom. We're all very different. We have different intakes. So it's impossible to do. So that's why dose was very important. There is no controversy amongst those who look at infant nutrition and infant health. They very clearly state not for children under 6 months old. There is no controversy. Just because it has not been studied, and when you look at it and you go for the literature review, this is a problem we have in science. No studies, because no one's ever looked at the question scientifically, is not the same as no evidence of harm, although we use it that way. You can't find any evidence of harm of something you haven't even looked at. So I say it was very troubling for me that this sort of area of uncertainty had been left for so long, and just like, well, yes, there's some controversy. Like I say, it does not help the decision makers at the grassroots level know what to do, which is why I developed the app, because we can do that now. We can, and I could do one for you too. And we probably will. And then the other thing to mention, I think I mentioned in the first presentation that you were at that I wasn't here.
Sorry, guys. I've got to just stick questions and answers. Okay, Councillor Dilkins.
Talking about fluoride in the water for young people, one of the, and I'm like all of my colleagues who's been inundated with information certainly over the last 11 months, and even before that, but certainly in the last 11 months, someone sent me a report which I, not being a scientist, couldn't read appropriately, or certainly discern appropriately, and that was with respect to an association between fluoride and autism. Are you aware of any link between those two, or is that junk science? And I don't know. If it's junk science, call it out. But I don't know.
To answer your question, it's one of those under-researched areas, and I say I'm the co-chair for the international conference that's coming up in Washington, D.C. And it's one of those areas that we're pulling in all the prominent autism researchers globally and in North America, and we're asking them to look at environmental factors, and water chemistry is certainly one of them. So, like I say,
so it's probably fair to say that there's no conclusive link in that regard.
No, but theoretically, like I said, there's been lots and lots and lots of research on the effect of fluoride on the G protein. So the G protein, as I said, there's the human genome encodes for 950 G proteins that do everything from regulate metabolism to signal transduction to DNA replication. So we know that fluoride is associated with G protein interaction, and it'll mess it up at that level, which explains why you see these sort of far-reaching broad effects. Every system in the body is affected or could potentially be affected. The problem is because it's so broad, which discipline, because they're not all that well connected, I'm afraid, which discipline is going to take a look at something on that global?
Thank you. Councillor Delkins?
Just of administration, please.
Okay. Councillor Slim.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to ask if I can either John Stewart or Mr. Rossi from the Windsor Utility Commission, if they can come forward. John, this is the information we have in front of us. They would say between 1953 to 1960, we were using sodium fluoride, and which they claim it's not, it's a byproduct of scrubbers and so on. And then it was eventually replaced with hydrofluoric acid. The question to you, when that acid is being put in the water, is any traces of arsenic, lead, mercury, cadmium, or some other element it stay in the water? To your knowledge, because you are the head of the Windsor Utility Commission, is any traces stay in the water? Would those traces eventually work its way to the tap?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I believe within the body of the report that was provided to you, there is a chart there that indicates what the levels of lead, arsenic are in the raw water coming in. There is, I don't believe that there is any, I'm trying to find the right words here. We have heard tonight, and I'm here to agree with the fact that there are some byproducts within or some heavy metals within the HFS that we use. That is added into the raw water, and I have provided you with the arsenic lead results on the final treated water, which are below the raw water levels. To specifically answer your question, without doing tracer studies to determine where that lead is coming from, somewhat difficult to say that it's the HFS versus what was originally in the raw water. What I can say is that adding the HFS, even with those heavy metals, does not result in a higher lead arsenic level in the final finished treated product. What that would be if we did not add HFS, I would say on balance it would be marginally lower.
Thank you, John. If I may ask for Dr. Saad.
Yes, Councillor.
Doctor, when the Windsor Utility Commission draw the water from Detroit River and they process the water and so on, and they add the fluoride to it, so the fluoride, we consume it, and most of it go back to the ecosystem or to the ecostream, whatever. You could look at it as a closed system. We draw it, we add the fluorine, we dump it, we draw it again, and we add more fluorine. If you look at it down the road, is it going to cause some significant damage, possibly to the wildlife, to the aquatic life, and so on?
No, the answer is definitely no, and there are studies based on the mass balance of the amount is fed. There's a study done in 1990, and it looked at the volume that has been of water versus the amount of fluoride, and the conclusion was the amount is very insignificant and will not have an effect, and it's well below the potential toxic level.
Maybe it's not very significant now, but if you look at it as a closed system, eventually in, say, 50 years or whatever you want to call it, or 100 years, with that, the level of fluoride will be exactly what we are adding. It's going to be 0.65, whatever.
I don't imagine that's going to happen, because many of that is going to precipitate as well in the sediments. And if you look at that compared to the groundwater, Waterloo has been mentioned. Waterloo, most of their water is groundwater. They have about over 100 wells they draw water from. And they have a small plant which is less than 10% of the total volume. That water comes from Grand River. So because of the high level of groundwater, which is high level, that area mainly has high level of salts. Usually the hardness, like I lived in Walkerton for 5 years, hardness is 400. The Great Lakes water, Detroit River, is about 100. So 4 times more, and has higher fluoride, high other salts as well. So that's why in these communities, that's why in Caledon they don't put fluoride as well, because it's there in the ground. It is way above that what we put at 0.6, and some of them is over 1 milligram per liter.
Thank you, Doctor.
My pleasure.
If I may ask for Heather, if you could come in for a minute. Heather, I was reading your materials. If I'm not mistaken, maybe you correct me. Some of the study you mentioned that 250,000 children aged 0 to 5 have high blood lead, and that doubled the non-fluoridated communities. Was it your comment on that?
I can comment on it. It wasn't my study.
It was not?
Was it Masters or Copeland?
Okay, let me concentrate on what you have written then. You mentioned the fact that fluoride causes cancer, dental fluorosis, and lowering of the IQ. You did say that in your...
In this presentation, the
in
fluoride
the
toxicity
presentation,
slide in
yes.
kids? Yes.
You did mention it.
It has been associated with those things. Cancer, primarily osteosarcoma.
Looking at the cancer things there, and I was reading, again, from the material that being supplied to us by the city, and possibly from emails coming from you or somebody else, they were saying there was study for 26 previous studies of cancer relationship to fluoridation. The conclusion was that no clear association between fluoridation and the overall cancer incidence or mortality, and no association of thyroid cancer and fluoridation. And also the Canadian Cancer Society, they were also expressing an opinion there is no association between fluoride and basically and cancer. Can you comment on that?
Certainly. It's probably one of those cases where there's been a lack of intentional study. What we are really needing at a national, provincial level, what have you, and we have the data. The data is there. The mandate seems to be missing. So what we have is we have lots of information collected by John Stewart and his colleagues on water chemistry. And then we also have collected on the other side lots of epidemiological data, mostly collected by Statistics Canada. And that's, they generate the data, and then other agencies just use it. What has never been done, and I really can't see a good reason for it given the technology that we now have, is looking at water chemistry as a risk factor for all of these things that we look at, like cancer, diabetes, arthritis. Because it's very easy to do now because we have information on place for all of them. And I've worked with those data sets extensively. And there's a lot of information that you never see when you just go and look at it on the Statistics Canada. But if you were to go in and get the proper approval for a well-designed study that would be peer-reviewed and full statistical disclosure, like we can do through the research data centers run by Statistics Canada, you could answer exactly those questions and say, oh, okay, for all these communities that are similar in all the ways that matter, there are 24 variables that Statistics Canada controlled for. We can do those studies. The question is, who's going to pay for them? That is the problem.
Heather, there's something on the IQ. That's what I'd like to ask you. Is the high concentration of fluoride above the normal recommended level in the water will definitely affect the IQ? Isn't it true of any chemicals or anything over the recommended level of concentration will cause some kind of side effect, which it could be lowering of the IQ?
My question back, and just to clarify, is that recommended for whom? I said we vary
The
greatly.
recommended level of fluoride is 0.65, and if people consume like 4, as it was mentioned earlier, in the state, or 1.2, it's going to cause some lower of the IQ, isn't it?
It's, again, that is a wonderful research question. And you have a university there full of bright people who I'm sure would love to answer it for you if they had the mandate and the funding. So I'd really direct you there. In terms of the IQ studies, they're difficult because ethically, how do you pull that off in a randomized double-blind study when you have good reason to believe that you're exposing one group to a toxic substance but not another? Ethically, it's very difficult. So you have to go with these sort of ecological studies where you say, well, this is what they're doing already. We had nothing to do with it. And now looks at it. But it's very important that you compare apples to apples and that you control for all the variables. And that's one of the problems with the way, that doesn't always happen.
I don't want to take a lot of your time. I think most of the question had been answered, listening to my colleagues asking all kind of questions. I want to thank you very much for coming in today.
Further questions of the delegates? Members of council, we've gone around once. I just got a couple of questions. Dr. Kirk, Dr. Hyman, with regards to the study that was referenced in your not the study, but the data that was collected, do you have any more info? I just want to, the dental screening that the health unit has completed, where the dental screening was done in the numbers, please?
I do have more data, Mr. Mayor. So the first thing I'd say is, before I give you the data, we recognize that this is a first blush look. We truly got this information 1 week ago. It's for a 1-year period, but I'll give you the information. We're using as a proxy for whether or not kids receive fluoride where their schools are located. Any good researcher, whether you're pro or against fluoride, will give you the caveats to the study or limitations of the study. This isn't a study, but I'm giving you this as a caveat. So what we see for January 1, 2012 to December 31st, 2012, in fluoridated locations, I'm looking at a DMF score. We've all heard it's decayed, missing, or filled teeth. Anyone with a DMF score greater than 1 in the fluoridated locations, among 12,572 kids screened, we saw a rate of 35.63%. This was in kids and fluoridated. So there was a total number of 4,479, and when you divide that by 12,572, you end up with that rate of 35.63. That's in the fluoridated section. The non-fluoridated locations, a total of 5,192 were screened. A DMF score of greater than 0 was seen in 2,223 for a rate of 42.82%. Lest that number sound insignificant, it's significant to 1 in 10,000, a p-value of less than 0.0001.
Okay, so 35 to 42. So here's my next question. DMF, decay, missing, or filled. How do you decide and how do you determine whether that was caused by fluoridation or everything else. And the everything else can be from the chips to the Gatorade to the cookies to the bad oral hygiene. How do you break it out to determine what is the cause and what level that cause relates into those numbers?
Good question, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that anyone could tell you that on these data at first glance. These are not controlled in any way. We have not asked the families that participated the dietary histories or the intake of their kids. If you were to design a study like that, if you were going to do a prospective study, then you would ask people to collect the data and give you their logs or have someone to observe this information, but this is not that kind of study.
We've heard this evening, and there's been evidence on both sides, but with regards to tooth decay and with regards to it being an infectious disease, how does that rate on the scale of health issues compared to other health issues that the health unit deals with, everything from heart to cancer? Where does tooth decay fall on the scale?
From the presentations that it's a significant issue. I don't think we consciously at the health unit say, well, immunizations is more important.
But it's one of the top significant issues. It would be considered a significant issue. So my question is this. In the past several years, and I apologize, I should have done more homework and I didn't, but Leamington, Lakeshore, Kingsville, Amherstburg no longer fluoridate their water. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, some of them never did.
Never did. Okay, let's stick to the ones that never did. Since this is a significant issue, and since these institutions never did, and since you're responsible for the entire region, how many times in the past 5 years, 10 years, has a health unit appeared before those bodies encouraging them to add fluoride to their water?
My tenure has been a year and a half. I can't answer much beyond.
I can certainly answer that, and certainly we have not.
The health unit has never been in front of those other jurisdictions advocating for them to add fluoride to their water, given the fact that we've already identified that this is one of the significant health issues.
Yes.
Why not?
Again, because these are local issues. Certainly the information is out there, but we have not made that specific, those specific presentations.
Thank you.
When they were deciding whether or not to continue their fluoridation, yeah, in the last year roughly.
And certainly back in, I think, about 2006, we were in Tecumseh.
Okay.
Continue fluoridation.
Okay. Thank you. To the Ontario Dental Association. I just want to make sure, if I can, Doctor, I want to make sure I've got the facts right on this. You referenced the special report and the education campaign that the ODA rolled out back in 2008. So, fluoridation, let me ask you this question first so that I have a better, complete understanding of it. Fluoridation is to the benefit of, I know you're going to say the entire population, but is there specific pockets? You referenced the elderly and the young. Is that, what are the age groups that we target as it relates to the importance of fluoridation for their health?
Well, the potential for decay, Mayor, is present, can be present actually before a tooth erupts. So I would say almost in utero, it does have potential benefits. So I would say 0 to whenever you die.
I guess you referenced the 10 recommendations, and I went out to pull out the study. In the 10 recommendations that the ODA put out in their special report, reading from the report, An Ounce of Prevention, it calls on parents to take responsibility in their homes to help prevent the disease. The report provides 10 recommendations that parents can implement immediately, and I assume I'm reading from their media release here. And it's got 10 recommendations, everything from before your baby has teeth, wipe the gums, to when if your baby sleeps with a bottle or a sippy cup, make sure it's only with water. And it goes on to 10, visit your dentist regularly. Nowhere in those 10 recommendations does it mention anything about fluoride. However, it goes on to say that the ODA special report also calls urgently on the government to help focusing on higher risk children with the following recommendations. And in that, it says the application of, improve access to publicly funded programs, application of fluoride varnish, and community water fluoridation. So my question to you is, in this report, the ODA seems to suggest that government should take a role in community water fluoridation as it relates, and this is my interpretation, feel free to comment, as it relates to only those higher risk areas, and the higher risk areas being children in that area. So they didn't feel strong enough that they put it in their top 10 recommendations. Like they tell you, don't let your kids sleep with a sippy cup filled with milk, but they don't tell you, and they don't mention fluoride, save and except that they seem to have separated and said only in the higher risk areas. And what are the higher risk areas is what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Well, I think I don't have the direct report in front of me, and it's been a while since I read it, but I think you did allude to the fact that it mentioned the recommendation of continued community water fluoridation. Areas of higher risk are areas of socioeconomic disadvantage. And, I've alluded to that earlier, Mayor. The advantage to community water fluoridation is that it's not select. Everybody benefits from it. And the beauty of it is that the people who are most disadvantaged, the children that do not have parents that provide oral hygiene instruction on a regular basis, the parents who do not monitor a child's diet, those are high-risk children. And the advantages of community water fluoridation benefit those particular children specifically. They're the ones that get seen in the public health units.
And thank you, that was a very important point. If they, assuming that they do not have access to fluoridated water, what other ways, or are there any other means to supplement those higher risk areas?
Heard from Dr. Cooney that in Europe they use a number of different modalities in order to ensure their populations receive fluoride. Obviously, regular dental care is important. I guess hopefully that doesn't occur through the social benefit system, because that puts a direct onus on your budget. So once again, it's the old adage of watching the child's diet, making sure that they do receive regular care, and continuing to fluoridate your community water supply. We feel those are very strong things to ensure a child's oral health continues to be maintained.
Thank you. Dr. Cooney, please, if you mind. Dr. Cooney, what was the Public Health Agency's position on bisphenol phosphate 5 years ago?
Sorry, Mayor, could you repeat the question?
What was the agency's position on BPA about 5 years ago?
The Public Health Agency's position on, and Health Canada's position on BPA is one of caution, is one of care, particularly in vulnerable populations, and obviously that would include a particularly focus on young kids.
5 years ago?
5 years ago, it was probably starting to bubble. I would say 5 years ago, it probably hadn't been an issue. I would have to think of when BPA became an issue. And I would say certainly it's certainly around for 3-4 years as a discussion point.
What caused it to become an issue?
Well, there was concern in terms of BPA and plastics in general.
And earlier, a councillor asked you a question. I think it was trying to compare the record of Canada versus the U.S. EPA, and I think your response was we're showing leadership. Canada has banned BPA in certain substances, specifically with infants and toddlers and baby bottles. The U.S. government, the U.S. EPA, what's their position on BPA?
At the moment, there isn't a ban, and whether there will be or not a ban, I couldn't comment on the EPA. Mayor, what I would suggest to you is the position on fluoride is very clear with the Public Health Agency and Health Canada now, and the people who were involved in the studies, the experts who were involved in that study were Dr. Levy from Iowa and Dr. Clark from BC, who were the same people as we've been discussing earlier here tonight, and they are recommending to use, they were the people who recommended the minimum of 0.7 parts per million for all ages.
And I guess that's the and again, I don't want to get, I think you guys, both sides have done an adequate job of presenting as much evidence as possible. One final question just on that last point, Dr. Cooney. Going back and reading the history, this really started in Grand Rapids, which is pretty interesting, right? They just added it and they figured that that's the way that it helps as a result of the research. But a lot has changed in the last 60 years, right? The access to health that we have today is very different than it was 60 years ago, right? The access to dental care and dental products and its form, its composition has changed considerably. The environmental conditions have changed conditionally. Our diets have changed. So all of that has changed. And I guess just one final question, then I'm going to go to councillors for administration. Has that ever been taken into consideration? And because in everything else, and that's why I use the BPA example, everything else, everything changes and then there's a change. It seems in this case that there's so many changes and so many variables that have changed drastically, not incrementally, but drastically from diet alone, that there doesn't seem to be a willingness, or there doesn't seem to be one study say, okay, there's a correlated change in environmental stimulus here, and as a result, the effect on the need for the compound or the addition of this agent here.
Your Worship, there are certainly what we call cyclical reviews that Health Canada does, and I gave you an example of one, and we go through various minerals, various items, and they're examined. In that instance, it was fluoride. If you look at some of the things that were being done 60 years ago, immunizations, we started to immunize for polio, we still do. When you look at some of the immunizations that are done, but you see, when you look at things like MMR, when you start to slacken off on immunizations, then as we saw recently in some of the provinces, you see measles rising again. When we started slackening off on TB vaccinations in some specific population subgroups, particularly those who live in the coast and damp communities, you saw TB going back up. So there are some public health interventions that tend to be, as my colleagues mentioned earlier, cornerstones. The CDC has recognized this as one, just as they've recognized vaccinations as one. The CPHA, the Canadian Public Health Association, just 2 years ago in their Millennium Cornerstones for Public Health identified water fluoridation as one of the 12. So you're absolutely correct. You keep reviewing, and that's why that review took place. But you decide based on the science and the evidence is, just like your vaccinations, this is a very, very good public health intervention.
But people have choice in vaccinations.
In some instances they do, and in some instances they don't. And with this, you get into the whole issue of do you prevent people from having something? Is it right to take something away from people that you know ethically is doing them a lot of good?
And therein lies the question that we have this evening, right? I just guess one final question. It seems that we've taken a broad category of tooth decay, and we've taken that broad category of tooth decay, which, you know, in my earlier question to the health unit, could be anything from decay to missing to filling. And it seems that this debate has attributed it to fluoride in the water supply. So I think we all can agree that there are many other causes of tooth decay, but it doesn't seem like we've taken the same type of approach. Like why, and Councillor Marr's question was a very valid question, but you know, kids' schools, you can still get soda, you can still get chips, you can still get access to bars, chocolate bars, and all those have the same type of effect. So I guess what I'm asking here, and I'm not going to get the answer given everybody's position, but fluoride isn't the be-all and the end-all to the solution for tooth decay, is my question.
Your Worship, that's very fair. There are three things that will cause a tooth to decay. One is you need bugs, you need bacteria. So if you can get kids to brush, if you get into health promotion, trying to get them to brush to keep their teeth clean, you'll remove the bacteria, or some of them. The second thing is improper diet. If kids eat the wrong stuff, they're going to have sugars, there's going to be carbohydrates, there's going to be sticky foods, and decay rates will go up. The third thing, which we talked about earlier, similar to immunization, is you increase the host resistance. And that's something you folks can do, and you increase the host resistance by putting fluoride in the water because it makes the enamel harder. And that's the part you can influence. There are other parts that we also try and influence through public health, through health promotion, through disease prevention, and through awareness and nutrition counselling. But if you take this away from people, as occurred in Dryden, as occurred in Dorval, they will suffer. There will be an increase in decay rates and people's health will suffer, particularly, as you mentioned, in vulnerable groups who are most susceptible, the poor, the elderly, the young, the frail, but others will suffer too.
And one, and I promise, final question, just because I know that there's been a lot of discussion in the community. The fluoride, the hydrofluorosilic acid that we're talking about here is very different than the fluoride that the dentist applies, I guess, right? I can say that? Right, okay. But we refer to a fluoride, and I think there's public confusion out there as well, but, yep. I'm gonna, to the administration. Guys, I don't want to go back. I think we've all exhausted our questions. Councillor Dilkins, if I go to you, then I'm going to have to go to everybody else. Can you guys cover it in some? I think you have enough information. No? Councillor Dilkins, go ahead. Open up a can of worms right now. I was going to try to get us out this week. See, look at all the hands go up. Can I go to the questions of the administration? Of the administration? Okay. Guys, that's why I asked that you guys try to cover the questions. Try to be helpful. Councillor Dilkins, if I go to you, I'm going to have to go a second round to everybody else. Are you really going to lose sleep over this one? Okay.
I want to double back on something that you said that he responded to.
But then everybody else is going to double back on it. And look, we got people in the audience that want to double back now, too. No. No, sorry. Of the administration members of council, I have the following list. I have councillors, and I really want to thank the delegates this evening. I think they've been very helpful. Of the administration, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Dilkins, Magny, Gignac, Valentinas.
Thank you, Worship, and I'll be very quick. Certainly, of administration, a lot has been said in regard to low-income people and those that can't afford dental care. I wonder if someone in administration could tell us what our good friends in the province and the city are doing for those who are vulnerable, those who possibly have a income of less than $20,000.
Your Worship and members of council, through the Ontario Works and the Ontario Disability Supports Program, dental coverage is provided for certain age groups. Anybody who receives Ontario Works or Ontario Disability Supports and has a child under the age of 18, that child under the age of 18 is eligible for mandatory dental benefits that allow in preventative care such as cleaning, scaling, polishing. However, the fluoride treatment portion of it does need to meet specific criteria that is put out by the Ministry of Community and Social Services, and two elements of that criteria do need to be met in order for the fluoride portion to be qualified. In addition to that, anybody on Ontario Disability Supports Program or their spouse does receive mandatory dental benefits in the preventative care portion. And we also have our non-discretionary benefits for low income should they qualify.
Can I supplementary to that, Councillor Jones? It's a very important question. If there is, and I know the Windsor Utilities Commission made a motion, if there's any entertaining of that motion with regards to redirection of funds, I would strongly suggest that you give thought to what Yellen just shared with you, because those dollars can go directly to providing it. And I think that was an important question. I just wanted to point that out because I don't think that was, we did not discuss that at, we jumped at the Windsor Utilities Commission, but I just wanted to highlight that because I think we do provide. Councillor Dilkins, Magny, Gignac, Valentinas.
Your Worship, that in fact was my question. Beyond just providing the benefit itself, does social services through your department, Ms. Payne, provide any oral health? I think the motion from WUC specifically mentioned oral health education. Do we provide that service internally?
Your Worship and Counselor, we do have a dental coordinator in our staff. Now, they primarily look at assessing eligible cases and dealing with individual applicants. We also do have a partnership through our well-being program with the health unit that does provide the educational component of that. So we do have some educational avenues that we could channel and utilize.
Councillor Magny, Gignac, Valentinas.
Your Worship, those were my questions with respect to health promotion. We'll have more to say about it after.
Councillor Gignac, Valentinas.
In terms of the dollars that we spend now on our dental programs and listening to the presentations tonight, is there any way you could gauge what the financial impact might be with OW and ODSP?
Your Worship and members of Council, thank you for the question. I don't know if I can predict whether they would go up or down. I, of course, do not have the expertise and the health background that we've heard here, and there has been the debate back and forth. However, just to give you an indication of the dollars that we do spend, in 2011, we spent approximately, both municipally and provincially, approximately $2 million for OW and ODSP recipients and low-income recipients who did qualify. About half of that was directed, about $1 million, towards children, and the other half towards adults. And so that kind of gives you an indication. The 2012 numbers are not fully in yet, but from January until June of 2012, we had, we're pretty much on track. We were at about a little over $1 million and projected to hit about $2 million again.
In terms of the fluoride treatment that would, I guess, supposedly replace fluoride in the water, that's not part of what automatically goes to people on OWODESP, correct?
That is correct, Councillor. It is not, they have to meet two criteria, as I had stated earlier, that actually are put out by the guidelines of the Ministry of Community and Social Services.
What would that criteria be?
There are 6 criteria, and the child would have to meet 2 of the criteria. One is water fluoride content in the municipality that is less than 0.3 ppm. Number 2 would be past history of smooth surface decay in the last 3 years. Number 3 would be present smooth surface decay. Number 4 would be evidence of long-standing poor oral hygiene. 5, severe medical compromised patient. Number 6, and I apologize to the health experts in the audience, xerostomia, or radiation or drug-induced. So 2 of those following 6 criteria would have to be met for the individual to qualify for fluoride treatment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, are members of WUC considered to be administration? Can I put a question to John? John?
John? Or Stuart, yeah. John smiles, not that bad. We'll be out of here by 11.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe yes, maybe no. Mr. Stewart, in terms of drinking water surveillance program from the Ministry of the Environment, is that undertaken in Windsor regularly?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor, the drinking water surveillance program, we are part and parcel of that program. Samples are taken. They used to be taken quarterly. I believe we're down to about semi-annual now.
In terms of the addition of fluoride to the water, it's not just thrown in. You measure what the levels are naturally and then make it up to the percentage that's acceptable?
That is correct. There is a dosing system. It is controlled through our SCADA system. Levels are measured, and we target a 0.65 milligram per liter level going out in the water, so that we're between that 0.6 and 0.8.
How often do you do that?
Sorry?
How often do you do that?
It's a continuous measure.
So regularly through the day.
When I say continuous, it's on the millisecond level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking at the resolutions which were passed by the town of LaSalle, which really was the same as the one passed by the region of Peel, it's quite an extensive resolution in terms of its demands. And do we have any idea what the length of time would be for those responses to come back to the individual municipalities? Because it does include not just, drug classifications, but, conducting properly double-sized or double-blinded, studies, et cetera.
I don't know if anybody in the administration can answer it, but earlier you heard that it takes about 5 years to do a study, a proper study, and I'd say anywhere from 3 to 8 years. But I'm guessing, Councillor, so.
Okay. And are we aware of any other municipalities that have endorsed that particular position? I know we have in our report, like I said, those two. But I thought there were some others that were also looking at it. No? No? Okay, thank you.
The administration? Direction, please. Councillor Dilkens.
Your Worship, I will move the recommendation that was made at WUC and just alter it in the way so that the savings found be directed to oral health education through the Social Services Department, or at their discretion, Social Service Department discretion.
The motion is supported. On the motion, Councillor Dilkens, Jones, Magny, Haberstadt, Payne, Valentinas, Hatfield, Sleeman, Gignac, in that order. Hope you guys remember it.
Thank you, Worship. I know this is a complex issue, and I appreciate Dr. Kirk, Dr. Hyman, all of the speakers, Dr. Jassim, everyone who came here tonight, Dr. Frank and the rest, to speak about the issue, and certainly appreciate their opinion and their expertise. At the same time, I do appreciate the opinion and expertise of Kim and Donna and Sarah, Heather and the rest of the group who have a sincere interest in this issue as well. I'm not a scientist. I don't have a science background or education. I don't think that anyone around the table does, with the exception of perhaps you, Your Worship. You have a science degree, so you're maybe better able to discern some of the nuances than the rest of us around the table. So I am reliant on my ability to listen, to read the information, to ask lots of questions that we had a chance to ask certainly at the WUC meeting 11 months ago, and try and determine a course of action. And it would be very, very easy to sit here and could have been home probably by 7 o'clock. It would have been very easy to listen to the delegations and simply say, you know what, the health unit is recommending keeping it, and the dental association, let's just keep it and move on. But I think that would have been, and certainly would have provided a disservice to the differing opinions that I think are equally important. 11 months ago, I sat in this chair and listened to many of the same speakers make many of the same presentations and arguments. And 11 months ago, I came to the same conclusion that I came to tonight and made the motion at WUC, and that we recommend to City Council to remove fluoride from our drinking water. And nothing tonight really has changed my opinion in that regard. And I go back to when fluoride was first placed in the drinking water system. That it happened in Windsor in 1953. And at that particular time, there was no fluoride in toothpaste. We used asbestos in our building materials. We used leaded gas, and I remember pumping my mom's, the gas in my mom's car, leaded gas. We used lead paint in our house, and we put mercury fillings in our mouth. That's what we used for our fillings. Now, of course, we all know the asbestos, the mercury, the lead, they've been all declared dangerous, and with the exception of some mercury amalgams, they're generally not readily available. So that leaves fluoride on the table. And I've read many of the studies, including what may have been junk science related to autism, but I've read many of the studies. I've tried to at least become informed on the topic to make an informed judgment. And I think it's fair to say that there is a well-known benefit as it relates to fluoride and healthy teeth that is not disputable. I think that benefit is there, and those who may suggest otherwise, I think, with all due respect, are not doing justice to the science that's there. But the question that I have is that the only way to get oral health protection through the drinking water? And I went and I looked around the world, and someone talked about 6% of the world's population is fluoridated. Well, just look at Europe, where almost every country in Europe, 98%, have removed fluoride from their drinking water. And what have they done in return? We heard some of it tonight. Some provide tablets and drops, which are extremely inexpensive and low cost, available to anyone. Belgium and other countries sell salt, and they fluoridate the salt, so people who want to get it can easily get it that way. Others have school brushing programs. As I said, in 1953, we didn't have fluoride in toothpaste. And since the 1970s, certainly for my lifetime, it's been widely available and used by the vast majority. I think tonight someone said 75% of people in this area use toothpaste, and I'm sure almost all of it is fluoridated toothpaste. And it's applied topically, as you know, and it provides the same benefit as fluoride in the water, but it provides it actually better because you're putting it directly on the teeth, you're applying it topically right to the teeth, it's in a higher concentration, and it's a direct application. And I have the concern, and we expressed this at WUC, I think Councillor Marr and Councillor Sleeman and other folks at WUC, when this came up, we looked simply at the tube of toothpaste, and you turn it over and it specifically says contains fluoride, do not swallow, you know, in big letters. And someone talked about calling up and asking the manufacturer why you wouldn't say, why would you put that on the tube? And the fact of the matter is there is some concern, there's some danger to your health swallowing toothpaste. And I think that that also is not disputable. In the last 11 months, I've spoken to a number of local dentists. Granted, you know, 3 specifically when I make this comment, and I know there's a whole lot more in the area. And I talked about the issue of fluoride because it's been out there, hanging out there for a year. And although they're part of the same dental association that came here today with one opinion, their particular opinions differ on this topic. And there was certainly concern expressed about the impacts on low-income people if we were to remove fluoride. And I'm told that by these dentists who service diverse patient populations, that the kids who have and who show up with the worst oral health cases are those from high socioeconomic backgrounds who can afford Gatorade, Red Bull, high fructose drinks, and juices. And what I wanted to ask Dr. Cooney is that I had this report that I printed off just the other day, and it's called Drinking Water Fluoridation in Canada, a Review and Synthesis of Published Literature, and it's by Lindsay McLaren, a PhD, and Lynn McIntyre, an MD, and other science degrees from the Department of Community Health Sciences at the University of Calgary. And this particular report was done in April 2011, and it says funded by the Public Health Agency of Canada. And with respect to the comment that low-income people are more at risk, one of the comments in their knowledge gaps on page 3 of the report says oral health inequities, considering that one of the main arguments put forth for continuing fluoridation is that it is a practical and effective way to provide fluoride to all, including those who cannot afford or access dental care and other sources of fluoride, we detected a surprising lack of research on the implications of drinking water fluoridation for inequities in oral health in Canada. And I took that to mean that there's just not enough data, not enough research to support the claim that all of a sudden people who aren't drinking fluoridated water who are low income are at a much greater risk. So I coupled that with the conversations I had with the dentists, and I'm trying to put the pieces together in my, again, non-scientific background, and some things just aren't adding up. I also go back to the data that appeared in the original WUC report, and I'm cognizant of the fact that most members of council won't have that report. But in this report, this was the one we dealt with February 29th of 2012 that brought the issue to City Council. And in this particular report, excuse me, Health Canada is listed in the report, and they specifically say that 1.5 milligrams per liter is unlikely, not that it doesn't, but is unlikely to cause adverse health effects. In the U.S., the EPA and the Health and Human Services Department in the U.S. in 2011 recommended dropping that range from 0.7 to 1.2 milligrams a liter down to 0.7 milligrams a liter. And if you look at what's being done in the United States, even compared to what's being done in Canada, that rate in the United States is 100% lower. At the low end, it's 100% lower. Actually, it's greater than 100% lower than what's happening here in Canada in terms of the recommended range. So even Canada and the U.S. don't agree on the recommended ranges, but just going back 2 years, January 2011, in the United States, they lowered the safe range because there were some concerns at that time. Also, in that same report, and I know it's been talked about tonight, but I still go back to this, and I think the mayor asked the gentleman from the Ontario Dental Association about applying hydrofluoroxylic acid, something they don't apply obviously directly to the teeth in the dentist office. But it's hard to get over the fact that this chemical that we're putting in the water is a byproduct from a fertilizer industry, from the fertilizer industry. And on the analysis that was conducted here, and again in the WUC report, it talks about the National Sanitation Foundation, and it found that in this hydrofluoroxylic acid, among other things, it says, have shown that arsenic is the most common impurity found in the fluoride that we put in our water. And although, granted, it's shown at low levels, I have to ask myself again, why would I choose to put a compound that has arsenic in my drinking water? It's hard for me to get my mind over that and accept that as something that would be good for me. So I look at Montreal, I look at Vancouver, and most recently Calgary, all large urban areas where fluoride has been removed, and there isn't a single study that's been presented here that shows that these jurisdictions, some of the largest urban centers in Canada, have experienced significantly higher costs or significantly higher rates of dental decay. I also have concern about some of the unknown long-term effects, some of which were mentioned tonight in sort of a tertiary way. We just don't have enough data, but I think there's enough question out there by reasonable people to justify an answer, to go out and take the 5 years. We've been putting it in for over 50 now. Take the 5 years and get some of the answers that we need to these questions. So finally, as much as this, to me, is considered a public health issue, it's also, in my mind, a personal hygiene issue. And I think parents are responsible for teaching their kids to brush. Parents are also responsible for deciding on healthcare choices for their children. And if you feel like getting your child if you think a flu shot's appropriate for a child, then you're going to take your child to the doctor, to the pharmacist, and you're going to get them a flu shot. If fluoride is important, then there are plenty of sources you can use to give your kids fluoride. But it ought to be a personal choice. And just to put one issue to bed that someone had mentioned to me a couple of weeks ago, that we were doing this to save money. We're not doing it to save money, because the motion that was being made both at WUC and the motion that's being made here tonight is to take the savings that we would realize from not putting fluoride in our water and direct it to oral health education. So the net benefit here in terms of a savings is zero. This is not about trying to find money to bring the budget down to zero. This is completely not related to that. So I guess, just to wrap this up, at the end of the day, my goal and my job, I think all of our jobs here, is to provide safe water. And I have to say, I drink this water, my kids drink this water, my parents drink this water, my wife drinks this water. And I think, like all of you, I want safe water, but I want it without the additives. And I think there's one quote that a lot of people, it resonated with a lot of people around the table tonight. And one speaker said, when in doubt, keep it out.
Members of the audience, procedurally, and I'm going to go to you, Councillor Hatfield. Procedurally, there is a requirement for unanimous consent for extension of. What's a special meeting? We don't need one. I was going to suggest we come back tomorrow, Councillor Hatfield, but Councillor Jones, you're up.
Thank you, Worship. And, you know, I remember when chloride was first introduced to the water here in Windsor. Robert Fuller was the principal at Dougal School and a member of City Council. And I guess I'm the oldest Windsorite in the room at this time. But I do remember that. And Your Worship, I remember something about the resistance of the people back there in 53. Oh, my God. At any rate, you know, this has been a great debate. A lot of information. And I have a lot of respect for the dentists that are here, the doctors, the people of the medical field. And I thank them for their input. I thank them for their input. But I took opportunity, Your Worship, to go a little bit further and look at some of the scientists that have some opportunity and some to write about this, to write about the health, not only dental health, but health of the body. And Dr. Limbach, and I hope I said that properly, from the University of Toronto, seen worldwide as being the leader in regard to his field. Dr. J.T. Kovat, Dr. Paul Connaught, and Dr. Douglas Connell. And almost to a man, they say that this all started with calcium fluoride. And it was a natural sort of a thing that happened, how in these springs, this thing would come up naturally from the ground, and they found out that the calcium was good for your teeth, it was good for your bones, and certainly there were all kinds of commercials saying, drink your milk because it's good for your teeth and your bones. But one of these good doctors said that there was a bait and switch back some time where all of a sudden fluoride took the credit for the bones and the teeth. However, all along it took us some time to find out that it was in fact the fluoride. So as my colleague has indicated, there are two different ways. There's the topical and there's the systemic. And I've stopped to wonder, if you look on the side of a toothbrush box, there's two things that really set me out. One said, do not swallow, and the other one says, for children under 6 years old, don't let them do this by themselves. Why is that? Because the toothpaste, when ingested, is no good for the teeth. And this discussion, for the most part, has in fact revolved around the teeth. You know what I also found, that when you swallow toothpaste, it doesn't protect the teeth. But when your teeth are brushed in a proper way on a regular basis, it does in fact protect the teeth. But you know, one of the pillars that we have here talks about the health of the people in our city. I think that's one of our pillars, Your Worship. And we have to be concerned about the whole health and not just the health of the teeth. But some of these scientists say that the fluoride program has been very poorly monitored. There has never been a comprehensive analysis of the fluoride levels in the bones, in the blood, in the urine. So based on sparse data, we have to be concerned about what goes into food, what goes into drinking water. Something else that concerned me was people who might be working and drinking large amounts of water, say your manual laborer out there, your athlete who is out there drinking a pile of water, the person that is working out in the gym drinking an excess of water. And these people talk about the effects that that can have. and certainly Steve gets his fill of water, and we have to be concerned. Something else that really set out was the effect that it might have on young boys and their hips. And I don't know that I've heard that before, but I've not heard that from, you know, from the doctors here. But certainly this has rung throughout this chamber tonight. It's called the precautionary principle. If in doubt, leave it out. And I will vote to leave it out.
Thank you. First of all, you know, for the sake of saving some time and leaving time for some colleagues, I'll be short, but I do want to thank all the delegates tonight, and specifically Dr. Charles Frank, who's a friend of mine. Dr. Hasnain is actually my doctor, and Dr. Saad Jassim, who's been a very close cooperating friend at the IJC on a number of other issues. Going in point form really quickly, the letter that we have entered in our package today, January 24th, from the Minister of the Environment, opens up very clear. Fluoridation of municipal water supplies is neither required nor prohibited by the Safe Water Act. If this was such a very important or imperative type of additive, then it would have been legislated. It's not. And I think one of the comments tonight that struck with me with one of the delegates went something along the lines of, if your chief medical officer of health is recommending this, then why are we even here having this discussion? Well, it actually doesn't work that way. That's like saying, take this medicine, you'll like it, you need it, and don't ask any questions. No. From time to time, the status quo needs to be challenged and questioned and debated and asked certain questions of it. And in my opinion tonight, even if there's a 1% chance that this can affect negatively the health of infants, women going through pregnancy, the health and well-being of others, then as my colleague said, yes, we are going to err on the side of caution. This is drinking water we're talking about, one of our most natural and renewable resource that we have. And quite frankly, if someone doesn't brush their teeth or doesn't take proper care of their hygiene, there's nothing that the water and the fluoride in the water is going to do for you. Let's get to the root causes of the problem. If we can deal with the symptoms of the problems, we're not going to get anywhere. The root cause of the problem is health promotion, promoting oral hygiene, dental hygiene. You know, going to school locally, the health unit used to visit our schools all the time and gave us toothbrushes and toothpaste and all sorts of pointers on how we go about that. And I think that that's where we continue to go. That's the programs that we support, and that's the direction I want to take. In the beginning of this whole debate, I wasn't sold on it. I sat on the health unit board, and I remember all of the emails and calls, and I said to myself, well, why are we, you know, the chief medical officer said, we have to keep it. Why are we even talking about it? And I regret saying that. That was back in February or March. And then in June, I met with a group of the folks here tonight, and they walked me through every single point. A lot of the points made tonight. I took that home, researched it, and talked to some other medical professionals, other scientists, and came to the conclusion that I'm coming to tonight, that we should keep our water pure and clean, no additives, no fluoride, and really, if you really feel that strong, you want fluoride in your water, there's ways to do it. So for that reason, I'll be voting to remove fluoride from our water system, and I anticipate that hopefully some others will too.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very simply, I cannot support the recommendation for a number of reasons. We spent a lot of money in this, as a city council, bringing consultants. I recall bringing consultants to help us determine how many, parking spots or what the layout of a particular development should be, etc. And for that, we pay money and take their advice. Unfortunately, I guess the drawback this evening is that all these so-called experts that spoke tonight didn't send us a bill. And so we're prepared to basically say that we, as part-time counselors, are going to ignore what the medical establishment present here tonight is saying. We're going to ignore their advice, and we're going to say we're doing our own research and we're reaching our own conclusions. And that's the part that makes me nervous. If you look at some of the arguments, one of the arguments was that we're dealing with an issue which was decided on what basically circumstance or what life was like 50 years ago. If we use that analogy and say it no longer applies, and as one of the presenters mentioned, then perhaps we should be doing away with polio vaccines, vaccinations, etc. We should also maybe be doing away with penicillin or insulin because it's more than 50 years old and therefore it can't be deemed to be effective or necessary. So we have to be very, selective in what we pick and choose. And again, I also want to, compliment everyone who appeared here this evening on both sides. They've done a tremendous amount of work, especially those from the non-medical establishment, and doing their research to support their convictions and their beliefs. And it's really, been a learning process. So in the end, I'm trying to decipher here what it is. Likewise, because with all due respect, our medical officer of health in his office says this is what you should do, that may be a starting point, but it certainly doesn't bring me anywhere near the conclusion. So you have to dig into this, and you have to dig into it. And one of the presenters said, well, the whole dental community is aligned together, and therefore they're going to support each other, etc. So we'll discount those, and we'll go beyond that. But there are other major medical associations here that have endorsed the position of keeping fluoride and saying in the appropriate concentrations, it's safe, it's effective, and you should be having it in your water. When you look at the, Ontario Medical Association, the Essex County Medical Association, am I just prepared to disregard what they have to say and say, I know better? When you look at the Canadian Pediatric Society, we've talked a lot about children. Pediatrics is supposed to focus on children, not just their dental health. And they're coming out and saying, we stand behind the recommendation to basically keep it there. When you look at international organizations like the World Health Organization or the Center for Disease Control, they're not focused on just cavities. They're focused on the whole health of the whole body, etc. And they're prepared to support it. So if I'm going to go against all of those, I've got to have some very, very, very strong persuasive evidence. Yes, there may be anecdotal, there may be individual cases which don't fit the mold, but I've got to have that. And then I even go beyond the medical community. And I'm one who always believes you need to keep your eye on what the competition is doing, what your peers are doing, because you can learn from that. Doesn't mean you have to follow it, but you certainly should question it and learn from it. And I look to see what Peel did, and LaSalle adopted the same motion, and it's basically saying to Health Canada, you know what, we have some concerns here. There's been some concerns that have been raised. We need you to study it. We need you to give that drug a number. We need you to assign, to do a blind study or a double-blinded study, whatever the appropriate investigative work there. It may take 4 or 5 years, but we want you to do that. This motion does none of that. Okay, it does none of that. And as I said, I'm not convinced that I can go against what all these different bodies. There's a lot of respected doctors there that I have a lot of respect for. My line of question was very specific that I think, our executive director, the medical officer, Dr. Quick didn't really, and I see his point. He's not in a position necessarily to answer yes or no. But I look at those communities that have voted to keep it. The fact that they have very strong, internationally recognized medical schools, okay, that tells me that, you know, there's a certain level of credibility there. We all know that university professors of any faculty love to be experts on everything and anything and do not hesitate to give their opinion and speak up. And yet in those communities where the University of Toronto Medical School is located, where the University of Western Ontario Medical School is located, where McMaster, those are all fairly significant medical schools. Okay, those people chose not to come out and say you should not be doing this and it's wrong. And I gotta believe that if there was anything wrong in terms of keeping fluoride there, that somebody in there would have spoken. And I don't really see that, okay, in terms of those people, you know, getting involved. I was intrigued by Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon, on numerous surveys is always among the top environmentally, top the green communities. This is a community which is very active, which is extremely health conscious, very concerned and very involved. And they just adopted this. Now, again, just because they've all done it doesn't mean that we have to. But the same way we're saying, well, Montreal's not doing it and Calgary's not doing it, there's a heck of a lot more. The Londons of this world, the Hamiltons of this world, the Torontos of this world are doing it. So if I'm going to go against that trend, if I'm going to go against the fact they've got medical schools, and let's focus back on children, which we keep talking about. Where's a hospital for sick children in London? Where's a hospital for sick children in Toronto? Would they not have come out and said to their communities, guys, you need to give this a real, you know, give your head a shake, give this a second thought? And they did not oppose the fluoridation issue. So with all this medical support from the so-called, not just establishment, but on numerous fronts, whether it's local, provincial, it's international, I need some strong evidence that's going to say, you know what, I've done my investigation and I'm choosing otherwise. And unfortunately, I have not been convinced that there's sufficient evidence out there for asking me to make a decision which goes against all that. There's a lot of names on there that I really, you know, respect. And they're coming out, and the question is, that's not to say that they can't be wrong, and it's not to say that there shouldn't be further study, and that's why I really would have preferred to have gone with the appeal resolution as opposed to, you know, what we're doing here. The Fluoridation Act. The Fluoridation Act says you can put this on as a referendum question. You know, I'm not prepared to play, this is a personal issue, and I get that, okay? And maybe people should have a say. But I'm not prepared to say, no, I'm going to disregard the medical evidence, I'm going to disregard the community's general input, and I'm going to say, because the survey, you know, call-in shows, et cetera, showed X amount are against it, I'm going with that. No, we talked about science tonight. We talked about science. And as I said, these are groups that deal with science on a daily basis. There is not, I don't believe there was one person with a medical degree that came out here tonight that spoke against this. Okay, against keeping fluoride in our water. And I stand to be corrected on that. So when I put all that information together, the bottom line is, yes, questions have been raised, but I've not been convinced that I'm prepared to overrule all those different bodies and their professional and medical advice.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to start off, put my Windsor Essex County Environmental Advisory Committee hat on, and the WECAC, it basically agrees with this motion that's before us tonight. They agreed to it about 7 months ago. I just want to read from Derek Coronado, who's a very well-respected environmental spokesman in this community. He's on WECAC. And this is basically what he says, and it's brief. One issue that is not debatable is that in Canada, fluoride is designated a toxic substance according to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act due to harm to flora and fauna. So we have been dumping, and with respect to Dr. Saad, we have been dumping a formerly designated toxic substance into the Detroit River for years, a river which is itself designated as an area of concern in Canada and the United States due in part to pollution from toxic substances. What is the impact of fluoride on the Detroit River ecosystem? Where are the studies, or where's a modern study anyway? In a 5-year moratorium on its use, we would provide an adequate window to complete a study or 2 or maybe 4 or 5. So that's about the environment. My view is that fluoride, and it's, I know we keep being told that it's a minuscule amount, but it is an amount. It's taken off industrial scrubbers. That kind of scares people. Scares a lot of people here in this room tonight who talked about choice. Fluoride, to me, is a lazy way out to try to address the issue of tooth decay. It's a paternalistic practice. It's the old idea of let's medicate. Let's always medicate instead of doing the education, instead of doing the other things that we could do with the money that we have. I think, you know, some people are probably exaggerating the impacts of the harm that fluoride can do in small quantities, but I also think it's exaggerated what it does to eliminate tooth decay. I looked at that Hamilton example, 180,000 cavities less in 10 years, which when you boil it down, it's like 1/3 of a cavity a year for the population of Hamilton, and Kim kept saying it's one cavity. It's less than one cavity that fluoride is, you know, the studies on fluoride are talking about. So I think that's very much exaggerated too, is the consequences of not having fluoride. A couple of things made me uneasy tonight. The indication that mercury found, I'm sorry, that the Canada's Health Canada's chief is going to the World Dental Body and wanting to keep mercury in the base fillings, and the World Body saying no, we're going to phase it out. Again, let's medicate. And I think we have to start getting away from that. The Kidney Foundation of Canada, I think in 2008, looking at fluoride and the doses that have found to be harmful to thyroids. In 2008, the National Kidney Foundation withdrew its endorsement of fluoridation. And here in Windsor and Essex County, we don't even warn people about that. We don't warn them about the possible harm to young children, to pregnant women, to young infants, and their and what we put in their formulas. We should be warning them about it, whether we think it's whether somebody else above us is telling us it's no big deal. I think it is a big deal, and we've heard tonight from citizens that believe so. Finally, I think we should look at the decay, the tooth decay, the studies or the monitoring that has started up. I think it'd be a 5-year. It's time for a review. It's over 50 years. It'll be a 5-year moratorium, and I think the health unit can use it if they feel very strongly about it to try to put some statistics together. I hope they're peer reviewed, though. I hope there's a couple of the people here tonight that would be consulted on it, so that we know it's a non-biased review of what's happening with tooth decay without fluoride. Let's face it, we're about 92% of the world that doesn't have it, but we seem to say we're better in Ontario, and I'm not convinced of that. Just finally, I remember when I got on council, and that was quite a while ago now, I won't say how long, but there was a little printer on Wyandotte Street that used to call me in when I'd walk by or give me a call. He'd say, "We got to get rid of fluoride, Mr. Halberstadt. Can you look at all this information I have?" And he'd hand me the piles, and I'd look at it, and I basically thought, well, maybe this old guy, nice guy as he was, maybe he's a quack. And I think in those days, the movement to get rid of fluoride was a whimper. But over the last year, 11 months, a year, not only here, but in Ontario and across Canada, it's become a crescendo. So I think I think this is going to pass tonight, and we're going to be part of the crescendo. And hopefully we can review it, not just set it aside forever, but review it and come back in 5 years and take another look.
Thank you. Well, I certainly came tonight with an open mind. I didn't come thinking if one side is right, then the other has to be wrong. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a dentist like my friend Dr. Paul DeMarco, who I'm about to disappoint this evening. You know, it's I can't think of any other issue scientifically that has been so challenged, if you will. Pretty well accept that tobacco is bad for you, alcohol is bad for you, but the jury is out on fluoride. Now, you make a personal choice if you smoke, you make a personal choice if you drink, but in Windsor, you have no choice but to drink the fluoride in the tap water, and that's the issue. To me, that's the issue. It's a matter of personal choice. Doug Hayes from the Council of Canadians called it the unethical mass dosing of medication without informed consent of the individual. On the other hand, Dr. Clooney from the Public Health Agency of Canada says fluoridated water is safe, it works, and it's effective. It's safe, it works, and it's effective, and repeated that several times. Yet neither he nor anyone in the dental community or the public health officials will ever be able to convince most of the citizens here tonight that it's good for them. They don't want it. I think a growing number of Canadian municipalities are ending the fluoridation of tap water. We heard 26% of Canadians in recent years have voted to no longer provide it in municipal tap water. Leamington never had it, Kingsville never had it, and after questioning by the mayor, we heard the public health officials tonight say, despite how strongly they feel about fluoride in the water, they've never gone out to those communities and tried to convince them to put it in. Amherstburg doesn't support it anymore, nor does Tecumseh. Lakeshore used to be about 80%, now it's 100%. LaSalle wants the province and the federal government to make a decision because it's a matter of public health, and that's what it is. But why hasn't the province legislated it in or out? Public health is a provincial issue. So municipalities are caught in the middle, and do we recognize the right of individuals to decide for themselves whether they want to drink what they call a medication? The board at the Windsor Utilities Commission voted to end fluoridation. They wouldn't do that if they felt it was unsafe to do so. You know, recently in the municipal or in the elections over in Detroit, there was an advertising campaign called Let the People Decide. Now, other than the dental community and the public health community, the citizens here tonight, the people, have asked for the right to decide for themselves whether they ingest fluoride with their tap water. H.J. Heinz in Leamington doesn't use it, never has. They don't put it in their baby foods or any of their other products. And I think that's very telling, and I think that's why Union Water System doesn't have fluoride in their drinking system. Leamington residents, Kingsville residents, 80% of those on Lakeshore, now 100%. Kumsey Council's asked us to get rid of it. They buy water from us. Amherstburg wants to get rid of it. Are all of those communities wrong? I don't think so. Until the province rules one way or the other, I say we end the practice as soon as practically possible. And further, if we do, perhaps, as the motion says, the Windsor Utilities Commission could set aside that budget $150,000 a year, as it says, to pay for more health promotion. But why not use some of that money for a scientific study of our regional dental experience, collecting the data, storing the data, analyzing the data, the before and after fluoride results on the dental health of our community. I think everyone here tonight would appreciate having that information, either to support their arguments or to debunk those of the other side in this interesting and worthwhile debate.
Thank you. Certainly, I want to thank everyone that's come out this evening to express an opinion on this very contentious issue, and it's an issue that has caused a lot of concern for a number of years, and not just in our community, but in communities across Canada. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. That's the beauty of democracy. We get together, we listen to each other's opinions, and then we are called on to make a decision. Having a strong opinion doesn't make the issue so, or it doesn't make it factual. And I have to say that I'm of the opinion also that we should be looking at hard scientific data. As Councillor Valentina said, there are a number of organizations that are held in very high regard, not just here in Canada, but across the world. And the list is in front of us tonight. Everyone from the World Health Organization, who identified as water fluoridation as being one of the top 10 most effective public health measures of the 20th century. Courts, either in direct judgments or on appeal, have upheld the rights of communities to fluoridate water, and so provide fluoride to the masses. It's been upheld because it is a public policy that is deemed to be equitable and the best way to distribute fluoride for dental purposes in the community. Have there been scientific papers published that uphold the concerns that were presented to us tonight? Are they studies that have been quality assured and content assured? We're told no. And who are we told that by? We're told that by Health Canada, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Dental Association, the Canadian Association of Public Health and Dentistry, the Pediatric Society, as Councillor Valentinas pointed out, and a host of other agencies that are saying no. The data that we have accumulated and is peer-reviewed is reflecting the other side of the story. So who do we believe? I have to tell you, the first information that I got on this subject was from an individual in 2005, not long after I was first elected to council, and I sent the question to WUC through council, asking about fluoridation and whether it was safe. The response from WUC was that it was regulated and it was safe. I continued to research data on the internet, and I gotta tell you, there's some scary stuff there. It is frightening, and I can understand how people get so concerned. But the fact is, most of those studies have not been supported. They are not peer-reviewed. And so when we're called on to determine public policy, we have to look at these very solid data-backed studies. Is it fair that municipalities have to decide fluoridation of water? I don't think so. Really ticks me off. I think that it should be an issue that's decided provincially. But that's not how it is. So we turn to people, and we turn to people who are experts in not just dentistry and health, but also the environment, because that's another issue that's very concerning to our residents. Dr. Jasm is here this evening. The Joint Commission has been looking at water quality in the Great Lakes, and he very clearly told us tonight there is no concern in terms of fluoride. There is in other things, but fluoride is not one of the of the issues that is concerning to people looking at the quality of the water. The fact is that dental issues are the #2 disease of children. We're looking at children who are obese, who are having high incidence of type 2 diabetes, and then on top of it, we're talking about eliminating a program of fluoridation that I think will have serious health consequences for children in our community. We received a report last week, and one of the facts contained in that is that 18.2% of the children that live in Windsor are from low-income families. In communities that don't utilize their water system to deliver fluoride, and the job of fluoride is to harden the enamel of your teeth, there are options. They can introduce drops, they can take fluoridated salt, they can choose fluoridated milk. But in families of low income, and we all know what the unemployment rates are in Windsor, when you're determining whether or not you're going to put food on the table and provide a roof over the head of your children or go out and buy fluoride drops, I think I know what I'd choose. Toothpaste boxes do have warnings on them. There's no doubt about it. I've seen them. I've read them. Don't swallow it. You're right. The concentration's very high. But I also know that any substance can be both toxic or therapeutic. Last year in New Zealand, Mrs. Harris, age 30, died of a massive heart attack, and it was determined that the potassium level in her body was very low. The coroner determined that the biggest contributor to her death was drinking cola. But it's not banned. Potassium, if it's in high concentration in your body, on the other hand, is also an issue of concern. So the fact that the Ministry of the Environment in Ontario regulates the dosages, and that we at Windsor Utilities monitor the water on a daily basis several times during the day to make sure that the concentration levels are at an acceptable level, that's being responsible. That's being responsible. I also could have supported a motion that would petition the province to look into doing another study. But there's no way, based on what was presented tonight and what I have in front of me, that I can raise my hand in favor of eliminating fluoride from the drinking water in Windsor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I tell you, for the last few days, I must have read hundreds of emails, spent many hours reading other people's research, and hundreds of pages that the City of Windsor have sent to us. What my colleague, Council Durkin, said, none of the city councilors are doctors or medical researchers. We always rely on experts for professional opinion. Tonight, we have doctors from the health unit, doctors from the Dental Association, researchers, and members of the public. I have no doubt that everyone is very passionate to protect the public health. Couple weeks before I start into this, couple weeks ago, I received an email from one of my constituents. Her name is Serfina Marzotto, a retired pharmacist that lives in my ward. She asked how I'm going to vote on the fluoride issue. I said to her that I will go to the meeting with an open mind and listen to both sides of the fluoridation debate. Tonight, I listened to both arguments. No one can dispute the benefit of fluoride in reducing cavities and caries. The question that the public asks, what is the side effect to human, animals, aquatic species, and the environment? Since fluoride is present in many other food and beverages and in fluoridated water, so the total intake for any one person, considering the food they eat and the water they drink, it will be a lot more than the recommended level that the health professional prescribe. There are people who do not like medication when they are sick, do not let their children participate in school immunization programs. This is their way of life, and we should respect their decision. The question is, should any level of government force people to drink water, whether it has fluoride or some other chemicals, or force them to eat food that they do not want to? I can't see the Windsor Utility Commission can satisfy all the ratepayers with fluoridated and non-fluoridated water. The parent of young children must take the responsibility protecting children's health and dental need. My conclusion is I'm going to vote to remove the fluoride from our water system, not because it is safe or unsafe, but because it is unethical to force people to drink any kind of water without their consent.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to vote against the motion, and I'll give my reasons why. First of all, just as an observation, this controversy about, excuse me, about fluoridation apparently has been going on since the inception of fluoridation in North America back in the 40s and 50s. So now it's our turn, and here we're dealing with it tonight. I'm convinced from everything that's been said here by the experts, and they are experts, I'm convinced that if we stop fluoridation, we can, without doubt, expect more dental decay for generations to come. We sit here for 5 hours tonight in 2013, and we're going to make a decision which is going to affect our children, our grandchildren, and all the generations to come, because once it goes, unless what happens in Dryden and Dorval happens, it won't come back. And we're making a decision which is going to affect the health of future generations. That is a huge, huge, huge responsibility. And in the 35 or 40 years that I've been around this chamber, I have never seen a decision of such magnitude as this one that's been asked of us tonight. And it's a democratic principle. The majority governs. It's probably going to happen, but I certainly think very strongly that we can only expect more dental decay and more dental health problems from our successors and our heirs for a long time when we make this decision. Second point I want to make is that I refuse to believe that all the experts we have heard from tonight, and all of whom are charged in one way or another with protecting the health of all of us in this chamber and all of the public, all of the 200,000 people in this city, I absolutely refuse to believe that those people would come here and advocate or support something which would harm our health. That is absolutely inconceivable. And we had a whole raft of experts here. I'm not going to reiterate everything that Councillor Valentina said, but he made some very good points about that. And I have to say this too, and this is not being critical, but the good people that came here tonight to oppose fluoridation, they believe passionately in what they say, but they're not experts. And the experts that they cite were not here tonight. There was Dr. Limeback and other people that were mentioned. They didn't come here tonight to tell us of all the evils of fluoridation. So what is the point of having experts that are trained and trusted and charged with protecting our health if we're simply going to walk away from them? The other point I would like to make too, we are a sovereign nation here, and we make our own decisions, but I cannot help but be influenced by the fact that a majority of the municipalities that I came up with in Ontario, 7 out of 9, well, all right, 7 out of 10, then with Waterloo, have decided to continue fluoridation. And I think Councillor Valentina's made a very good point that those municipalities have large medical facilities within their boundaries, and they have experts on tap. And I'm not saying we don't have, we obviously have experts here, but they have a lot more there too. And they made the decision to continue fluoridation. So, as far as I'm concerned, bottom line, fluoridation is safe and effective. Safe and effective. That's the bottom line. And the study that Councillor Dilkins referred to, the Calgary study, says in its findings, and this is based on a review of 115 separate studies, said that on balance, there is no clear evidence for an association between drinking water, fluoridation, and health outcomes other than dental outcomes. I'll say that again. On balance, there is no clear evidence for an association between drinking water fluoridation and health outcomes other than dental outcomes. What that means, I think it's safe to say, is that fluoridation of drinking water does not produce adverse health outcomes, despite all the claims made to the contrary, but it does provide dental outcomes which are beneficial. That was one of the findings of that major study in Calgary in 2011. And so I'm certainly going to vote against the motion. And I don't want to over-dramatize this, but I have to say this because this is a very personal thing for me. We all have families here, and we all vote as we see fit. I have to say that if I voted tonight to discontinue fluoridation, I have 5 grandchildren in this city, ranging between 6 and 17 years old. I frankly could not look them in the eye tomorrow morning if I voted to discontinue fluoridation and thereby increase the likelihood of them having dental decay. I just could not do it, apart from any other consideration. So I will most definitely vote against the motion.
Members of Council, on the motion, I'm a member of the Windsor Utilities Commission, and as has already been stated earlier, this matter has been in front of the Windsor Utilities Commission, and the Commission has voted and recommended the elimination of fluoridation and fluoride from the water, and it makes its way to Council. I supported the resolution then, and I support the resolution now. And just before we get into the substance of the discussion from my perspective, and I want to thank everyone that presented this evening. It was a very complex and very involved matter, and all of you were very professional in your presentations, and you really adhere to getting the facts out there and allowing us to get through the discussion, and the same applies to members of City Council. So thank you for that informed discussion, informed debate, and thank you to all of those that have made submissions over the course of the time to the Windsor Utilities Commission, as well as to the City Council this evening. And just furthermore, I just want to qualify something, and this is my own opinion. You may agree with it or you may disagree with it. An expert is someone that takes time, that has a high degree of knowledge in a particular area, that is informed. And I think whether you have a title or not, I think everybody can agree that everybody came to this issue with their own opinions, with their own minds, after a considerable amount of research. For me personally, this becomes an issue of public practice versus choice. And when this issue first came up, I think there's no more startling example for me in my consideration than the direct question that I asked the Windsor-Essex Health Unit this evening and the response that it solicited. Leamington and Kingsville, both jurisdictions that have not had fluoride in their water for quite some time, for years. And our public health unit that is charged with responsibility across Windsor and Essex has never made a presentation advocating for the addition of fluoride to their water. And I'm just speaking of Leamington and Kingsville. This being a topic of considerable health for this region. So that's where my starting point was when this first came forward. And I do recognize and I do understand and I do appreciate the position of the ODA and their respective agencies and their respective bodies and their affiliates with regards to the prevention of tooth decay. But I also have to balance that against everything else that we have heard and the practices that we have experienced within our own region and what we've seen across the province and across the country. And we can split hairs. We can talk about this study versus that study, and we could talk about the medical school in London or the medical school at Calgary, right? There's different opinions that you're never going to be able to bridge that gap, right? From my perspective, it still fundamentally comes down to the issue of public practice versus the ability to choose. And the most telling tale for me this evening that crystallized it in my own mind was the presentation that was made by Jen O'Brien, and I don't know if Jen is still here, right? Jen cannot drink our drinking water. She doesn't have a choice. So it becomes very real and personal when you do have issues. It becomes very real and personal when you have young children that are affected by this. And it becomes very real and personal when you know that there are other opportunities and options available. The ODA themselves in their own release, and I urge you to go to their website, it was cited here, their 2008 release, their top 10 recommendations listed what you can do to deal with tooth decay. And it was only what we urge governments to do in high-risk areas. So by taking it out, yes, we are one of the municipalities that is joining, a select few. I'm sure that others will, it's a chemical. Others will consider it and they'll decide what they have to do. But if you take it out, are you going to find that tooth decay is going to spiral out of control? If you do, guess what happens? Everybody comes back, knocks on their door, says, "We told you so." You put it back in, if it's true. But I go back to what I started with. Leamington and Kingsville, part of the Windsor-Essex Health Unit umbrella. And when you saw the numbers that were shared, that was done this year in 2012 between the schools, between fluoridated areas and non-fluoridated areas, you saw the numbers. You heard what the numbers were. 70% of the So I appreciate all the presentations that were made. I thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts on this. And in closing, I find it very interesting that Peel, and I thank the counselor from Peel, but I find it very interesting that Peel's recommendation is that a drug number be associated with this, that Health Canada be petitioned to add a drug number to it. So we add chemical to the water, and then the other resolutions that were cited is that let's refer it to Health Canada, and in doing so, let's ensure that a drug number is assigned to it so that it can use as a tool for follow-up of products in the market, recall of products, inspections, and quality monitoring. So it's not a debate that's going to end here. It's going to continue. But on the balance, it does come down to the issue of the common practice of the addition of the chemical to the water versus the people's individual rights to choose what they do. And finally, Catherine Appio said it, I don't need it, I don't want it, and I don't consent to it. Members of Council, on the vote, recorded vote has been asked. On recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, members of Council, the motion on the floor is the recommendation made at the Windsor Utilities Commission with the added caveat that the savings from ceasing fluoridation be directed towards oral health education to be spent at the discretion of the City Social Services Department. That was moved by Councillor Dilkin, seconded by Councillor Jones. On the motion, Councillor Geniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Sleeman.
Support.
Councillor Halberstad.
Support.
Councillor Payne. Councillor Magny.
Support.
Councillor Hatfield.
Support.
Councillor Mara.
Support.
Councillor Valentinas.
Opposed.
Councillor Jones.
Support.
Councillor Dilkins.
Support.
Mayor Francis.
Support.
That motion.
Members of the City Council, that concludes the regular business items of the evening. Members of the audience, please. Consideration of committee reports have been moved and supported. On the committee reports, all in favor? Bylaws, first and second reading have been moved and supported. On the bylaws, all in favor? Opposed, and that carries. Moving back to formal session has been moved and supported. All in favor? Carries. Most is a motion. Any? Third and final reading of the bylaws has been moved and supported. Adjournment. Good evening, everyone.
No man is a hero every day. Even a champion loses the day before the race. Try not to be sleeping when you're wide awake. And when your chance comes, have fun. Don't be afraid. Oh, brother, all you got to know is who you are. And it'll be alright, alright. Oh, brother, once you realize that you're a star, you're gonna shine.